in community or in pacing. EverQuest is absolutely one of the best foundations the MMO genre could have asked for, but like all foundations, it's been built on and over by others. EverQuest had its time to shine, and while it's still undeniably enjoyable for those who want to remember the old days or those who have thousands of hours to put in, for the newer MMO player, Elvis has, unfortunately, left the building. But cheers for watching. Another massive thank you to the supporters on Patreon and Twitch who keep this channel alive and allow me to put 100 hours into a game before reviewing it. You can support from only £1 a month. Check the video description for links to the Patreon, Twitch, Twitter, and Discord. And as always, have a great day.
Sweet Mother of Mercy! Yeah, it's 6 AM. What is Blood waffling about? I have to pack up, a skirt. Okay, let's see. We just watched this video, the next one. Worst MMO ever? Let's see, the history of MMOs, where it all went wrong. We already learned where it all went wrong. It was when RuneScape introduced microtransactions. You enjoyed that video. 100 hours of it. Oh man. It's the same guy, isn't it? There's MFT MMOs? Hi Limo, good morning. Oh, it's early. You are here early. Dude, all of these videos just say worst MMO ever? It's a different guy. Okay. Worst MMO ever? Worst MMO ever? We already watched this, Worst MMO ever? Worst MMO ever? Worst MMO ever? Worst MMO ever? Wait, there's a Wizard 101 video, you guys. Let's watch that one.
I summon Dark Magician in attack position. Dark Magician, attack his life points directly. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. I'm Josh Hayes. I've spent years playing the best MMO games available. Now it's time to do the opposite and find the worst of the worst.
Isn't as soft,
I'm going to play them all so you don't have
down.
to. Join me on a journey through the most awful MMOs I can find. Drop a like on the vid and sub to the channel for more awful MMOs and ring the bell so you don't miss a single video. A huge thank you to all my supporters on Patreon and Twitch who make all my content possible. Links to both are below. Right, let's begin. Today we are playing Wizard 101. Now, I'd never played this before, even as a kid, and I've had lots of people recommending it to me, so I actually went into this one with pretty high expectations. First thing you notice is the main website is very, very colourful. This looks like something straight from the late 90s, early 2000s educational era. I'm getting very
that's what I like. I like that vibes,
but it's free, so let's make an account. Wizard 101 is all about magic and spells, so we have to choose whether we are a boy wizard or a girl wizard.
You're not allowed to go on my desk.
This is a somewhat limited choice, guys. Plus, boy wizards wear blue and girl wizards wear pink. Not really pushing the boat out too much on this one, are we? Now for a name. Right. This is one of those games, kind of like Horse Riding Tales, where you can't actually choose your own name. You've got to create a name from a pre-selected bank of names. You've got your first name and then 2 surnames. This is a system used by companies to make sure no one ever makes anything rude and no one corrupts the virtue of its mostly child players. So I spend some time trying to make something rude, but I don't get too far. Eventually I just settle with Richard because it shortens to Dick, and that makes me chuckle. Next up, we have to choose a wizard type, which major element we are going to follow. You've got your standard magical schools like fire or ice or nature, but you've also got myth or death. Ooh, yes, let's do death. Necromancy all the way. So the username Josh Hayes is taken because I honestly downloaded this before Christmas and signed up using a burner email. Then I never got round to playing it and forgot the burner email, so I'm forced to go with Josh Hayes 2. The game begins. We are thrown into the character creation system and a booming discount Dumbledore talks us through it. I find this really odd because all the choices we just made, like gender, name and wizard school, we have to make again, so there was no reason to choose anything earlier at all. This overlay is a mix of charming and nursery school levels of design. These overlay icons do look like they were drawn by a child, but they are super simple to understand for any language, so I've got to give the game props for being accessible. It's very easy to see what does what. And I mean, the
desk.
customization isn't awful.
Anywhere.
You can change your hair,
No.
robes, eyes, hat, all the standard stuff you'd expect. I've played worse character
Anywhere but the
creators.
desk.
Now we meet Hedwig, Gamma the
Thank
owl.
you.
She
She
shouts
kissed me.
some stuff at
You're so
us, and
cute.
then not Dumbledore says some more
Anywhere
things,
but
and
the
it
desk.
becomes
You can go
incredibly
anywhere you want,
obvious
just
that
not the
Gamma
desk.
and Dumbledore are both very good voice actors
Kisses.
using very different microphones. The audio quality between the voices in this game vary wildly. The actual quality of the voice acting is very, very good, as we'll hear, but the quality of the equipment used is just all over
get
the
up?
shop.
She's
Character
still sitting
made,
on
and
me.
we begin. Third-person action adventure, WASD movement, but
get up?
A and D are not strafe.
Get
They
up?
are
Anywhere
turn,
but
which
the
is a
desk.
control scheme I hate. So I press
So
escape
cute.
to open the menu and remap the keys, and nope, pressing escape does not bring up any kind of menu. At least not at the start of the game, so there is no changing the keybinds.
can't go
Zatsu
there.
Gamma the
I'm
Owl,
telling
you
you.
run up to NPCs and press X to interact,
Thank
which
you.
is an
Oh.
odd choice of key, but okay. She explains the basic plot, and again, voice acting is
So
pretty damn
evil.
good. Also, it started raining, and there's a storm happening, and the ambient sounds and general weather effects are fine. So we head over, and inside this big magical
The Gorham Tower.
Inside, we meet the evilest man who has ever eviled. Look at this dude. This is the power of art direction. He doesn't need to say anything,
He
and
is
you
evil
know
as
this
fuck.
guy is evil. His name is also Malastair, because subtlety
Yeah, he's
is
pretty.
not
I
this
think he's
game's
evil,
strong
guys.
point.
I think
This
he
is
might be a
also
bad
the
guy.
moment you really realise they definitely hired professional voice actors, because
That's me
almost
on a
every
Saturday.
voiced character in this
That's me
game
when I don't
is
get enough sleep.
brilliant. I mean, listen to how
Stroking my little evil
Malastair
beard.
sounds.
You are no longer welcome here. Why have you returned?
I'm here to resolve our unfinished business. Is this your latest student? My henchman will see to your little friend.
Hurry along, young wizard. Take this deck of spell cards and deal with those creatures while I tend to Malastair
But my
himself.
quality is like different. Hold on. Let me roll up my skirt real quick.
Run up and confront them. Be brave. I will guide you.
This is something we'll come back to often. Voice acting in Wizard 101 is top-notch. And now the game really begins and we discover what Wizard 101 really is. Because while it might look like an MMORPG, it's not. It's actually a card game. I was not expecting this at all. I came into this completely blind and I was just expecting a run-of-the-mill copy-paste MMO with small overworld sections and collect X or kill X quests, like Tale of Toast or Horse Riding Tales, but what I got was actually a really, really well-designed card game. So my geeky background is very card game heavy. I've played Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh! And I used to play
Do it
Magic
again.
the Gathering at tournament level, so the moment I saw this, I was like, yes, tactical deck building and card games, let's do this! Then I remembered how much money I've spent on card games over the years and realised, right, I can see where this is going to go to. Anyway, let's look at the card game itself. The arena is divided into 8 positioning circles, split into 4 versus 4. In a one-on-one fight, you just face a single enemy. Each turn you draw a card and cast spells. Some spells hurt the enemy, some spells heal your own health, some will power up your next attack. Casting spells requires pips, and you gain a pip every turn, so not casting a spell on a turn lets you save your pips up for better spells. It's like Magic's land system. Casting a spell makes the animation of the spell play through, and you get to watch the damage being done, and these
vacuum
animations
bags are no
are
fucking
good.
joke.
Seriously,
The
they're not
anti-Hitler
too
face.
long.
What
They're
the
just
fuck?
detailed enough. They're chunky and
What?
stylized. They are a
I'm
pleasure
packing
to
my bag.
watch. They don't slow the
I
game
have to,
down
like,
too
vacuum
much while
seal,
adding real character
like, some
and
of the
depth to
clothes.
each spell. I like
I'm not
this
playing
a
Magic
lot,
the
actually.
Gathering,
In the
dude.
bottom
I'm not
left, you
playing
can see
Magic.
your HP in red and mana,
Wrong with
which
you,
is
I'm
your
not playing
spellcasting
Magic.
power, in
Hell
blue,
no.
because Diablo mastered this system many years ago, and no one has ever seen any reason to differ from it. There's even a freaking unicorn spell that gives me health back. Yes, unicorns, stab me with your magical health-giving horn. Some spells apply buffs to your next attack of a certain element, or debuffs to an enemy's next attack against you, meaning stacking spells upon spells is a legitimate tactic. And good lord, look at this slow-mo centaur arrow animation. That's cool. And then there's these 3 little pigs, but they're ninjas. 3 ninja pigs. That is the sign of a good game. Look, honestly, within 5 minutes of actually playing this card game, I was enjoying it.
I
There's
hate
a
you, but I
balanced
love-
resource
I love
system
old
that
school
slowly gets more
RuneScape.
complex over time. Damage,
feel like I have a
healing, and effect
psychic
cards
link
and
to that
slick
game,
animations
like
to
it-
go with
like
each
a
one.
bond.
So
I feel
far,
like I'm bonded
this
with that
plays
game.
better than Pokemon. Come at me, fanboys. I meant what I said. One of the best parts of this card game is it embraces
I don't think I ever said anything about any of that,
with
actually.
paper card games. It allows some variation
just a
within
moment
damage on the cards. So a specific attack might do between 40 to 50 damage. This isn't possible in paper as it would involve too many dice, but in a PC game the calculations are all done for you. So Wizard 101 is actually allowing very slight elements of tactical randomness within a defined range. This change means it stands out from other card games. It's still tactical, but you need to choose between an attack that might kill the enemy or one that definitely will kill the enemy and balance that choice with what card you'd rather have later. I win the first fight because, I mean, it's scripted and you can't lose, and now I try to chat, but it's mostly canned chat for the young kids. That's understandable. Not Dumbledore now tells us we did so well defeating Malistaire, this must mean we have a special destiny ahead of us. My god, I hope it involves casting Exodia. Now we begin the game proper, and the first surprising thing is how many other players there are around. Even in the starting zone, this is more populated than most games I've played on this series. As standard, a yellow exclamation mark above a character means there's a quest.
Alright, the door has been shut. She has been
and this quest sends us to stop the undead incursion
She's a baby,
in
but she had to get
Unicorn Way.
banished.
I mean, at least it's not killing rats. I'm still impressed by how every character, even seemingly minor side characters, are fully voiced. Oh, and picking up this piece of wood unlocks the crafting tutorial. I will try and look into this later if I have more time, but a quick glance around the menu shows me crafting probably involves combining stuff you pick up with other stuff to make things, probably potions or more cards for your deck. Pretty standard stuff. The spellbook is now also unlocked, which is how we navigate through every menu, and it's both surprisingly easy to navigate using the tabs on the side and remarkably detailed. Everything is chunky and easy to read, laid out nicely, and I imagine all the info you need about your cards and decks is in here. There's nothing wrong with this. I mean, it might be quite garish at first glance, but it's not
This is exactly
bad.
what I would have wanted to play in elementary school.
One aspect I do love is how if you open your quest journal, you can see all the quests you own, choose which one to track, and that affects the floating arrow at the bottom of the screen, and you can go back and reread all of the dialogue that's been in the quest so far. This is a super simple system that more games should have. And now I get to marvel at the combat, or more specifically, how they've managed to integrate a turn-based battle system into a real-time world. You see, the maps in Wizard 101 aren't huge.
It was fun. Dude, see, I'm jealous. I wish I could have played this game.
It's divided into smaller sections, which are all essentially linear paths from A to B with battle circles placed along them. And when you bump into an enemy, you and the enemy will run to the nearest battle circle and begin a duel, but you can still see all the other players and enemies walking around in real time. But remember how there's 4 circles for players and 4 for enemies? If another player sees you involved in a duel, they can run into your battle circle and just join in. And if another enemy walks over, they'll be added to the opponents. Then each turn is chosen and all the spells are cast and the battle just kind of goes from there. This, I have to be honest, is a brilliant system. You see, each enemy position has a symbol on the battle circle, so you can refer to the dagger enemy or the spiral enemy. And some player spells hit all the enemies, so you can always join in and help. Then after a fight is over, you'll appear transparent for a bit and be safe from any enemy attacks. Plus, in every single area, you can only be attacked in the middle of the road, and sticking to the paths around the side means you will avoid all fights. Once you're out of a fight, you've also got these red and blue floating orbs around the place.
That's the power of
and your mana, so you can restock
of happiness and whimsy.
A bit more later
this
on.
is like made for like literally elementary school kids.
The voice acting
it's a happy
stellar,
game.
And they send us to chat to
Nick, you are going to the airport? Nick, well, I don't go to the airport for another like. I've got a little bit of time, dude. I'm gonna stream till literally, Nick. I'm gonna stream until I have to go to the fucking airport. It was like crack. You played this?
Now we're given a map and wow.
You played this a lot or like just a little bit?
This map might show how small and linear the instances are, but it also reminds me of those cartoonified theme park maps you'd get as a kid, with all the little drawings and stylized forests and rides on. This is very, very clearly aimed at children, because all the aesthetics are toward child-friendly.
Literally what I just said. This is
voice acting.
I love seeing genuine like serious reviews like from an adult of like things that are very clearly aimed toward a child audience.
The card game itself so far seems
yeah, my dad will be mad if I'm still streaming when he's home, yeah, so I'm not going to, but my dad goes to work.
Now to MMO vets, we know the difference, but the game is taking steps to make sure anyone new to the genre understands exactly what's going on, and as someone who makes tutorials, I can appreciate the attention to detail they are doing here. First glitch now, and I get dragged halfway across the map and thrown into combat like I was summoned from streets away to get involved in this specific battle. You know what? Oh well, the actual group combat works fine, so I don't really mind it as long as this glitch doesn't happen again. Follow the quests through, which is done by just following the arrow to the bottom of the screen and fighting whatever I need to fight or picking up X amount
I'm watching a
of
video. I'm
objects,
not
but
gonna play
unlike
Wizard
the
101,
How to
bro.
Train
I'm
Your
not
Dragon
playing fucking
Quest
Wizard
arrow, this
101.
one actually
We're
updates
watching a
often
grown-ass
and is
man
pretty
review it.
accurate.
I kind of like this
Completing the first quest
brand
gets
of
me my
content,
first item,
honestly.
a ring. Items can have health or mana or damage bonuses to certain magical elements on them. There is nothing too groundbreaking here, but it's easy enough for kids to follow and varied enough that tactics might eventually matter. Head back to Seren and let them know we've done a few quests, and again, I really enjoy the dry wit and the sarcasm in the voice acting.
Oh wow! You made it back! The pirates warned about a rattle in the darkness? See, this is what I was talking
Kino.
about.
It's fucking Kino. That's what it is. It's fucking Kino.
What is clear is that some evil magic has emerged here, and we're going to need more than a handful of guards to stop it.
The plot now takes us to find Lady Oriel, who is apparently the head of fairies.
Did I finish the
and
soup?
hiding
I
in the
think I'm
hedge
gonna
maze at the
die
end
if I
of the
finish
map.
it.
So
I
run
almost
to the end of the map.
finished it,
very linear and very, very small, but thankfully you can stick to the paths and avoid
If I
combat
donate
if you want
100
to. This,
subs,
however, is the worst hedge maze
would you play
I've ever
Wizard
seen.
101?
This is crap. It's not even a maze, it's just an elaborate
Wouldn't
hedge
it need to
cut
be
into a
101?
pattern. There's no entrances
I don't
or
want to play
exits.
Wizard 101.
I have a very high tolerance for children's games taking liberties with design, but to call this a hedge maze is just wrong. What you have here is some hedge.
Like this fucking dude. This fucking dude, like, just tearing this game apart, like, oh, this hedge maze isn't even a... He's like, I get this is a game made for little kids, but the hedge maze isn't enough of a... The hedge maze isn't enough of a maze.
Lets us know that the good fairies have been corrupted and we need to save them by breaking the bone cages set up along the street, then fighting some corrupted fairies and gathering fairy dust. Translation: interact with some objects and win some card games. They've not really gone too far from the established
I fucking
MMO
love
quest
this
convention
video.
here. Quests aren't really quests, they're just repetitive tasks. Then I hear what sounds like a rubber duck, and yep, someone rides past me on a rubber duck mount. Oh good, it's nice to know the game will sell out the wizardy aesthetic to push premium cash shop mounts. And oh,
that kind of looks fire though.
Looking at the cash shop later. I run back down the street, opening the bone cages and collecting fairy dust. A few times I run into and join fights that are halfway done, but it seems if you don't contribute enough, then you don't get any rewards for being there. So if you're just trying to power through a quest, it's kind of a waste of time. By now, I'm actually getting quite
Alright, I forgot
strong
Wizard
Pokemon
101's combat
Stadium
system is like a
vibes.
fucking
So
card
far as
game.
each fight is announced, we face each other, we call forth a monster, and we get to watch a cool animation play. The fights themselves are fun. Honestly, the actual combat is more fun than the connecting travel and game. More on this later.
The fucking dance.
Head back and bump into the first major graphical glitch, where this fairy model appears twice and overlaps itself, resulting in this Lovecraftian monstrosity of wings and limbs. If this were an actual intentional enemy, it would be quite creepy, but it's not. Carry on with the quest, and turns out the undead invasion is likely the doing of Rattlebones, the evil skeleton. So we go back to Seren again, and they send us to a tower
Rattlebones!
and we have to fight
it's
boss.
a biblically accurate fairy.
Plays out like this. Complete a load of smaller fetch quests within
I
a
love
given
this
area,
fucking
then
no
fight
fun
the boss
allowed,
at
just
the end,
absolutely
lather,
fucking
rinse,
shitting on
repeat.
this
Oh, and the
stuff.
boss seems to allow 4 players to enter at once, but I decide to go ahead and try and solo this. The fight itself is fine. Occasionally you, however, or the enemy will fail a spell and it will just say fizzle. This seems to be at random, and it's very, very annoying in a game based around tactics.
I can't believe Wizard 101 ripped off Honkai Star Rail. So true.
That has a chance of something just failing at random, and anyone going, yes, this is a good, enjoyable, fun mechanic. Beat Rattlebones and pick up some evil book. And when we go back outside, the scenery has changed because the evil influence is gone. I like this. Visual storytelling, environmental changes based on narrative events. good
If
one,
only he
designers.
wasn't British.
Saren now tells us
I
to go
get
to
it.
the
You know what? I
Commons,
get
which
it.
is the central hub players can all meet at. There is a quick teleport button to the bottom right, or we can just manually run there. But first, pressing Q opens the quest finder, and not only shows us the quest we're currently on, it also lets us locate any nearby quests. So wherever you are in the world, you'll always be able to find something to do. I want to finish a few more things while I'm here, so I set off to find Orion, a guard friend of Connolly who needs to be rescued. Orion is hiding in a house and wants us to go and kill Lady Blackhope, apparently a powerful and scary lich. And can we just take a second
What
to
is
admire
that?
this painting of a dog dressed as a naval admiral? That is fantastic. If I could furnish every house,
Why is
in
it? It's
every
like
MMO
so
I
like
play
high
with
res
that
compared
picture,
to everything
I
else in the
would be.
house.
Back on the quest, the Lady Blackhope tracker sends us to another tower because designing environments takes time. So once
True.
you've got one good tower, you may as well use it many, many times. And I'm getting
True.
very strong Tim Burton vibes from the character design here. Very Corpse Bride. Beat her pretty easy and head back to Ryan. He's thrilled to know she's dead. Let guard Connolly know, and he sends us off to another
I like that the
side quest to
fucking,
rescue somebody else. Look, when your gameplay mainly
the
consists of turn-based
directional
card
text is in
games,
fucking
you
Comic
don't really have
Sans.
that much scope for questing shenanigans. Every quest is defeat X amount of
The
enemies.
stuff that's
or
in,
save
that's like
someone
actually
by
a font
defeating
and not
a
like an
specific
image,
enemy.
like the
But
text that's
anyway,
not an
off we
image,
go. The quest
is
says
all
I
in
need to save
like
Dorothy,
fucking Comic
and she'll
Sans.
be easy to find because she's in the house with the
He's more
lights
Comic
on.
Sans
But
than you.
clearly the
I
designers
know Saf
didn't
sent
read
me
the
like a
quest text
picture.
because
It was
all
like a
the
game that she
houses
got
have
sponsored to
lights
play.
on. They are the same
And she was like,
model.
I'm
I
glad I'm
know
making
where
money
to go
from this,
because I
but
can follow the quest
it's
arrow.
really hard to play
Inside,
because
Dorothy
the
is
game's
surrounded
entire
by a tin man
interface
and
is
a
in
giant
papyrus
humanoid
font.
dog called Toto, who also happens to be dressed like an absolute
What the
jet.
fuck?
Oh no. I have a horrible feeling. I don't know why, but I just think it's only going to get more furry as we play. Look, these early quests are just busy work, back and forth from place to place. There's nothing of note here, so once they're all handed in, we go off toward the Commons. On my way, I spot this badger called Brandon Mistborn. This is the most obvious homage to a fantasy author I've so far seen. For anyone unsure, Brandon Sanderson writes the Mistborn fantasy series. Now, I didn't realise it at the time, but this game is actually packed with NPC references to other famous fantasy things.
That's pretty
See
cool.
how many you can spot if you play. Here's the first mechanical problem. Opening a shop with an NPC brings up the shop window, but pressing escape on my keyboard doesn't close the shop window. It only opens the game menu, which we now have access to, and pressing escape again closes the game menu, but leaves the shop interface up. Quick design note, pressing
Imagine
escape
reaction
should
next time
exit
you watch
any
that
in-game
video.
overlay the player has
Mother
open.
to
Now the
fire
Commons
someone
is packed
Disney
with
knowledge.
players, and I can't help
I
but
wouldn't be
feel
able to
the
play it if it looked
fantasy
like that. It
wizard
would piss me
aesthetic
off.
is dulled somewhat by this giant mech suit. This seems overpowered. Anyway, I'm off to meet someone called Harold, and it seems Harold is a dog and the furry domination continues. Harold tells me to take the book I found to the headmaster, but then he introduces me to treasure cards, which are super powerful one-time use cards that can help me in battle, which I need to either buy from the premium store or get through crafting using reagents that I buy from the premium store, and I can see how this is going to go. Head over to the headmaster and let him know I've dealt with the incursion on Unicorn Way, and I found this cool book. He thanks me and sends me to study some more. You'd think a young wizard would finish their training before taking on hordes of the undead, but not here. Maybe this is more on the job
Microtransactions
training. We
in
now learn
game,
about
game literally
potions
unplayable.
which can be used to
Fucking
refill our
unplayable.
health or mana in battle, and they refill themselves by playing mini games or distractions at the fun fair. Might do that later, might not, don't know. So this is the main city, and it's really busy. It's so busy, in fact, that sometimes bodies just don't load, and players are disembodied floating eyes
What the
and
fuck?
eyebrows drifting around, just flat faces moving through a city.
Oh, what
I'm
the
sent to
fuck?
meet some more NPCs, and this guy, Lincoln, looks suspiciously like the stork from the old Disney Robin Hood cartoon. Then we go along and meet all the teachers from all the specific schools, and everyone looks like they've been ripped off from somewhere. Also, the dog is the same model as Toto earlier. In a nice storytelling touch, however, the Death School is led by a young student because the previous professor blew himself and the school up. I go to the Death School, or in a nice design touch, as
That's
the game
base
says,
as
the crater,
fuck.
where the Death
He's
School
literally a
used
clown.
to be, and learn some more spells. Basically, you can learn spells from your own school for free to add to your deck, but you have to pay to learn spells from other schools. So you can build a deck of any cards you like, you're just limited to what you can
clown.
afford in the early game. Oh, we also have a dorm room now, which is just player housing. I imagine you can kit this out quite nicely. There's also a bank chest in here too. Nothing wrong with this mechanically. The overlay graphics, especially the hand-drawn characters on the map or the menu screens, are really starting to remind me of the old Vimto-style TV adverts, or Don
I kind of like it.
Hertzfeldt's
Honestly, I
animation
like
style,
it.
the
I don't give a fuck.
creepy
I like
artist
it.
who made the My Spoon Is Too Big video. So these are adorable, but also
The houses you get in this game are insane. Really?
The headmaster, after all of this, he sends me off to Old Town. Then we get some icons
Sobble,
appear
that's right.
on the right. NPCs
No, I
that
can't
want
play this
us to
game,
find
dude.
and talk
I already
to
watched
them.
fucking
One of them
old
is a
school
super
RuneScape.
suave
Okay, I gotta put my granny
Italian
glasses
stallion.
on.
This is Diego,
I don't want.
the PvP
I just realized I don't really
so
want
smooth. I am absolutely
bad
trying
eye bags
some
while I'm at the
PvP before
con,
this video
so
finishes. There's
I have to
also this
preserve what
NPC,
little-
a way too excited
what little,
preteen girl who offers to show me
eye
around
bags
town,
spots
and
I
wanting
have.
to avoid appearing on any police watch lists, I decline and explore by myself instead.
What
So the
the
main
fuck?
city is big. It's also not all loaded onto one map, and you have to travel between the various
That kinda
city
sucks.
sections. Now, a seasoned player will know which part of the city contains what, but as a new player, I can see the icons for the map I'm on, but have no way of knowing what's in any other part of the city. You have to actually go there for your map to update. One small technical issue. While traveling around, it again becomes
There's a lot of
super
fucking
obvious
players
just
here,
how many
what?
players this game still has. These zones, while shared, are as busy as they've ever been. There are people round every corner. My next few quests send me to talk to this guard who explains about pets, animal companions
I
that
don't
will
like that
fight
pet.
alongside you but also get tired and need feeding. Oh good, another system I need to keep track of and will no doubt be able to pay real money to improve. Then we go into this tower and battle Old Judd, the most voodoo punk looking Baron Samedi ripoff ever. While the character design in the game may be nice, it feels very derivative of
I
characters
still play with the
that
main player base
already
weren't
exist.
still
The great
children.
thing about
I guess that
fantasy
makes
is
sense,
you
but
can
wouldn't it mean
create
it's
your
easier
own
to beat
stuff,
them
game.
if the
You
player
don't
base is all
need
kids?
to copy everything. Another issue with combat
You just,
is
like,
if
obliterate
I'm the
them.
only person involved in the fight, you don't need the 30-second timer on my turn. I understand that in a public shared map you need turn timers for matches to not drag, but when it's just me soloing a boss, let me take my time. Card games always have multiple lines of play and tactics matter, so let me make tactical choices. Also, let me read the damn cards. 30 seconds is not enough time for this. I know I can win these early fights by just clicking basically any spell, but you should start how you intend to go on, and you should teach your players the value of time tactical choices. Oh, also we
I
now
like that
have
it's
a
got
pet,
pictures.
which cannot be manually named either and is given a randomly assigned name. Mine got Shaggy Beatrix, which is better than anything I could have come up with myself. Oh, and now you actually get to play as your pet, because you need to sneak through the bars on a gate and find a key to unlock a door which only the pet can fit through. This honestly doesn't add anything of value to the game. There is no unique gameplay element
That does look
when
boring as
you are
fuck.
the pet. It's just a small section of walk over here, now walk back over there. Nothing optimal opens up. Playing as an animal has a world of possibility, and you've used absolutely none of it. Now a bit of humour here, and I love this. I have to admit the game's humour so far is absolutely my sense of humour. This bit actually made me laugh out loud. You need to crack a combination lock. So the wizard you're with tries 000-001, which doesn't work. So they try 000-002, which doesn't work, and then they get annoyed and give up. So you, as the pet, go and talk to the animals in the tower to get the code. Turns out the code is 000-003. That actually made me laugh. The pet now has talents, which
Comical,
are unique
comedic.
pet attacks that can
Did you
help
play
you
Toontown?
in
I never played
combat.
original
However,
Toontown,
using the pet's talents
but I
reduces
did
the
in
pet's
high school. Some of
happiness,
my friends
and
wanted
you
to
can
play
refill the
Toontown
happiness
Corporate
by,
Flash,
have a guess,
which was like a
as you say, paying
private,
real
I
money,
guess,
because
whatever.
you're right. Another
And
graphical overlay glitch
so I played with them,
now.
and then I got
leveled up the
permabanned
moment this
for
dialogue
threatening
box
other
opened,
players.
and the close the level up X is covered by the dialogue box, which traps me in a conversation.
But it was
loop.
fun while it
We need to
lasted for like
revisit how
half a
these
day.
UIs interact with
Yeah,
each other.
I was threatening people.
Okay, by now
I was threatening
I'm
to
still
kill
having
people.
fun, but I'm beginning to see the flaws this game is going to have. There are so
I had a lot of
many
fun, though.
systems now, it's getting a bit overwhelming. Remember when I reviewed League of Angels and it just throws everything at you at once? Well,
I think I threatened a mod.
doesn't go as far as that, but it definitely has the same design principle. You have health and mana and cards and a second deck and one-time treasure cards and pips and pets
they emailed me.
and pet energy and food and resources and mounts.
They said it was like extreme violent language or something. I said like I'll kill you.
I just know it's going to get to a point where they all hit a paywall. I am making this prediction right now. Before I finish this review,
yeah, they emailed me to say that they're like, yeah, fuck you,
hit some kind of paywall.
Bitch.
Let's see if I'm right. I accept all the quests local to me and set off to complete as many as I can, mainly just by following the arrow and powering through them. Storm Street is in trouble for some reason, so we are heading there. You know, for a city full of powerful wizards and professors and brimming with guards, the undead sure have made a serious dent in city real estate. What is the point of having guards and powerful wizards if they are not going to stop an invasion? By now, I'm beginning to understand
this is like WoW but cooler. This is like if WoW was a good MMO, this is what it would look like.
It's not explained well enough to do justice to how good it is, actually. You never get shown what elements are on cards, or how pips interact with each other, or how to queue up spells. The mechanics of the system are sound, but the game just really doesn't show the strengths of it. Plus, honestly, the walking around bit, the travelling from place to place, that's the weakest bit of the game. This is a card game.
He said
it's a darn
peak.
good card game. The bits in between
Peak
the card games...
Soul.
They're quite boring. Now we meet Duncan. I like Duncan. He has a good sense of humour and the voice acting continues to be terrific. I played for a bit more and now it's just become really obvious how many buy systems are in this game. How many things you'll slowly run out of but be able to buy with real money. Want better equipment? Yeah, you can just earn it, or you can buy it with premium currency of crowns, or you can buy better pets, or cards, or booster packs, or reagents, or mounts, or more mana, or more item storage. There seems to be nothing in this game that isn't monetized, and just like any actual card game, more money means more victory. But forget the pay-to-win aspect for a moment, and just look at this purely as a casual player. The best part, without a doubt, was joining the 4-player battles against multiple enemies. Healing your fellow players, discussing tactics, taking down groups of enemies.
These are probably like 10-year-olds he's playing with.
Extremely accessible, and
this
the
dude is probably playing with
fights were
10-year-olds.
really challenging. And fun. The quests aren't anything to write home about. Travel along a linear path, kill enemies in a card game, find more items, take them to people. You basically get the gameplay by now, and the PvE is just a series of story beats to move you from card game to card game. This is an on-rails adventure. It's just a decent card game on top of that. If I stopped following the main storyline, it's not like I could go and explore somewhere else or journey to another world. It's not a free-form MMO. It's a linear story with a card battling mechanic. Now, the main city is large for a city, but when you realise that's the main hub of the game, it becomes apparent that it's actually quite limiting. If this was a city and there was miles of wilderness around it to explore, then great, but that isn't the case here. This is where most of the game seems to be contained. Oh, and if you're in a fight and you want to flee, whether you're solo or in a group, you need to wait until it's your turn, and choosing flee drains you of all your mana, meaning you can't get involved in any other fights until you refill and find the blue orbs floating around the side. So fleeing isn't a good idea. And in later areas, enemies seem to travel in larger groups, so aggroing one starts a fight against 2 or 3. You have to hope someone decides to join in and help you. To like Wizard 101, you need to like turn-based card games, because that's the core mechanic. It just so happens that I do very much like turn-based card games.
There's a twice in a row, that's fucked! Yeah, good night. Oh, thank you for stopping by. Hope you have a good rest of your evening, morning, night,
or the
whatever.
teleporter that takes you close to the person and will switch between the two quite quickly. I do love
solidly
how when
morning
collecting
for
items
you.
from the side of the road, I can just watch the other fights play out in real time and I can still see their animations. I feel if they were going to make a Pokemon MMO, this is absolutely the system they should build on. Another message from Diego the Jewel Master pops up. He really wants to see me, so I will definitely go and find him as soon as I'm back in town. I get involved in some more fights and I try and look for some more areas I could improve in the game. The pips your player has are shown as orbs of light around your battle circle, but they really need to be numbered somewhere obvious on the screen.
When are you going to be back? I'll be here Monday.
UI, but it's not always the most functional, and when playing a card game, function
I think I might have
collab
on Monday.
Get the items, charge the magical MacGuffin, save Storm Street. Right, head back and talk to the NPCs. It's all kind of the same, to be honest. Seems that young Susie was attacked by the Harvest Lord in Galvanost Tower.
I'll be here on Monday, and then I go out of town for Thanksgiving.
And the fights are fun.
And then I'll be back, I think, the next Monday.
To go straight there. It's another boss tower, which again, I'm
so it's
gonna
like
try
10
and just
days.
solo.
But there's one day. There's one day that I will be home, and I'll stream that day.
And power up some spells or save some pips. This isn't just a mindless steamroll victory. Although I hate when a spell fizzles. Random 100% failure shouldn't happen in a tactical decision-based game. So I win, and this time I get a loot chest which gives me some cool boots, and then I'm asked if I want to spend 50 crowns to roll again and get even more loot. Oh, pay to win, here we go. Well, I've got some free crowns, so I re-roll, I get the same boots. Again. So let's examine the crown store. I click buy crowns and the game freezes. Wow, this is the first time I've ever played a game where the in-game cash store wasn't the most optimized thing ever. While you're on the website, check this out. You can earn free crowns by taking trivia tests. You see, Wizard 101 is aimed at kids, and it seems they do actually value education somewhat.
It is aimed at kids.
Instead of just buying currency, you can instead choose to take.
Yo, I play Wizard 101. We can get all the fucking crowns. We do all these trivia quizzes.
The available tests cover a range of topics from maths to literature, history, or geography. And if you do well, you get currency. I can't fault this. You're rewarding kids for learning stuff. Good on you, Wizard 101. Well, I'm a grown adult. I think I'm quite smart. So I'll take the colours test, because I'm pretty confident I know what colours are. What? I have never even heard half these words they're asking me the meaning of. I mean, I'm not even sure if half these words are real. So, needless to say, I did not do very well on the colours test, and I earned no crowns. You know what? Doesn't matter, because at least I've got those boots from the chest, which I can't equip, because they're for ice school wizards only. Fantastic. Not only did I pay for a loot reroll, but both bits of loot I got are useless. Thank you, Wizard 101. Experience. Go back and talk to Susie about the whole problem with Storm Street. She says it's the Tempest Nexus. Well, of course it is, Susie. It's always the Tempest Nexus. God, come on, get it together. Then Christmas happened in real life, so I get to log out, enjoy a few days of not playing this, and then log back in. Now, the moment you log back in, as with almost any free MMO, you are shown an advert for the cash shop. So let's give this a quick glance over. The premium currency is crowns. You can also see on the shop screen we have some recommended items for our levels. I wonder how much they cost us. This
$10 million
RAM mount is 7,500 crowns. The cheapest way to get that would be $10 and $5 of crowns, so a $15 mount. That's standard for most bigger MMOs, to be fair. But here's a feature I really respect. They actually show you the conversion rate of money you are spending to crowns you are getting, so as you buy more, you know what kind of deal you're getting. That's a classy move. I like that. Now, crowns can buy just about everything in the game. Cards, card packs, boosters, mounts,
I want to gamble in
even
Wizards
just
101.
straight up gold. Elixirs or potion boosts, cosmetic overrides, just everything. Also, this Overlord costume looks exactly like M. Bison from the Street Fighter movie, so it's the only thing I'd completely consider buying. You can buy better houses or crafting reagents or recipes. Look, this is the perfect example of pay to win. There is nothing in this game you can't improve with money, because the core game mechanic is card game. I know from experience that spending more money on a deck means you win more. I played Jund in Modern, for God's sake. Anyway, I go and find Susie. She explains the Nexus is unstable and sends us to Balestrom. We now get shown the mark and return function, which is an amazing system that should be in every game ever. You are allowed to mark where you are, then later you can spend a small amount of mana to return to wherever you marked.
That
Just
is
delete
nice.
the mark, so you can now go and mark somewhere else. This saves
Like Portal.
so much time. And because you can only set one mark, it's also a strategic choice. This is a good system. Use this more, games. Back to the commons we go, and we're off to the Storm School, because they know a thing or two about Tempest Nexuses. To fix up the Nexus, rescue Susie, and save the street, we need an item, and all that happens in about 5 minutes just by clicking. There is amazingly no card games needed. Starts raining in the game, and the rain graphics aren't awful, so we continue.
Yes, no
on with
card
more
game
linear
needed because
quests.
this is
Talk
made
to a
for
person,
literal
defeat
children.
enemies in a card game, talk to another person, repeat. I want to find the PvP, but as I
Smiley
don't know
face.
the map, I ask around, and to the community's credit, they're actually pretty quick at replying. I need to go to Unicorn Way. I know I've said this twice, but the amount of players in Wizard 101 is still impressive, and will be even more impressive when we see the PvP room.
The map
Clearly, the
looks
core
so
mechanic
weird.
of card game is decent enough to keep people around.
I'm surprised they have
and adding
PvP in
extras
this
of
fucking
fishing,
kids
crafting,
game.
or mini games are just the cherry on top. Finally find Diego, the Italian stallion, and he shows me the PvP arena, and it is packed. So
Holy
PvP
fuck.
is basically 1v1 battles, but there's ranked and practice mode. PvP seasons are called ages, and the winner of a certain age gets some cool stuff. So I queue up for a one-on-one PvP practice battle, and the game tells me it's searching for someone of my skill level. So I'm expecting to fight another brand new player. I've been in the game about 7 hours so far, and I haven't spent any money, so clearly it knows I'm not that powerful. It finds me a match, we begin, and... right. You see, I have a few hundred hit points, and this guy has 5,000. My attacks are doing absolutely nothing to him. But to his credit, this guy does ask me if I need some help and offers to go questing with me to help get me some better equipment. If you're watching
That's
this,
funny as
Kevin
fuck.
Dragonheart, you are an absolute gent. Kevin and I chat for a bit, trying our best to get around the incredibly restrictive chat filter. You can type what you like, but so many words are filtered. Eventually, he ends the duel by just smacking me for 24,000 damage. Back to the main square, and it's alive and well. This game
24,000?
seems to have a solid community. I spent some time chatting in the main plaza, and people seem nice enough to reply. You could pick a worse community, to be honest. And now it happens, what I predicted earlier. I accept a quest that needs me to go to Cyclops Alley. So I follow the arrow, and... nope. Cyclops Alley is a premium area. I need to either buy the area or be a monthly member to go here. Here is the paywall I predicted we'd run into. It's either going to cost me 750 crowns or to have a monthly
Average
membership to
MMO
access it.
experience.
Now, I don't have any problem with games having paid for areas or monthly fees. Elder Scrolls Online does it, and that's one of my favourite MMOs. My problem is with the fact the game still gave me the quest and still let me accept it. There was nothing to tell me, oh, by the way, this is a member's quest. It lets you start the adventure and then blocks you instead of telling you at the start. I decided to just return to doing what quests I can, working my way through my quest logs, switching quests to other quests.
That's probably what all the
sometimes
little kids playing it
feeding,
do.
Sometimes draining my mana, collecting blue orbs. I join a few more team battles, but honestly, they're a really enjoyable system. They are like a break from the rest of the game. I like getting involved, I like helping, I like knowing we're working as a team, and I'm dead. So when you die, other team members can heal you, or you can just sit there watching the fight taking up a space. I know that I'm taking up a space another more alive player could have, but there's no one else around, so I just sit there and watch these guys take the enemies down. Now, after about 8 hours, there is a major difficulty spike.
All
Up
MMO
until
players
now,
should
I've
have
been
their
able
credit
to
cards
solo
controlled by another. I
everything
think that's a
and
really
run
good
with
idea,
some basic
actually.
tactics, but now on this street, enemies are so much more powerful. They are hitting harder, and you basically need a team. Progress is suddenly a lot slower. It's at this moment the game really encourages you to buy card packs. There's also some random camera jerking, which is quite jarring, so I need to quest to get better. So my next quest takes me to Firecat Alley. So I go there and nope! Another premium area. That's 2, and that's annoyed me. Having premium areas is fine. Sneaking them in like this is not. This is the same thing that How to Train Your Dragon did. You see,
Your friend
when
was able
you
to get into
accept a
Firecat
quest,
because
there's
their
nothing to tell you it's a
your parents
premium
paid
quest.
for
There's
it.
nothing in the
Damn,
quest
I
journal
know that
even
must have hurt.
suggests it might be premium. Every quest in the journal looks the same. Every map area link looks the same. The only way you know part of the game is premium is when you actually try to go there. And for most kids, by then, they'd have invested time and energy into the quest and want to carry on. I find this practice of giving someone a quest they will eventually have to pay to finish quite predatory. Anyway, I'm 8 hours in by now, and honestly, I've not had the worst time. Wizard 101 is basically a card game. Yeah,
Does he
there's
have to play
some
100
MMO
hours?
elements like quest and equipment and a very loose storyline and
Oh, this
potions
is a
and
different guy.
leveling
This is a
up
different guy.
minigames,
Right, right.
But if you strip away the excess, what you have is a 4 versus 4 turn-based card game. And as a card game, it's honestly not bad. The large selection of cards, the various schools, the range of potential damage on a certain card, the teamwork element, even the animations are really good. playing the card game part is fun if you like card games. But it is a card game, which means it's going to become pay to win eventually. And there's a lot of monetized systems here. And while they aren't bad themselves, like pets or mounts or housing or mana, they can all be paid for. The act of having premium stuff or membership just sneaks up on you. It will get very expensive, and it sucks. So Wizard 101 wasn't awful as a game, but does have some really questionable monetization tactics and clearly favours those willing to spend a lot of money. It's a card game with a rather large community and is definitely child-friendly, but I feel once you've played, you'd eventually outgrow it and you'd progress to other, more established and better games. Which is why the final rating for Wizard 101 is Yu-Gi-Oh! Out of 10. Cheers for watching. If you want more worst MMO ever videos, then drop a like or sub to the channel. A massive thank you to all my supporters on Patreon and Twitch who make all my content possible. If you're enjoying the series and would like more, you can support the Patreon for only £1 a month. Comment down below with any game you want me to play next, then check the video description for links to the Patreon, Twitch, Twitter and Discord. And as always, have a great day.
British. Okay. I put the allergy shit on my leg. Hopefully I don't have allergy hives on my leg. Oh, you know what? You know what, Calvin? I saw that. Wasn't it like an employee that got fired and was just like, fuck it? And it was like, it just was like dick and balls. The message was just like dick and balls or something. Isn't that like all it said? No, it's not leg rock. It's just, it was a dev. It was a dev. Let's see. We've watched this. Oblivion. 12-hour quick Oblivion analysis. This one's only 30. That's only 30 minutes though. Allergies? Yeah, I'm allergic to my cat. Cat hair gives me really bad hives. My cats give me hives. This one was Morrowind.
Morrowind is a game that's name alone tends to flood most people's minds with the imagery of a time in the distant past where one could lose themselves in an immersive world filled with mystery and
Am I going to sleep?
adventure.
Hell no.
For those who grew up with it and played the game extensively, Morrowind is oftentimes
time to
viewed
pack
as
if
a
I go to sleep
complex game
now.
that was one of the
If I
last
go
of
to
its
sleep
kind
now,
to
I'll
let a
sleep
player
through
explore and
when I
pay
have to
attention
cut
to
off
the
the
smaller
stream.
details for maximum enjoyment. In this day and age, the vast majority of new
Fucking fake
releases
fans.
tend to be very
Cyclops
direct with how to
lame.
proceed in a game. And I'd be lying if I said I didn't appreciate that with how short of an attention span I have.
Give me
Still,
just
there's
a moment, you
something
guys.
that
I'm
feels
gonna go
really
get
good
some
about
water.
going back
I'll
to that
be
old pen and paper
right
method
back.
of writing down notes and trying to figure
Because
things
I'll
out
be
for
honest,
yourself.
I don't want to drink my.
And with
I don't
the
want to
interest
drink
in my
hard
Oblivion
seltzer
assessment,
right
I
now.
figured it
It's
was about time to see
6:47
just
in
how
the
much my
morning.
patience had deteriorated
Yeah, I'm not
and
really
figure out
tired.
if Morrowind is as good of a game
Anyways,
as
I will be
remember
right
it
back
being
because
when
this
I
is
was
just like
12
an
years
intro
old.
and shit.
I'll be honest with you here, I don't remember a lot about it. But what I do remember is loving it to pieces for the year or so that I played it at my friend's house. And, here's a nice little warning for all you fellas out there who might be fixing to play this game. I'll be spoiling pretty much everything in this brand new release. Anyways, let's jump into this thing. Wait, I know this. Oh, still a great track though. We begin on a prison ship pulling into Seda Neen. I don't know how to say these names, even if they're said in game. This guy wakes you up and tells you to pack your shit because prison time's over and this blockhead comes in to take you away. First, you get to choose your appearance, which ranges from average balding man to different animals like cats, lizards, or walrus. Then you get to make your class either by answering questions or by doing it yourself. I decided to do it myself and to not pick athletics or acrobatics as major or minor skills. I mean, come on, who would do that, right? Then you get a nifty little tutorial in which the game tells you how to do shit in this room. After looting the whole room for valuables and equipping your Hanukkah stick for battle, you scoot on out to this guy, which the game tells you explicitly to not persuade. But of course, every real gamer knows that this is a trick, and you gotta persuade that guy. Before we proceed, let's touch on the menuing system. So everything you do in Morrowind is usually done through a menu. If you thought that running through your inventory to chug a potion in Skyrim was tedious, Morrowind cranks that shit up to 11. Equipping lockpicks in your main weapon slot, transferring loot, cycling out spells, everything is done through this big menu. There are things to make it easier, and it's definitely not the worst system in the world, especially for 17 years ago, but it's definitely a bit of a drag at times. Beyond that, most of the dialogue in the game isn't voiced, which makes you really appreciate all those lines that were voiced in later games. It's actually kind of odd because I thought I would hate reading everything instead of listening to Wes Johnson voice every single character in the game, but I actually didn't mind it as much as I thought I would. It reminds me of something I used to do frequently, but it seems like such a long-lost memory. Reading books. I wonder what happened to books. Anyways, when you step on out into this small town you've arrived... Oh, hold on. Mods! Alright, that's better. When you step on out into this small town, you'll notice the now beautifully swampy landscape that is Vardenfell. It seems kind of backwards to compare it to the later games, but it's actually a pretty cool step away from the snowy mountains of Skyrim or the grab bag of landscapes of Cyrodiil. After your release, you're sent off to Balmora to deliver a package because Uriel Septim is batshit crazy and picked you out as being a pretty cool guy for a prisoner. I mean, he's right. Dude knows what he's doing. But damn, I'd be questioning the hell out of him if I were an Imperial Guard. I'd also probably be dead. But before that, I did a little exploring around Sedanin. The commoners tend to give all the same answers and direct you to a shop that doubles as a tavern of sorts. One guy in particular tells you that his group of people tend to shake down the locals for protection of sorts, and that one guy hasn't been paying up. So he sends you off to look for his hiding spot at night, and my god, you move so fucking slow. I'm just doing this bow-legged jog everywhere I go, and it's infuriating. But I got over it eventually. You grab the pretty hefty sum of 300 gold from the stump and report back. Well, if you're stupid. If you embrace your inner chaotic neutral, you keep that shit to yourself. The reason I'm going over this pretty insignificant quest is because it really lays out how Morrowind's setting works. When you talk to citizens, they tell you to not attack anyone unless they attack you first. Guards are obviously roaming everywhere and cracking down on simple things like loitering when you try to rest in town, but still let this guy shake down the other citizens for protection money. If you choose to turn in the money you found, this guy's like, sweet, here's 100 gold out of 300 gold, and you feel like a moron for even bringing it back to him. The citizens are helpful, but very reserved in how they approach you, basically telling you that the system works here in a very do unto others as they would do to you sort of way. When I went to rest to recover my health, which is a very nice feature by the way, I was attacked in my rest by what seemed to be a thief and his pet rat. After missing 70% of my attacks, I finally felled both of them, only to discover that my assailant was part of the Dark Brotherhood. When I asked the guard, they basically said, fuck that shit, I didn't hear anything, don't come near me. And to go to Ebonheart to report
he's so
the
scary
attack.
looking. Oh.
Unfortunately, this line of inquisition really only leads you to being
Why
attacked
does he
over
look
and
like
over
that?
while resting outside of towns until you go kill the leader of the Dark Brotherhood. So I go to find the guy and I get slain by goblins.
These guys are
So, yeah.
disgustingly ugly.
I'll deal with the attacks, I guess. I will note here that the sewers beneath the Great Bazaar are really intimidating. At least they were to me. I don't know what it is about older games that get me spooked more so than newer ones, but something about these weird creatures with lesser graphics really creep me out in a way that makes me feel like a kid again. In fact, I can probably say the same about most of Morrowind's foggy and gloomy landscapes as well.
That does kind of look
When
like a horror
this guy dropped
game.
out of the sky and scared the shit out of
Like,
me.
it could
I
be a
tried out his
Resident
flying
Evil
spell,
game.
and just the
I've
uneasiness
never
of
played a
floating
Resident
through the
Evil game.
fog
I don't
and
really
not
know what they
knowing
look
where I
like,
was going
but
to land put me on edge.
If
in
I
a
had to
very
guess what a
primal
Resident
way.
Evil game
The
would
same
look like,
goes for
this
a
is
lot of
probably
creatures in
it.
this game. It's not just wolves and skeletons and bandits. It's this thing, and this thing, and definitely this thing. Anyways, after missing the river a dozen times before realizing that it's not deep enough, I managed to use 2 flight spells to get to Balmora quickly. I'm actually pretty impressed with Elder Scrolls Online at this point, because I recognize pretty much everything in these towns from my recent memories of them. Unfortunately, ESO has definitely reinvigorated Balmora more than its original iteration did. This place is, well, it's very samey, to a degree where I get bored while I fat person jog around it. If you don't have it memorized, it's pretty annoying to continue lapping around it while checking doors to see if it's the one that you're looking for. I found it
I
easier
would
to
not
just run
play
around the whole
Resident
city
Evil.
and then
Isn't
check
that
the
like a
map
puzzle-based
afterwards.
game?
After reporting to Caius, he gives you some gold and tells you that you can receive his orders now as a member of the Blades. Or
I'm
go get some
stupid, I can't
experience
do
in other
that.
guilds in the city. Balmora's on the smaller side of towns when you compare it to something like the Imperial City, but all of the guilds seem to reside here in some form or another. Joining most of them
yeah,
is
I
as
can't
simple
do
as
puzzle
approaching
games.
the right
Puzzle games
person
on
and
stream,
saying,
I
"Hey,
always
let
end
me
up
in,"
doing like super
which is
bad
fine
at
and all,
them.
but it's a bit off-putting with the Thieves Guild in particular. I mean, you kind of just approach old Sugar Lips here and
Kinda like
say,
Faith.
"Hey, let
Well,
me in."
Faith didn't
And
have
they're like,
real
"Yeah, alright,
puzzles,
sick,
so
go
it was
steal some
okay.
diamonds, dude." It was just a bit underwhelming compared to latter releases, but it is what it is. As for the actual diamond stealing, your mark is in a shop, directly next to the shop owner and in plain sight. So here's where I thought I
You
knew
kill
how
her.
this was going to go down.
You kill her.
I figured I'll wait until night and break in. Easy, right? Here's the issue. I went to the upper floor of the shop,
I
figuring that the
recently
owner
played
would be
Silent Hill
sleeping
and
in
had
their
to
bed
stop because
upstairs.
Ghost genuinely scared me.
I would have gone for the lower floor, but
I
a
get
guy
it,
was
you know
kinda
what? I get
hovering
it.
around it outside. Fortunately, I didn't do that because upon entering the upper floor, the shop guard was still awake and just chilling at the bottom of the stairs, watching the main door. Upon further investigation, the shop was just open. Like it never closes. Shops don't close in this game, and the shopkeepers never rest.
What?
It was probably around 1 a.m. when I broke in, and they weren't in their bed, and the front door was still open. I was kind of annoyed by this at first, but then I found 3 diamonds in the chest next to their bed. A little convenient, but I understand how this mission was planned out by the devs at this point. Plus, it's just the beginner quest. I don't know, as much as I appreciate the bait that was placed out in the open near the shopkeeper, only for there to be another stash upstairs, it just kind of goes against logical conventions to be able to roll up in broad daylight, head upstairs, and snatch the diamonds.
I like that. You know
Another
what?
weird mechanic
I
here
like
is
that.
the concept of public and private beds. This isn't a Thieves Guild specific thing either, it's just a game mechanic. I needed to lapse some time to break in, or so I thought, and found several beds in the Dunmer Temple. They seemed public enough, so I went to go sleep in one, and then suddenly... You're telling me that I don't even get a warning about it being someone else's property,
You're telling me the last guy
and now
wasn't
I'm a fugitive because I
nitpicky.
tried to lay down in an owned bed? What makes even less sense to me is the fact that I rounded the corner in the same temple and slept in this bed with no issue at all. That's just ridiculous.
You can play
You
Morrowind
report
on your
back
web
and
browser?
deliver this diamond, and you get your next mission,
Ugh,
which is to
this
steal a
guy's
key
ugly.
to a
That
manor.
guy's really ugly.
You can do this by grabbing it from the owner himself or from his servant. The game suggests
He's ugly.
that the servant's the easier mark here, so I went for him.
Really fucking
The
ugly.
problem is that
But I
he
like
just
thank you for
stands there in
stopping by. I
plain
hope you have a
sight the
good rest
entire
of your
time at all hours.
morning.
So I try to persuade him,
And hope to
but my
see you before
personality's
we
only
end
30.
stream in
So I
about
tried bribing
5
him,
hours.
and with him sometimes refusing the gold outright, and sometimes saying how great I am and taking it, I was out 700 gold before he finally decided to give me the key. Yeah, fuck that. I'm gonna pickpocket it. So I used the invisibility potion to try to pick it from him, except he never seems to have it. I try and try and try, and the key just
Alright, hold
never
on.
seems to show up.
I'm gonna do one more
And
productive
even when
thing.
it does, I'm
very
usually
quickly.
caught even
One
with
productive
invisibility
thing.
because there's like 40 people around
Lean
him.
over.
So I decide
up
I'm
the
gonna taunt the
base
guy
of my
into attacking me, but didn't realize that I had to do it a few times, so that one's on me.
Bag.
So then,
put
I
the
decide to
note.
scour the entire city for a fortified personality potion
Oh my
or
God,
a
put the
frenzy
weight
spell
in.
to use on him to get him to attack me first. Again, no luck.
I should probably
So you know what I
check the
did?
bag
I went to the
instead of
manor
try to just do a carry-on.
to find the owner
usually
standing
don't
still
take the
by
plane to go
himself with
here.
no one watching.
I don't ever
The door
need
was
it.
wide open at all hours of the
Something
day. You
big,
can
but
go
I
upstairs
don't
and
know.
loot his valuables with absolutely
I
zero
can
care
fit
of
one
consequence.
wig head.
Then you can go
Maybe.
back down
One wig head and
afterwards,
0
stand
clothes.
directly
Well, I
facing
can just
him,
bring my clothes in the
pickpocket him
backpack.
if he actually happens to have the key on him, and then you
I guess
just
I could
walk
do
out the
that.
front door with no bounty at all.
We're working.
Why?
We're thinking.
Look,
I
I
was just
understand that
thinking,
this was well over a decade ago. I'm
I have
not going to
shoes.
criticize a game for not being able to do something that newer games are capable of. But
means
when
I
you
can only
design a
bring one
guild to
pair
be
of
about
sneakers.
sneaking and stealing, how do you fuck up the very, very
of
basic
sneakers
and
just in case
easily
I
implementable design choice of there should be a sense of danger for stealing? There was no breaking and entering required for either of these quests, no needing to be particularly stealthy, and it's all just luck on whether or not you find the key on the person before they start attacking you. And then the game has the audacity to say, hey, by the way, the servant's probably going to be the easier target here. Like, they didn't just make an empty house and stick the other guy in it with no security. The next handful aren't any better as you go to retrieve goods from a guy who tells you that he doesn't have them, get him to attack you, and then steal his key and grab the goods. This is followed up by you actually breaking into a locked house for once, only for the owner to be dead and you just looting the place with no repercussions. Then you're sent to get a guy out of jail by bribing the guard and then using that against them to free him. And the final mission for the Balmora branch of the Thieves Guild is finding a guy. That's it. Like, it's all just nonsense. I don't feel like a thief, I feel like an errand boy. And I want to note here that I didn't go into this string of quests thinking like this. I planned my attacks, I waited until night, I snuck around carefully and tried my best to immerse myself in the Thieves Guild quests. But the game just kept taking me out of it with some generally poor decisions in my eyes. So, you know what I decided to do? I said fuck it. Thieving just isn't for me in this game. So let's move on over to the Fighters Guild. It suits my heavy armor, axe-toting, blunt weapon-wielding ass anyways. I started off with the familiar to me for some reason quest of taking care of some rats in a lady's home. From there, it's really just a lot of go here, do this type missions. Go take care of these guys, go collect this thing, go recover an item, go collect a bounty.
I like to bring my book, but I don't think I faced my book.
But I found myself enjoying the game more than I did with the Thieves Guild, and I didn't realize why until I stopped to admire the sunrise. Morrowind has an absolutely incredible setting. It's not just the doom and gloom of the swampland, it's the dead and ashy looking parts. It's the foothills and the mountainous parts with the craters, and the overall mix between prehistoric dinosaur-like enemies and out-of-this-world alien life forms. Not everything is out to get you, there isn't a threat around every corner. It's all very foreign and interesting to look at. I don't think I felt like this with Oblivion or Skyrim. Nearly every enemy in those games were just that. Enemies. But there are so many of these odd jellyfish creatures, floating bug entities, and even these vagina-faced ants inside caves that are just kind of minding their own business as you walk along. I like that a lot, because the landscape does a really good job of building up tension, especially on a foggy night. You feel like you're going to be rushed by God knows what, only to see this docile netch floating about. It's mystical in its own way, and I'm glad doing the Fighters Guild quests helped me realize that. I think my favorite landscape at this point in the game is Aldrune, especially when it's going through an ash storm. It reminds me heavily of the future in Chrono Trigger, and it really helped the area feel immediately different from everything else so far. Anyways, as I continued on, I couldn't help but notice the naked Nord just hanging out in the middle of the crossroads at night. I mean, I'm not one for doing side quests if I'm gonna be honest here. Usually when it's stuff like, hey, I lost my ring, it was in this mine, my response is usually along the lines of, well, I guess it's fucking gone then, huh? But when a man with a 6-inch floppy asks you for help finding his cloud cleaver, I mean, you goddamn don't gotta ask me twice. It's a short and funny side quest where the Nord is obviously a fish out of water in this land, and the so-called witch who paralyzed him and took all of his things said he was getting a little too friendly with her, so she taught him a lesson. In the end, you have to choose which one to believe, and therefore which one to kill, so I helped my fellow Nord bop this broad around until we got his axe back, and he carried on like nothing happened. I like side quests like that. They're really good about adding to the game without taking up an unreasonable amount of time or feeling like pure filler. Unfortunately, the Fighters Guild isn't without its hiccups either. I was digging the Balmora and Aldrune branch missions just because they were either short and sweet or they sent you to really interesting areas around the map. But Vivec, on the other hand... Okay, let's talk about Vivec. This might be the part where a few of you tell me that this really isn't that difficult and it's something that you just get used to as you learn where everything is. And I did get used to it eventually, but regardless, Vivec is a fucking nightmare to navigate. Its temple-like design is really cool to admire from a distance, but as with Balmora, everything looks very samey. After you take a few laps around it to reveal the map, you now have the luxury of being able to scroll over every little box to find which part of Vivec you need to go to. Okay, say you have the general locations of the guilds, shops, and wasteworks memorized. Now pair that with the slow movement of this game and the gigantic city that Vivec is, and you have what can only be described as fucking boring. Even being sent elsewhere isn't fun because you know that when you come back you have to go across 3 pyramids, up multiple ramps, into the top part, into the guild hall, down the ramps into the back of the hall, only to get sent back out to do it all over again. Supplement that resentment of hiking back and forth with exciting missions such as collect this thing and kill this guy, and you have an extraordinarily mundane part of the game which I found almost no enjoyment in besides when I got to hang out in Aldrune for a brief moment. Overall, I'd say the Fighters Guild is a great way to get acclimated to the game as quickly as possible. It's mostly collecting
Really
bounties
work-
on people, resupplying the
Oh!
occasional mine, and learning to
Limo,
stock
I
up
hope you
on
have a good day at
potions,
work. I
because
hope
if
you
someone
feel
drains all of your strength, you have
better
to
at
drop
work
all of your
today.
shit or
You
reload,
don't feel
which is
super-
just absurd.
super
It
duper
doesn't
sick or
evolve
anything
too
like
much
that.
until towards the end, with cool areas
Maybe I'll
like this
trim
cultist lair.
before I pack it.
It's pretty straightforward in that you're helping keep the peace and justice, and its rewards tend to stem from who you kill or the layers that you crawl through.
Styled.
There isn't a grand, overarching theme or epic tale, it's just there to help you tour Vardenfell, or so it seems. That is, until the end.
I see how they.
When you finally escort, deliver, and bounty hunt your way to the top, you're left with the last 2 quests from the Master of the Guild.
Me too.
He first has you take out the leaders of the Thieves Guild, saying that the Fighters Guild has aligned themselves to make sure that they're on the winning side of whoever comes out on top when Uriel's Septum dies, and that the Thieves Guild branch here is in our way. So, in an odd form of poetry, I set out to kill the people who took me in first before any other guild did. I actually felt pretty bad about this, I'm not gonna lie. But I did what needed to be done, and got front row seats to some of the most hilarious AI pathing I've ever seen, as guards scattered every which way to figure out which position I'm in. I wound up just walking up to them to pay my bounty.
How's the other one gonna come with me?
After this extermination, you're sent to kill the big boss of the Thieves Guild, Gentleman Jim Stacy. He dies pretty quickly, and has some pretty cool stuff on him. It's actually kind of interesting that the game sets you on this path, because it shows you what you could have had if you had gone down the Thieves Guild questline, but then gives it to you anyways.
I'm gonna do this.
It's also worth noting here that you're told that after this, the Master of the Fighters Guild would retire and you would take his
Thanks for stopping in to
place.
say hi. I really appreciate
What he
it. I hope you have
neglects
a
to
good rest
mention
of
is
your
that the
day.
way that you would be taking his place is by killing him, because this crazy motherfucker jumps on you as soon as you tell him that you killed Jim Stacy.
Chilling with this.
Yet another person who sends the
long
hero
as you're
off to do
able
something
to.
that he can't do, and then for some reason expects to beat him. What's even funnier is that your
I need to
former
buy
quest
my
giver is like, I'm not getting my position stolen, and then he attacks you too.
This is the
I
scary
was sitting
part,
here
is
thinking to
trying
myself,
fit
yeah, this guy
everything
could
in
probably
my
just keep
very,
doing
very
what he's
small
doing and stay in his
suitcase.
position, but
As long as it closes, I'll be okay. Okay, here's.
next on my to-do list was the Morag Tong. This is basically Morrowind's version of the Dark Brotherhood, although they're much more respected for keeping the balance between the houses and less about outright killing for the glory of Sithis. They're a secret society of hitmen who are hired to carefully take out the right target to ensure peace in the very community-based nation that they live in. The concept is really cool, and I was enjoying the idea of being a hired assassin for a little while. That being said, most of your marks are
I'm
in
cooking
Vivek,
right now, you guys.
which is a real
Want you
shame
guys
because
to know
I
I'm
enjoyed the
fucking
guild a lot
cooking.
more when I
We're
was sent
working.
out
I'm
to
working
find
hard
whatever
right
the hell
now.
a yurt is. I like the idea
working
of
real hard
slowly
right
closing
now,
in on my
right?
target from a distance.
Regular hoodie.
The tedium of running around Vivek's identical-looking
airport
structures,
sweatshirt.
paired with Bethesda's patented
airport
bugs,
sweatshirt. If
caused me
anybody
to really
remembers
dislike
that one
questing
little
in this
drawing
area more and more.
I did on Twitter.
The game even piles onto this
That
by
was my
giving you a
big-
way
my
of
big red
circumventing the
shirt.
cumbersome guild
A really,
entrance
really
in
big red
Vivek,
shirt.
and letting
That's
you
my-
accept
that's my
bits from
airport
other
shirt.
Morag Tong guild locations instead,
I
only
only
for them
wear
to
it-
send you right back to Vivek regardless.
I go to the airport. Wait, I don't
The
even need
actual
a fucking
writ
fit
targets
for...
are uninteresting in
I
that
don't-
they basically won't talk to you,
need a
so you
fit
can't taunt
if I'm
them
gonna
into
wear my
attacking
airport
first
shirt.
without a high-level frenzy spell or by taking all
on
of your
Thursday
clothing off.
and on Sunday.
It's
Like,
interesting and
okay. Hi,
funny the
Mr.
first
Sanders.
time,
Good to
but
see you.
after
How
that,
you
it's
doing?
more annoying to take off all of your gear, get them to talk, taunt
Appreciate
them
you
into
stopping
attacking,
by.
and then putting all of your gear back on. Eventually, you're given special orders, which begin to unravel the history of the Dark Brotherhood's split from the Morag Tong, and their rivalry over differences in religious beliefs. This line of quests lead you to dismantling different key elements for the Dark Brotherhood, and usually have you spelunking through different Daedric shrines to get to your target. You're also tasked with retrieving 26 sanguine items that comprise the threads of the web spinner. You're only told about a couple of them, and the rest of them are up to you to find. It's interesting because it seems like a lot of the initial thought here was, we'll come up with 26 different boss enemies that carry around these items for the player to fight. But then they decided, wait, that's too many. Let's maybe stick 2 to 3 on a few of these guys. It's not a huge deal, I just found it humorous. After powering through the special orders and taking out Vardenfell's Night Mother, you're made the Grand Master of the Morag Tong. There are a few other quests to do as the Grand Master, but they don't have a particularly strong narrative, and they can actually cause you to sever some other quest lines, so I decided against them for now. It's funny because the old GM tells you that normally you're supposed to kill him to become the new Grand Master. But then he goes, I'm pretty tired, so I mean, you could just let me go if you want. Even funnier than that is that if you go sleep in his bed after becoming the Grand Master, whether he's alive or not, they kick you out of the goddamn guild because it's still considered his property. Fucking beds, man. With that aside, I left to finally join one of the 3 great houses. House Halalu is all business, supporting speed and agility. House Telvanni tends to house members that keep to themselves, and are extremely magic-oriented to a point where they get into conflicts with the Mages Guild over magical resources. And House Redoran respects the warrior spirit, revering strength, endurance, and honor. Their core interests involve making Morrowind great again by rejecting the Empire's presence and trying to re-establish their culture's roots as the dominant aspect of society. Yeah, I joined that one. And so the Grand Master of both the Fighters Guild and the Morag Tong was sent off to slay mud crabs that have been heckling some local cattle. From here, it's just a lot of unimportant quests. Delivering potions, escorting a dude. This guy took a helmet and calls you a mama's boy. You know, standard stuff. Eventually, you get the opportunity to become a higher rank in the house by rescuing the son of one of the counselors. Basically, he's being held by the Archmaster because he's been accused of murdering his best friend. This quest is a good example of learning the game's mechanics and using them to their fullest extent. Now you might think, man, I gotta sneak past all of these guards with this guy behind me, and I gotta make sure he doesn't die too. But a true Morrowind veteran will tell you that these AI can't path for shit and you can just run past them. When you make it back, you're sent to figure out what really happened with the murder of another Redoran. The son of the counselor tells you that he doesn't remember anything, he just woke up next to his dead friend, but he thinks it has something to do with an ash statue that he received while gambling. When you confront the gambler, he attacks you outright, and you can loot the note that the dummy in charge signed for some reason. Long story short, these statues were put into circulation to corrupt people, as evidenced by the casual demon basement in this girl's house. It's a pretty fun quest that made me continue to question why this game has guards in the middle of very tight walkways, making it nearly impossible to get past them every time.
What an unexpected surprise.
Do you want to watch
Please
that
go ahead,
then?
Outlander.
Fuck are my pants? Where are my fucking
After that,
pants?
it's back to the usual. I thought the quest after was pretty funny because you go back to this guy's house who you stole the key from when you were in the Thieves Guild to confront him about spreading rumors about the Archmaster banging some council member's wife or something. My guy's just waiting here at the front door like you'd come back any day now and you just kick it in and then beat the hell out of him after stealing his key. I've actually been digging the House Redoran quest for quite a while now. They tend to have a lot more flavor to them. For example, you're soon sent after a warrior who's gone mad and holed himself up along with his soldiers in a cave. This cave is called Milk. I don't know what kind of sick joke this is, but I've struggled with trying to memorize every foreign, ridiculous name in this game when I search for a Lysandrolium, home of Arvin von Brilladelio, not to be confused with Arlen van Brilladolia. And you have the audacity to throw milk at me like we couldn't have just been calling these locations cheese and cloth and sweet roll. But anyways, you find out from the Mad Lord's father that his son went insane when his daughter was spirited away by some madman in the tower. I'm not kidding, this dude has created 4 test tube daughters from his own DNA, and it's implied that he bangs them on the reg.
They're identical.
What the hell, Bethesda?
I know they're different.
He goes on to say, oh, a girl I kidnapped? I don't know, she's probably in here somewhere, dude. I don't know, good luck. You find her and then have her follow you out, and then you go and tell the Mad Lord that his daughter's no longer hanging out in Craster's funhouse. And then you return to get the news that it's build a stronghold time. Now, here's where I found that the House Redoran quests really started to bog down. As your stronghold's being built, you're to begin earning the support of other counselors to become a house father, and then eventually a house counselor yourself. This means running back and forth from manor to manor, traversing this godforsaken shell of a mushroom-looking dead crab. The quests aren't interesting at all, and they don't take very much to complete by any means. After that, it's just sleeping until your stronghold is ready to go, and then it's back to upgrading the stronghold and gaining more support. It just isn't fun. And I probably wouldn't have minded as much if it didn't seem to be all about you going from one place saying, hey, I'm here, and then going back to report that all is well. God, I hate these narrow fucking bridges. A particularly funny part of this entire endeavor is the part where you go to visit your stronghold to see what else could use some work. And this guy's like, it's a sausage fest around here, we need women. So your options are, go ask for women to join your stronghold and marry your men, or go buy slaves. Like, you can't make this shit up. Well, you can, I guess, and Bethesda sure did. I just thought it was hilarious to go from citizen to citizen going, "Me need wives for stronghold." Finally, you get your stronghold fully upgraded with women, and the last council holdout is a guy named Miner. First Milk, now Miner.
I found the right pair.
Anyways, Miner's like, "Nah, dude, can't support you," which one of the counselors finds
Hi,
strange.
Okala, it's good to see you. I
So
hope
he
you're doing
sends you
well.
to figure out if he's
Appreciate
under
you stopping
Telvanni
by.
influence, which,
I'm
sure
looking for
enough,
my
another daughter's been
pants.
kidnapped. I
I'm
think we're
just
starting to
looking
hit
for
a
my
dead
pants
end in
right
terms
now.
of questing creativity at this point.
I don't
But
know where I
either
put
way,
'em.
you finally become a council
blend in with
member, and your
everything else
last
I own
task
because
is
they're
to
all the
take the
same color.
Archmaster's place by defeating him in a
looking for
duel
a
to the
very
death,
specific pair
as
of
is
pants.
tradition for replacing pretty much every guildmaster so far in this game.
Where are my pants? My pants. Why are your pants off? I'm looking for different pants. I got pants right here, but I'm looking for different ones. I have
Alright,
not
let's
been
pause
wearing
to
the
go
same
over
pair of
what I
PJs for
haven't
2 weeks
joined
straight.
or completed yet.
I've been
There's the
showering
Mages
every
Guild,
day.
obviously, the Imperial Cult, the Tribunal Temple,
Oh, where my
the Imperial
pants go?
Legion, and the main quest line for the Blades. I'm sure there's probably something I'm missing here, but I'd be lying if I said that I'm not anxious to jump into the main quest line at this point. I've gotten around Vardenfell quite a lot via the guilds that I've
play me
covered,
like a
and I'm
fool.
super curious about the
I just had to,
ever-looming
like, shut
Ghost
my
Gate
door
and
because I
learning what
thought
it's
my
all
dad
about.
wasn't home, but I think
Morrowind
I
definitely
don't think
seems
he's
to
left
be a
for work
game that's
yet.
meant to be played
I'm
through
just, like,
with
screaming
multiple
about my
characters to
pants.
get every house covered. And
He
that's
probably
fine and
thinks
all,
I'm
but I can feel myself starting to get
an
burnt out
e-girl.
at this point.
You must think I'm an
As
e-girl.
cool as I'm sure the Mages Guild is, I think it'd best be saved for another day, on another character,
wear
and another
pants. I wear
playthrough.
pants.
So, while I'm sure it'll be
I
blasphemous
love my
to a few of
pants.
you,
That's why
I'm going to
so
forego the
torn
Imperial
apart that I
Cult
can't
and the
find
Mages
them.
Guild and move on to the Tribunal Temple and the Imperial Legion. I decided to go for the temple quests first. The Tribunal Temple's been a pretty big part of the game without me directly involving myself, so I figured it was time to get religious. Upon attempting to join, you're first sent on a pilgrimage to visit the 7 shrines across the land, presenting a unique offering to each of them or undergoing a unique trial. I actually like this quite a lot because, as I've stressed, I think the environment of this game is easily its best feature. And even better, Ghostgate is mentioned as part of this pilgrimage, so I at least get to dip my toes into whatever the hell that thing is. Everything was fine until I got to the shrine that lets you float for an ungodly amount of time.
I thought I was different.
I wonder how high I can go. Does this last forever? Am I still rising? Yes. Can I just go over the map like this? Oh shit, I'm gonna go over Ghostgate. Oh god. Okay, well that doesn't what's happening? Am I gonna die? What am I gonna run into something? I don't want to be here. Let me down. I don't want to be here. I don't want to be here. I don't down. Let me down. Let me down. Let me down. Let me down. This was easily the most anxious I've ever been in a non-horror game, and there's really no reason for it because there was nothing that could get to me that far up. But seriously, the pilgrimage is awesome. It gives you some amazing powers that basically show you what Lord Vivek is all about. The part where you drown yourself to reveal a path up to a friendly but fed up Dremora is hilarious because the guy is basically there for pilgrims to show up and give him the silver swords that are in the chest next to him like they're the special one to do it. Dude's basically a Disney worker.
I don't know what
Anyways, after you get through all the shrines, you begin working as a member of the temple. This includes healing a racist orc who worships Sheogorath.
Thank you.
is.
I don't care for those elves.
Taunting a Daedra until he threatens to rape your corpse gently, solving 3 riddles issued by various Atronachs, cutting down a necromancer, becoming a Belmont and slaying a pack of vampires, taking a vow of silence, kill these evildoers type shenanigans. Even so, I can say that a very large chunk held my attention span for much longer and excited me in a way that a lot of the other factions hadn't at this point. I really do think that the Temple questline is the peak of what Morrowind has to offer. A lot of the powers you gain from the worship of Lord Vivek feel like cheat codes that are built into the game. And they left me feeling more and more like a demigod myself, but not without some cautiousness and unease that comes with the Daedric temples and the Ghost Fence. It's a good balance between being concerned about something ganking me in an ash storm at the beginning of the game, to laughing in the face of most enemies that I encounter, and yet somehow still being very on edge in the hellscape of Red Mountain.
And the one I'm giving
More
him
of the
came out a little
mystery
bit
of this
fucked up, too.
giant daunting
So,
fence is
gotta
unveiled
get
as
a
you press
different
onward
manufacturer,
through this
'cause this
quest
one's
line,
this one's
revealing
kinda
that it's
dookie.
there to
Won't
keep the
lie, you
blight
guys.
of
It's a little
Dagoth
bit
Ur's army of ashen
doo-doo.
vampires at bay.
But
Finally, you're given an audience with the Arc Canon, who tells you that you're to be his replacement.
I'll leave it in the house
But
about
first, you're given one more pilgrimage to go on. You're sent to visit
What
4
if
Daedric shrines and
my
read them
mom
a
might
nice
mix them?
poem. A few of them require additional offerings, but they're all pretty standard Daedric shrines besides, well, Sheogorath. While not as insane as Oblivion's Shivering Isles, the shrine still has some pretty silly things happening in it. After you're done, you're sent to one more place to receive some nice ebony mail. When you return, you're told to keep the armor and that you're now the new patriarch of the temple. I immensely enjoyed nearly every facet of this faction. It was a very interesting journey of exploration and learning about what makes Lord Vivek so
Hold on,
special
chat.
and
I'll be right
Morrowind
back.
as a
Hold
whole, the
on,
way
chat.
that it
Don't
is
go anywhere.
culturally.
Chat.
To
Hold
finish
on.
my faction tour, I enlisted in the Imperial Legion.
Hold on, don't
The
be
bar
afraid.
was set pretty high for me personally after the Tribunal Temple quests, but I tried not to get my hopes up too much. When you first join, you're immediately
Got,
sent
like,
to take the land deed of a woman whose husband biffed in the
I
egg
don't have
mines.
12 hours. I have like
That's,
like 6
Well, it's
hours.
definitely an interesting start, just because it
fine,
makes
don't
the
worry,
Legion
Dad,
look
don't be-
like the assholes that a lot of natives tend to paint them to be. They're basically a foreign nation who are asserting the will of the Empire onto a very cultural and spiritual people. So you go to try to retrieve this deed, and the widow tells you that she thinks a Legion soldier killed her husband. This is an interesting crossroads because I could have just stolen the deed from her, but I could also go figure out the situation. I initially thought with the way that I was ordered to retrieve the deed no matter what the cost, that my commanding officer wouldn't care about this foul play. But as it turns out, he ordered to execute the guy, which I already did, and decided to drop the inquiry about the land deed. This opening quest paints the character of the Imperial Legion as a well-meaning group that tries to be fair and just to everyone, but always puts the Empire first if it comes down to it. They're on shaky diplomatic grounds with a foreign nation, and they're trying to preserve the peace while working to help the Empire. After this, your missions tend to go back to the rescue this person and escort them to safety type scenario that you've witnessed 1,000 times before, but also dips into you being an internal investigator as you try to figure out why some of the members of the Legion are practicing the worship of Tiber Septim in secrecy. It's a bit strange because that practice is totally allowed within the Imperial Legion, so the secrecy is concerning. Sure enough, this dingus decided to not burn the note that told him to burn it, and also told him that they're going to try to assassinate Uriel Septim.
Die, scoundrel!
Side note here, you're required to wear your armor that you're given at all times when interacting with Legion officers. This definitely hindered me, at least to a degree, because the armor that they give you is trash compared to the ebony that I've been rocking at this stage of the game. The next order I received is humorous because you go from doing generally productive things for the Legion to, this dickhead was talking shit. He said we don't have any courtesy. Go show him that we have courtesy. Yeah, alright. Okay, never mind. Back to killing a traitor in a cave somewhere.
Yeah, I got you.
Wait, someone's slandering us?
I know.
So yeah, this quest giver for the Legion is
My
super different from the
dad.
first one. He's a Nord, which may have a lot
My
to do with
dad. I
the
was
defending your
meant to
honor
talk to my
thing, but it's just a
dad.
very odd break from helping the
here we
Legion
go.
with the rescuing of people and expelling cultists to putting people in their
Doesn't matter,
place
he's
because they
talking.
said some mean words about the Empire. As time went on, it began to dawn on me that the Imperial Legion in Vardenfell doesn't seem to know what it's doing very much, but seemingly pretends like it does at all times.
I think,
At least that's
hold
how
on,
I
guys.
interpreted
I think
it.
one of the
That
standees
initial
actually came
facade
out
of
like
them
fucking
being
flawless.
do-gooders in a foreign land seemed to
Chad, this is
dissipate
big.
as
I think
more
one
and
of
more
the standees actually
incompetence
came out like
shined through.
flawless. But
Over a
it's still in
quarter
bubble
of its
wrap, and I'm not
missions
gonna
are
open
rescue
it.
missions, and the stakes don't tend to ramp up
There's a
too much
chance
after progressing with the quest
something could be
givers.
fucked up with it, but
The final order for a quest giver in Buckmoth is to retrieve a glove that one of the Legion soldiers gave to a buoyant armiger, which is a soldier who serves the
I think I might have
Tribunal
spoken
Temple
too
and Lord
soon.
Vivek. The quest is as easy as walking into a cave and saying, "Hey, can I have that glove back?" Basically, the Imperial Legion views both
I
the
may have
Ordinators
spoken too
and the
soon,
buoyant
however.
armigers as rivals,
this is
and
the
are
best
very
looking one
concerned
by
about
far.
looking like they're the best of the three to the rest of the public so that they can indoctrinate Morrowind easier.
You give the standee to
This makes
Lamo
the
after
rest
you
of the
sold
orders
his
that you
body
receive
for
a
the
mixture of
next
mundane
TwitchCon.
and childish, as you're sent
What
to make the
happens to
Legion
Lamo
look like
after I
heroes
sell
to the
his body
public
is
via
not
shutting up
really
other people and
under
taking
my
care of small
jurisdiction,
threats
or,
faster
frankly, I
than the
think
local military
It's
forces.
not my responsibility.
It's a far cry from the initial excitement of getting caught up in
I
moral
think that's up
conflicts
to
or
him.
investigating
What
internal
happens to him
treason.
after that is up to
Even the
him.
ending quests seem to paint the Legion as incompetent, as you're told that a very important set of armor was stolen right beneath them in the same building that you're in. When you go to investigate, there's a hidden exit which leads to a cave where the dude's just sitting there still with the armor. I don't understand why he thought the best place to hide was 200 feet from the crime, but I suppose it has the same amount of merit to it as a hidden entrance in the stone that no one in the keep knew about besides him. So you bring this super important armor back to the guy and he just pops it on and is like, here's my old shit, have fun. Then he tells you, alright, you can be the best rank in the Legion, but first you gotta get me a legendary sword that's guarded by a witch.
One of my friends, I was at her
so
house
I do that too, and he goes, cool, you're pretty much the top rank now. Oh, you want my position too? Well, I mean, you gotta fight me to the death then. Seems pretty wise to duel the guy who just got you the legendary gear, but yeah, sure, your funeral. What a bunch of nonsense. The content of this questline wasn't the worst in the world. I wasn't bored out of my mind or anything, but man, talk about a lame group of people.
Relatively often.
Alright, one more thing before I finally move along to the main quest. I feel like I probably didn't give the Thieves Guild a fair shake. I've done a bit of research, and a lot of the objectives for the Thieves Guild sound particularly interesting. Things like helping out the poor by stealing, creating a spider centurion from scrap, and ending the corruption of several high-ranking members of various factions. There's quite a bit of intertwining between the Thieves Guild quests and other ones that I've completed for the Fighters Guild and the Morag Tong. So I really got the other side of the coin for a few of these quests. It's a damn shame because these motives sound fascinating to work around. And I would have loved to have been able to set aside my disdain for how stealth, stealing, and other aspects of the Thieves Guild works. I feel like in a more modern and polished game, these quests would have been really good, but it's hard to justify spending the time to go through these objectives when the mechanics built around them are so heavily flawed in my eyes. I just want you to know that while I may have been a bit hasty on my judgment earlier, I still stand by the fact that I would have been left with a very bitter taste in my mouth for the gameplay despite the stories and the lore that were told and given. Now that that's out of the way, let's finish this thing. So, after returning like a year later because you decided to heed Caius's advice and get some experience, the shirtless lad is still in his house waiting for you to bring him information about the 6th house and the Nerevarine. After doing a few laps around the Dwemer runes for this godforsaken puzzle box, you learn that the 6th house was a group that betrayed the rest of the houses and was dismantled seemingly entirely via the killing of most of its members and the absorption of the rest. After this, I took a nap because I did a little training and I had leveled. As this happened, my screen went black, and it wasn't the traditional black of the game crashing.
How sweet it is to be a god.
The journal gives you a better visual as it tells of a man with a golden mask chanting these words among a crowd of frozen, not breathing people. When you tell Caius of this dream, he tells you to keep it to yourself because the temple would lock me up for being a prophet, a witch, or just plain crazy. Little does he know I am the temple. On top of this, I started to get approached by a few random people who thanked me for saving them from their dreams and then walked off while chanting demonically about the 6th house. Which, I mean, well, it confused the hell out of me. Upon doing a little research, apparently a few of the quests I did intersected with this part of the main quest line, meaning that I missed out on a bit of dialogue and explanation as to what's happening here. Which, let's be honest, is kind of fucked up. This is an increasingly frustrating facet of Morrowind as a game that has been bothering me more and more. If I had just ignored a lot of the side stuff, I'd have gotten more dialogue and lore from the main quest. But because I went and played the game that I wanted to, I'm now punished for it. I'm all for being able to do what I want when I want, and I agree that if I had just started stumbling into various Daedra runes and fighting the lords inside, that I'd be sabotaging my own game. But it seems downright silly to make the side quests in the game intersect with the main ones. It was already pretty annoying when the faction quests overlapped with the other faction quests, but this is an outright poor decision to me. Anyways, next we find out a bit about the Nerevarine cult, a very small group of Ashlanders who condemn the temple as worshipping false gods and instead choose to believe in a mortal hero who once fought to unite the Dunmer against all false gods and threats to the land. They believe that the legendary hero Nerevar will be reincarnated once again to unite all natives and purge all foreigners from the lands of Morrowind.
It's like the
problem here is that it's been so long that there are many conflicting reports of what Nerevar stood for exactly, and that the Nerevarine cult seems to think that his will is to suppress any and all Outlanders, which constantly leads to them clashing with other factions, which I'm now the leader of. The Tribunal Temple constantly seeks out and crusades against this comparatively minuscule faction, which raises quite a few red flags. If the Temple has nothing to fear, then why would they bother persecuting this small sect of Ashlanders with such impunity? It's worth noting here, if you hadn't noticed, that the main plot of Morrowind is very complicated for someone who has had no exposure to it. It isn't as simple as Hellgates opening and then you have to go beat the bad guy who's making them. There's a lot of infighting that you need to work around to get to that point of, oh, okay, here's the bad guy, let's go kill him. It's an interesting contrast from Oblivion's plot because the threat is extremely clear from the beginning, and the infighting and politics prevail because of the portals opening around Cyrodiil, as opposed to the deeply rooted disdain which a lot of the factions in Morrowind hold for each other before anything major happens. The main takeaway here for anyone who may have found Morrowind boring in comparison is that there is a lot of research to be done, and there is a lot of reading necessary to fully understand the elements that are at play here. Hell, I'm sure I'm missing a lot at this point still. I'm not going to assess whether or not this is a good thing or a bad thing because really it's just personal taste. I could totally understand why someone would view Skyrim or Oblivion as the better game than Morrowind. But I could also completely understand why avid Morrowind players would be disgruntled with later releases. Anyways, I'll try to boil the details of the plot down to a minimum just so this doesn't turn into a dissection of the game's lore elements. As fascinating as it is, I could probably go on for at least 10 minutes just covering the various relationships between these groups.
I don't mind.
So, jumping back into it, I continue to dream these odd visions of seemingly resurrecting myself as I carried on with my information gathering. It's pointed out that nearly all Ashlanders feel that foreigners should leave their land or at least leave them be. But even the average Ashlander feels quite skeptical of the prophecies which the Nerevarine push. This all leads to Caius letting you know that the Emperor is certain that you are the reincarnation of Lord Nerevar, and that you, as the potential Nerevarine, must go to be tested to see if this prophecy is true or not. Once you become more friendly and pass a few trials with the Urshalaku clan, you're told that you cannot be the Nerevarine, but that you may become him still. The main issue is that very much of the information that has been passed down to the wise women of these tribes is either fractured or lost. The Urshalaku wise woman herself tells you repeatedly that she only knows of certain elements and that you should go find out more about these lost prophecies. Seems a little silly to believe so heavily in a string of prophecies that you only know parts of, but who am I to judge? Upon returning to Caius with this information, he directs you to a 6th house base which needs to be wiped out. When you meet the minister, Dagoth Garrus, at the end of the cave system, he tells you that Dagoth is back again and that he forgives you. Basically, Dagoth knows that you are Lord Nerevar incarnate, and explains that you and him used to be very close friends, and that he was your faithful servant before you betrayed him and killed him as he guarded your treasure. He now invites you to join him again, explaining that he has put the past behind him and that he will give you immense power as the two of you can reign once again, and spread blight across the continent. I would have loved to have had the option to join Dagoth and not need to fight Dagoth Garrus at this point. I wouldn't have taken him up on that offer, but you're really given no choice as Garrus attacks you anyway after your chat. Upon defeating Dagoth Garrus, you contract Corpus disease, which appears to be incurable by traditional means. So you're sent back to the crazy-ass wizard from before who cures you by basically repressing all symptoms. You're still infected, but you experience no negative effects from the disease, and are now actually immune to all other diseases and aging. The aging part is mentioned so casually too, like, yeah, also you don't age now.
But I could just end stream like 20 minutes early.
A cool side part of this quest is that you actually meet a dwarf who refers to himself as the last living dwarf in all of Tamriel. When you return to Caius, he basically gives you his position, telling you that he's been called upon to return to the Empire. He tells you to keep figuring out this whole situation, and to not worry about the Imperial City because it's all going to hell when Uriel Septim dies soon.
You can have these pants.
Pretty interesting how spot on he is with that assessment, given the events of Oblivion.
I ate it earlier?
After this, you're back on the information hunt,
fucking
which
come on,
eventually
dude, you
leads
didn't
to
stop
the dissident
me?
priests
Dude.
of the temple. These priests question the direction that the Tribunal Temple has been proceeding with, and believe that the bigger threat here should be repelling Dagoth not hunting the Nerevarine. This unfortunately has driven them into hiding from the temple as they are persecuted for clashing with the temple hierarchy.
We can watch this
Hereafter, you're
video
sent to a
Morrowind.
shrine that's overlooked by the goddess Azura, called the Cavern of the Incarnate. It is here where Azura loudly explains to you what to do. like really loudly, like shit
How
scared the
loudly?
hell out of me loudly.
Nerevar reborn.
Whoa!
Alright.
Okay, lady.
Look, there's too much lore. I mean, not for me, but for this video. What am I, the Vadi equivalent of Morrowind?
Yes.
Let's break the rest of this down
Yes,
super
yes, yes.
quick. There was a big-ass war a while ago between the dwarves and the elves of Morrowind.
Morrowind.
This war occurred
Limo,
because the
you don't care
dwarves
about-
were trying to
you don't
use
care
a
about my
very
body?
powerful artifact filled with
I'm the
divine energy
pimp.
to basically create a mechanical
I'm the
god.
pimp.
Nerevar united his people and launched
I'm
an
pimp.
all-out assault on the dwarves, which ended with them being completely annihilated as a race, though speculation is out there that they might have used the artifact's power and destroyed themselves,
pimp.
or relocated off of the planet in the end. The tools which the dwarves invented to harness
How will
the
I be
power
here
of the
for my
artifact
future
were
wife?
left behind,
No.
and a great debate
Well,
raged
you have to
on as
marry
to what to do with
whoever you
them.
get sold off to.
Dagoth was a mortal at this time and was indeed friends with Nerevar, and suggested that the tools be destroyed. Because of this suggestion, Nerevar entrusted Dagoth to guard the tools while they debated what to do with them. When they returned, Dagoth refused to give them up, as he had gotten curious and absorbed some of the divine power into himself. The end result left Dagoth dead and Nerevar critically wounded, who died soon after. There is a bit of conflicting views as to how Nerevar wound up dead. Many said that he was wounded during the battle and was finished off by his lieutenants with poison. Nerevar's remaining lieutenants drew power from the artifact and became gods themselves, creating the Tribunal Temple as a religion for people to worship them, and causing Azura's wrath to basically transform the elves of Morrowind into dark elves. The new gods then set to covering the truth of what happened, rejecting the old gods and spreading their new religion of themselves to the rest of Morrowind. This is about the best of what I can do for a summary, and even then it might just be wrong. You see, Bethesda wasn't sure what they wanted to do with the story at this point. And
What about
because
the
of that,
people
there was no
disappearing though?
definitive
What about the
version
people
of it.
that disappeared though?
Every group, tribe, and faction seemed to have their own version of the
What
events,
happened about the
and all of
people
it is painted in a
disappearing?
very murky way. I actually enjoyed this plot a lot, because it reflects that age-old idea of the winners of wars write history. It's a drastic journey of mindfuck after mindfuck where I started out believing one thing and learning of the temple's beliefs through my pilgrimage,
I missed
but
it.
wound up finding out
Ants.
information that
The
had led me to
dwarves. I'm
change my
talking about
perspective
the
with every new
dwarves.
piece. So
About
let's
the
get back to
dwarves.
the gameplay. What have I been doing? Well, information hunting.
When do you have to go?
It's very clear that
It depends.
Bethesda
If
wanted
I'm
to
feeling
tell its story
autistic,
here.
if
And
I'm
for
feeling
good reason,
autistic,
it's
I have
quite
to
a
go in
good
like
read.
4 hours.
In fact, I found myself more interested
But if
in
I'm
trying to
not
find
feeling
the answers
autistic, I have
and
to go in
understand the
5
plot
hours.
more than I actually wanted to complete the
They
objectives.
made
at
God
this
and
point.
fucked off.
It's not
They fucked off,
necessarily a
or
bad
the-
thing. I was just
the
having a lot
gods
more
fucked
fun
off,
trying
like the
to
3 of them
interpret
that made the,
everything than
like,
going into the
tribunal?
end of a tomb, grabbing a
The
bow,
Seth
and
video.
then
Do you guys want to
leaving.
watch the Seth video then?
Although the game does throw the occasional curveball at you, like, go buy a slave to become this guy's wife so that he'll call you the Nerevarine, or murder half of
The
this
Seth
tribe
video,
so that the
yeah.
other half will call you the Nerevarine. After your meeting with Lord Vivek, he gives you Wraithguard, a
Wraithguard,
gauntlet capable of
woo!
wielding 2 powerful tools to destroy
Hey,
the
chat.
divine artifact from before,
Chat,
which
do you
is
think I'm
called the
allowed
Heart of
to-
Lorkhan. He also proclaims that
Do you
the
think I'm
temple will
allowed
no
to
longer
change my
hunt the
profile
Nerevarine
picture
cult,
off of Jeff the
and will
Killer
allow the dissident priests which were exiled to return.
so that
Your
people
next
can interact
task is
with
to
me
find these
normally?
tools,
I'm going to
called
do
Sunder
that.
and Keening,
I am
and
going
then
to
make
do
it to the
that.
final showdown with Dagoth.
I don't
Interesting
give a
side
fuck.
note
I
here,
am
you
going to
can
do
actually
that.
kill Vivek. It's a tough fight, but if you do it, the game tells you that you've severed the
Subathon's
strand
not
of
over?
fate and that you should reload
the
an
fuck
old
do you
save
mean?
or
What the
carry
fuck do
on
you
in a
mean
doomed
scammed?
world. But
If you do
that
10
isn't
more hours?
technically true.
What do you mean?
Because
I'm not
Vivek
going to be
has an
doing the
artifact
subathon
on
for
his
10
body,
days.
which Spider Dwarf can figure
How
out
is
how
that
to
being a
use
cheater
and
if
turn
I'm not
into a
doing the subathon
jury-rigged
for 10
version
days?
of the Wraithguard gauntlet. There's
What?
no further consequence to the game's story
What?
beyond this, which is rather odd, but
don't
it's still
get it.
something you can choose to do if you wish. So it's off to Red Mountain for one last crusade,
have
first
time on the
recovering
timer?
Sunder and then Keening. I'm not one to complain about short dungeons and quests, but the final quest is actually surprisingly short.
People don't like to.
Sure, there's some optional
People don't
things
want
that
to
you can
interact
do
with
to
me on
gather
Twitter
some
because
more
of my
powerful
profile picture,
equipment, but
though.
if
I've
you
had a few
beeline it
people
straight to
DM
the
me on
main
Discord
objectives,
about it
takes
already.
maybe 25
Actually,
to 30 minutes max. When you finally make it to Dagoth as he beckons you to his chamber, you have a little chat with him. The wrathful god asks you your motives before you ask
you're
him his.
bullshitting.
He claims to be the one that will expel all outsiders, create a nation of divine beings, and eventually take over all of Tamriel after Morrowind becomes his beacon of divine justice. He also intends to finish what the Dwemer started by completing the giant brass god
Twitter
that they were
profile picture
attempting to build so many years ago. What's funny is that Dagoth Ur tells you multiple times that you are the challenger and that you will be allowed to have the first strike, but he doesn't allow you to do that. As soon as you're done speaking, he starts casting on you immediately. Fortunately, he ain't shit. Unfortunately, he certainly is shit when you walk out the doors, which lead to the heart. After fleeing from him and smoking the heart, he's vulnerable again and easily dispatched. Honestly, the fight with Vivek was 20 times harder, but I appreciate the idea behind this fight. I just wish the heart didn't take so damn long to take out. It'd make more sense if Dagoth kept coming back to attack again, or enemies were constantly spawning around the heart, but yeah, that's not the case. Either way, the heart is destroyed and Azura floats down to give you a ring. Thanks for the help, almighty goddess. When you climb your way back outside, the smoldering red ash storm is gone, and you're greeted with the clear skies over Red Mountain. The Ghost Gate deactivates, and the Cliff Racers are free to attack you, as always. I'll be honest with you, I really didn't think I was going to like Morrowind as much as I did when I was a child. I remember being fascinated with the amount of things you could do, because it was the first game that I had played that was like it. But delving back into it after so many years of improvements to various systems, mechanics, and general quality of life changes has made me resent a lot of its obviously older and clunkier design choices. There were so many things that made me scrunch up my nose and roll my eyes because I just couldn't ignore them. The city of Vivek is still a horribly laid out main hub that made me feel relieved to return to the brown and dull looking Balmora. Movement is mind-numbingly slow at the beginning of the game and only gets a little bit better when you get towards the end. Combat is a slew of misses until you finally tomahawk chop your way up the levels as well. Stealth mechanics are laughably non-existent for most of the game and don't feel rewarding at all to practice. The taunt until someone attacks you concept is a horrible chore that makes me want to take the penalty for attacking someone outright, but even then will result in expulsion from a particular faction most of the time. A lot of quests are repeats of others, and I mean a lot of quests are repeats of others, and some even send you to the same places that you've been before. All while every cliff racer in a 5-mile radius homes in on your location. Some quests even intersect with others in such a way that it breaks different quest lines, even outside of the Fighters and Thieves Guild quests. But, at the same time, the environment of Morrowind is absolutely my favorite to explore out of every Elder Scrolls game, I would say. It's mysterious and foggy and filled with ash storms and has this daunting final area that you can go to right away if you're feeling brave. It actually gave me the same feeling of dread and unease that I had in Final Fantasy VI when I was hunting Death Gaze. The power-ups you receive and the trials that you go through for the Tribunal Temple were really fun to get involved with. The idea that you can be your own person and do the things the way that you want to is ever present, and encourages you to try out different routes in other playthroughs. And the sheer amount of storytelling is crazy in a good way because it made me care about the game in a way that I didn't think I was capable of. Anyone who's followed my videos for a bit probably realizes that I rarely, if ever, dive so deeply into the lore of a game like I have with Morrowind.
You're such a nerd emoji.
I actually surprised myself with how vested in the plot lines of this game that I've gotten.
Let's watch the Seth video.
I can tell you right now that before taking on this endeavor, I had almost zero interest in the fine print of the Elder Scrolls.
Watch the Seth video. How old is it? Or it's only 10 minutes.
Hey people, Seth here. Today, I'll be reviewing the Elder Scrolls free Morrowind.
Yay.
It's been years since the Outlanders came in and conquered our lands. Every day since, I've been persecuted for my superior beliefs and culture. If it weren't for the Imperial scum, I'd be happily eating salt rice and kwama eggs for breakfast every day and dying of blight by the ripe old age of 30. Only you can comfort me in these troubling times. From an uneducated glance, Morrowind might look like your typical open-world sandbox RPG of the early 2000s. However, first appearances are deceiving. Morrowind is actually an RPG about reincarnating yourself to overthrow an order of free gods worshipped collectively as the Tribunal because they betrayed you in your past life in order to abandon their mortality, with one of them, Vivek, impaling you through the chest with his gigantic penis sword. Meanwhile, another man betrayed by the tribunal has lived on past death, driven mad with divinity, and also has a piece of pottery permanently stuck to his head. Inside a steamy volcano mountain, he plots to overrun the continent by influencing the dreams of bitter, dark elf nationalists unhappy with the state of political affairs, turning their dreams into reality as their face cavity collapses, grows a mouth proboscis, and eventually blooms into a full set of eyes and tentacles, ascending as a hunchbacked cephalopod hellbent on genociding all
No, my
other
lips
races
not quivering.
off the
It's
face
dark
of
in my
Morrowind
room.
and restoring their native homeland to its former
This
glory.
YouTube
however,
studio
know
tracking will
nothing
not be
about this,
accurate
or
in a
the
dark
Nerevarine
environment.
prophecy you will one day fulfill. You're just a prisoner on a boat left to rot. Instead, you've been granted pardon for your crimes by order of the Imperial Emperor. In exchange, you'll be working with the Imperial Intelligence under Caius Casadus, an Imperial agent who, over the course of the story, is dishonorably dismissed from his post because he can't contain his crippling crack cocaine addiction. This might sound like a lot to swallow, but when you consider that a person swallows on average 5 clockwork spiders each year in their sleep, this doesn't seem so bad. Aside from the main story, the lore and background of the Elder Scrolls universe is thoroughly explained, documented, and communicated to you throughout the course of your play. Most of the lore for Morrowind was written in a single week, while the main author went on a sleepless amphetamine binge, surprising absolutely nobody. And that's where it shines best. Morrowind is the most authentic alien setting ever put in games, and second only maybe to Planescape Torment. When everything is so bizarre, nothing is bizarre. Everything put in front of you is so genuine and sincere, you never question it. So maybe the best showcase of a game and the best way to communicate why it's so amazing is just telling about all the crazy shit I encountered. Like, let's start with the main diet of Dark Elves. Eggs. Really fucking big eggs, which are laid by gigantic Quama queens under the earth. Sometimes people steal eggs from the mine. They're killed on the spot without trial, since food is precious in this region. If a Quama queen dies, the hive fails, and the local villages depending on them undergo a famine. There's technologically advanced dwarven ruins everywhere, complete with clockwork spiders, mechas, and Jewish ghosts, which keep reminding you about the 6 million, but no trace of the dwarves themselves. Why? Because they built God. And since building God is a pretty big endeavor, it's anybody's guess where they went, either to a completely different realm or instantly vanished from existence. There's a temple in the game with an imprisoned Daedra, bound to a religious relic. He's completely chill, calm, domesticated, unless you provoke him, of course. If you keep taunting him, he finally snaps and says, "After I kill you, I will rape your corpse. Don't worry, I'll be gentle." There's one wizard in the game who cloned female copies of himself to have his own daughters, which also act as his wives and concubines. And if you don't think that's the hottest shit ever, get the fuck out. Morrowind is my fetish buffet. Case in point, there's a quest where you're tasked with escorting an Argonian slave back from the docks to her master in another city. Immediately upon delivery, the owner and his guards murder and rip open her stomach on the spot, because it turns out you've just been an accomplice for a local drug cartel, helping them bring a body packer whose stomach was filled to the brim with sweet cocaine. There's always politics and intrigue between the great houses of Morrowind, Hlaalu, Radorn, and Telvanni. While legally the Empire occupying Morrowind doesn't permit slavery, they can't really stop the Telvanni, since they're incredibly powerful and omnipotent ANCAP wizards, and they don't like guests. That's why there's no stairs in Telvanni wizard towers. If you can't levitate like a normal person, you're fucked out of luck. Do you know how you get promoted in Telvanni society? You kill your rivals and assume their position. The court of law there automatically presupposes that if an argument was had and you successfully murder the opposing party, then your argument must have had more weight than your enemy. In fact, you can hover up to a Telvanni tower at any point, murder the resident mage and his servants, and you won't be punished for it. It was their fault for having low security anyway. Besides, one of the servants sprayed blood all over my chest, clearly violating my NAP. With enough time, sweat, and cum invested into a faction, you can climb through the ranks up to the point where you can build and own your own fortress. Of course, the Telvanni just grow their fucking forts out of the ground. But first, you will need the approval of bureaucrats determined to kill you off or make your life living hell before they grant their sponsorship. Except one. Crassius Curio, counselor of House Hlaalu, gives his endorsement for nothing more than a kiss on the cheek. because he's a fag. He's even offered some of the books you can read in-game, most of them banned from the public eye for being the equivalent of erotic fan fiction. One of the most famous and sauciest of these is The Real Life of Queen Baranzaya, where Crassius raunchily asserts that the first queen of Morrowind took fat Khajiit dick, and, bemusingly, complained how painful barbed cat penises were to insert. There's even an in-game explanation for why your character, the Nerevarine, can save and load the game, since we the player can influence the metaphysical force known as Chim in the Elder Scrolls universe, whereby we can live through different timelines and outcomes in parallel. It's for this reason that Vivek, who has reached understanding of Chim, never agrees to fight the player, since no matter how strong or powerful he is, he knows that you can assault him an infinite amount of times, and eventually succeed. But when you're done perusing the story, how is the actual game? Absolutely fucking broken. It's stable 90% of 50% of the time. It's functional, but the combat system is insane. Forget any notion of fair play or balance. If you can exploit something, you should, because the alternative is getting tapped by a bandit carrying an enchanted twig that paralyzes you for 10 seconds straight per strike. My first experience of combat was quite traumatic. I attacked a tiny scrib creature, thinking it's impossible to lose against something so shitty. Instead, it paralyzed me in place and proceeded to slowly nibble me to death while renewing the paralysis whenever it got close to wearing off. Bravo, Todd. The game mechanics are bullshit. Either you adapt to it and bask in its ridiculous glory and enjoy yourself, or you refuse to learn. Die horribly and write angry complaints about it on a Korean basket weaving forum. For example, potions and their effects in this game stack. So let's say I used alchemy to make 200 potions of intelligence. I could simultaneously chug all 200 potions of intelligence and gain infinite knowledge for a few seconds, during which time I'd quickly tab back into my inventory and use alchemy, which scales off intelligence, to craft several thousand restore fatigue potions using bread and rice in a single nanosecond, which would be so amazingly powerful and potent that their individual market price would be enough to completely buy out the entire store catalog of most merchants. And if, in the off chance I chose to use them instead, I would have a permanently full bar of stamina for the next few years of my physical life. In a similar manner, I could do this with other effects, such as Fortify Strength, whereby I can smash the final antagonist of a game with a weapon so hard that he and the weapon would cease to exist. But if you just happen to find your friend's Morrowind game open and want to run a funny prank on him for sleeping with a family dog, you can make a potion of paralysis using the same method. From the moment you drink that potion, your character will be paralyzed for about 3 hours. When he comes back and asks why his character can't move, laugh and ask him why the dog keeps crying at night. You can use this time to explain him why bestiality is immoral and illegal in most countries, and how the doctor said your dog's orifice will never fully heal. The game's design offers you a lot of freedom to mess around with. The custom spell making in particular can be abused to make some disgusting spells, such as the ability to camouflage yourself perfectly 100% for 1 millisecond and steal something right in front of a merchant. But just because they couldn't see you physically taking the object, they can't establish causality between the events happening around them. It's a great game. The environment and atmosphere really capture a very alien landscape and culture, while the dialogue and text keep you occupied for hours on end. Gameplay aside, Morrowind could be described as an early 2000s slave trade RPG. And when you get tired of running around, doing errands and reading shit, you can always download mods or make your own with the construction set and reduce the quality of your experience. A warm thank you to the many members of Akhlalu Merchants Guild, graciously funding these videos against their better judgment and taste. You're all truly wonderful. Have a good one.
Those good fucking videos.
This is the end of you, sweet.
He posted a new video like relatively recently, I'm pretty sure, and I didn't watch it.
Hey, Star Sisters, Seth here. Let me tell you a vision of a future.
I don't think I watched
In the
this
future, white boys can finally jump with the help of a booster pack and, of course, low gravity. Humanity has spread across the stars in their multitudes of diverse races and cultures.
Listen, Asher,
The
thank you for the
Red
follow. I
Guard,
really
the
appreciate
Sons
it.
of
It's been fun
Yakub,
hanging out with us.
Hispanics, honorary Aryans, and the Fingolian Chindonesians now populate the vast expanse of space. Naturally, we never did find a solution for automation. So in the future, the only career paths are space pirate with a voice filter, or religious extremist. Parents send children away with teary eyes, knowing full well their offspring will grow up to become murderous bandits before putting on their own helmets and shooting up the 7-Eleven. And the PS5 still has no games. That vision is already here, Star Sisters, because the best game ever made, no, the best game that will ever be made is already out, and there's no competition. Baldur's Gate?
David, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it.
Unskippable gay
I hope you have fun
sexy.
hanging out with us.
Starfield, a masterpiece
hanging
where
out.
I can live out my fantasy of being a Bangladeshi man with A10 eyes. Starfield wins Game of the Year for their food models alone. Just look at the grease on that sausage. That's the difference ray tracing makes in a game like this, which runs buttery smooth on my 4090, pushing a blazingly fast 17 frames a second. I'm quite fine with this since, according to the science, the human eye can only see 24 frames a second. Sometimes my saves get corrupted and I lose progress, but in my deep unhappiness I realize I get to have those unforgettable experiences all over again. We must imagine that we are Sisyphus, pushing the boulder forever uphill, for in the struggle we find meaning. Ask not what Todd Howard can do for you, but instead what you can do for Todd Howard. A good game has memorable characters, but an amazing game is one where you don't remember a single person at all. Starfield is to role-playing what dementia is to the elderly. And now for a word from our sponsor. The flesh is weak. I crave the strength and certainty of steel. I crave Displate. Displate is a one-of-a-kind metal poster designed to capture your unique passions.
you.
But Zeph, I hear you cry, I've already got my passions. Elon Musk, you want taking the kids? The strongest skill in this game, my future wall decorating needs. The strongest skill in this game, following tradition, is persuasion, which lets you walk away from
Not
the
gonna
last
make
fight
you guys
by
have to
saying,
watch fucking
"What if we
ads,
don't?"
dude.
This system works by stringing random
Especially the
sentences together
fucking
with a cadence of the
Wendigoon
crackhead
ads,
until the
bro.
recipient
His
gets
ads are like
visibly
10 minutes
uncomfortable
long.
and leaves. Something that Highfleet would shamelessly steal. The true purpose of persuasion, however, is to gaslight companions. Sarah is strongly opposed to the harm of innocent people. So, appropriately, in the style of a cartel execution, I ventilate someone's cranium. She screams at me.
What the hell is the matter with you?
I persuade her that I'm sorry and I'm going to do better.
I'm not sure there's anything you can say at this point. As strange as that sounds, I suppose that's possible. Look, I realize things out here can be rough, so I'm going to let this go. For now.
And then I do it again.
I accept who you are. I'm just not sure I can travel with you on this path you've chosen.
This is, single-handedly, the most entertaining thing in this game.
Just
Gaslighting women, I get it.
Otherwise, you'll find yourself traveling alone. I am not going to help you murder you and I.
The second most entertaining thing in this game is joining the pirate faction as a double agent, and in the process, becoming a triple agent. I have chosen to join the war on terror. On the side of terror, I can play entire missions without shooting a single shot, because guess what? Half the entire game is now friendly to me. I watch caravans get lit up with the same interest as a youth in the projects witnessing a drive-by. The streets give, and the streets take. Story. I've had paranoid hallucinations with more coherence than the plot of this game. Spoiler, it's Skyrim in space. You must become Starborn to use the magical Fus Ro Dah to kill Parthenax, who in this case is other Starborn from other universes that you must defeat to go to another universe and start New Game Plus. Multiverse
I'm not
theory
gonna
is
kill
appealing to
Parthenax,
fans
by the
of
way. I'm
Rick
not
and
gonna
Morty
kill
because
him.
it implies the existence of a dimension where you haven't been molested. There's copium online that there's differences between universes and no run is the same. Yes, one place in the game changes. The emissary is always whoever dies in your current run, and there's a universe where Sarah is a potted plant. Objectively, this is the best universe because she doesn't talk. Yet, I heard some people even romanced this creature. If you find such dialogue captivating, I recommend intimacy with a drywall. My favorite part of the story was attending a funeral, only to interrupt it by starting a firefight. Almost everyone involved is an essential NPC, so the shootout will never end. Question: when we have an infinite amount of universes, that means we have no consequences. Anything we do can be undone by walking through a portal. So why can't we kill essential NPCs NPCs. Why even
I
have a
agree.
setting if you're not going to make use of it? This aggravates me to no end because everyone I want to shoot is a higher entity made of light. For example, there's a side quest where a 200-year-old ship from Earth, developed before the invention of a grav drive, has reached the planet resort of Paradiso. You negotiate on their behalf and are given three options. 1. Send every colonist to work as an indentured slave of a corporation. 2. Pay out of pocket for a grav drive and send them to bother someone else. Or 3. Eliminate the last practicing Jew in the universe. I'm not making this up. There's a colonist on board who's preserved Hebrew rabbinical teachings. And the third option is the corporation asking you to destroy the ship. What the Austrian painter started, Todd will finish. What is this quest design? You present me with three terrible
maybe I
options,
do need to
and
play
my
Starfield.
immediate response is
Fuck.
to shoot up the board of directors. But I can't, because I'm not allowed to. Because the talent in this company has dried up and left a long time ago. But it doesn't matter because Bethesda spits out a game every few years for their target audience. Dads. I get it. You have 2 kids. You're in your mid-30s.
I know
and
it's
you have time
shit.
for
I know it's
exactly
shit. That's
3
why I
games
wanna
a
play
year.
it.
I don't judge. We're all
You've
busy.
seen how I
But
play
this game
Skyrim.
is immune to criticism because the people you're arguing with don't have that much time or investment. They see a crater, they soy pog, and then they leave. That's why if somebody defends this game, don't give them a hard time. They have it hard enough already between beating their spouse and their children.
It's not a
And they
positive
still
review.
say
I know.
man
It
can't
makes me wanna
multitask.
play it.
Gameplay. This game features challenging and intriguing puzzles such as fit the shape into the shaped hole and replace the battery. Considering the majority of Xbox players have never replaced a smoke alarm, this is a novel concept, as it requires higher abstraction to deduce that the ubiquitous chirp in the hallway is in some way quantum connected to the set of Duracell batteries you hold in your hand. Clearly, I didn't pay enough attention.
Yeah, Fallout
during
4 lets
character
you nuke, like,
creation,
fucking
as once I
Boston or
finished
some
the game,
shit.
I was very surprised to hear my character's voice.
You made it. I hope you're enjoying the view.
Not like I missed anything. All the perks are garbage. Wanted is one of 2 perks that actually does anything, because you get bounty hunters chasing you. The other being kid stuff, which gives Americans the experience of 2 loving parents that aren't divorced. For the nation holding the world record in broken
like
homes,
Down
a stable
syndrome.
family is science fiction. I
Down
spent a bunch of
syndrome
time
mom.
modding guns, only to find out that guns don't scale whatsoever. Attachments on lower level weapons are a waste of time. Let me tell you how you're actually supposed to do it. You fly into a level 75 zone, but instead of being insta-killed, you cast Creator's Piece, which makes enemies drop their guns. You bring them back, tweak them on a workbench, and now you no longer have to complain about bullet sponges. Personally, I enjoyed shipbuilding. Yes, I'm aware of a hollow ship exploit, but I didn't really need it, because all I ever do is one-shot the engine with electromagnetic and board their ship, after which I disarm them with Creator's Piece and individually fistfight the entire crew. It's really fun, and if I cast Parallel Self, I can roleplay as if we're having a civil dispute at the Bangladeshi border. I found out companions don't use ammunition, which is convenient because for some reason this game lets you craft everything except ammunition, some of which is highly specific and not sold by most vendors. In contrast, crafting ingredients are sold by the dozen, trivializing their collection and destroying any incentive you had to find them yourself. So, I thought it would be interesting to try make my outposts self-sufficient, using only the resources I could find. It took me 2 full days before I found a planetary source of sealant. For reference, this is a common organic ingredient necessary for most structures. And where did I find it? Middle of nowhere on a toxic bio, meaning I needed to reach the bottom of a science tree and have 3 tiers into planetary habitation before I could make planetary habitation. So, in case you're ever tempted to do what I did, don't. I remember once I saw a Live Leaks video of some Chinese farmers throwing pigs into an open pit and setting them on fire with kerosene. Starfield allows you to not only recreate this video, but use it for infinite experience. What I did was set up several alien breeding facilities and boxed them in. Then, I built a macro script to throw incendiary grenades at set intervals, firebombing all the cows, waiting for them to respawn, only to firebomb them again. I can leave my desk and come back several levels higher. Generally, however, Outpost development is a hellish experience, and that's because the game has no system to track how much you need and what you need. Your best bet for memorizing
Why?
a recipe is using pen and paper. The alternative to that is jumping across load screens, walking to the vendor, buying what you assume is enough, returning to the outpost, only to find out you're missing like 2 adhesive. and need to go all the way back. This game is an exercise in how many load screens can you tolerate before choosing to end it all. No wonder nobody ever got that Steam refund. We spent 2 whole hours docking and undocking. There's a lot of these transitional animations, and it's not that they're painfully goddamn slow, it's that I can't skip them. I understand that this is a small indie company and maybe resources are stretched thin between the award-winning dialogue and the NPCs that hit you with that fluoride stare. But when the solution is so simple and obvious, you can't help but ask, what's going on at Bethesda? Despite having no access to the construction set, the modding community has managed to fix many of the issues. However, even if they do release the toolset 6 months down the line, I don't really trust this company to not screw me over. Remember, the only reason we don't have paid mods is because of pushback. Believe me, they'll try again. The only potential redemption of this game is the release of a full construction set, because the only way the fans could save this game is to wipe it clean and make something else. Look, I figured it out. I know why I'm so angry. I'm not angry.
I just like games where you can go and fucking gun everyone down.
I'm angry because I paid $100 for it. The king of a chess club has done it again. Each time I tell myself, no, not this time. But I already know Todd's gonna tell me lies. Tell me sweet little lies. And each time, I listen. I understand I've said some polarizing things, but in truth, I just needed a video because I signed a lot of contracts while drunk. So don't take anything I say seriously. It's all bait. But what if it isn't? What if it's actually my unfiltered dog shit opinion? As always, more content
I haven't played any Hitman games. I saw Fauna. I think I saw Fauna play Hitman once,
Guild,
and it looked fun,
funding and
but I've never
bankrolling
played
these
it before.
videos. You're all truly wonderful. Have a good one.
Okay, that was a pretty short video. The Nostalgia Critic.
It's about why we.
No, it's no Nostalgia Critic November. We can't
Hey, stars.
We can't watch a Nostalgia Critic video. Nostalgia Critic. Nostalgia Critic. Let's see. I don't think I've seen the Deus Ex stuff video. I literally almost lost NNN because I almost fucking watched a Nostalgia Critic video.
Was considered the best conspiracy simulator on the market, Deus Ex. Looking back now, it was a scarily accurate prediction of the future. Despite being made a full year before the 9/11 attacks, Deus Ex depicted our world in 30 years as an authoritarian dystopia. In other words, they were 30 years off. In this bleak future, there's only the super wealthy and the super fucking poor. The only food available is candy bars and soybeans. The only safe drinking water is orange soda, and 10 packs of cigarettes are now strong enough to kill you instantly. For this reason, secondhand smoking is now the preferred method of postnatal abortion. Or, if you care about the environment and want a more eco-friendly solution, you could also try jabbing your ungrateful spawn with a cattle prod, then put them up for adoption in the ocean. Deus Ex is an amazing game, and I'm glad people pushed me to replay it. You appreciate it more in your man-child years. Anyway, plot. You play as JC Denton. The JC stands for
Jesus Christ, Denton.
You're one of 2 nano-augmented brothers
I like when he does
trained
the
from a
soy
young
jack
age to
face.
be elite agents of UNATCO, the United Nations Anti-Terror Coalition, which was founded after terrorists bombed the Statue of Liberty. And as expected, everybody thinks it was an inside job to justify increased surveillance and create a supranational entity that could operate outside and above the jurisdiction of individual countries. This is nonsense. The true purpose of UNATCO is to protect you and all free citizens of the world from terror, a war on terror, if you will. Your job is to investigate, arrest, and kill terrorists across the world, but not talk to them, because that's how they get you. They get in your head. They start making you ask funny questions, and before you know it, bang! You're a liberal. If you shoot on sight and follow orders without question, you'll go far in UNATCO. Also, the world is suffering an outbreak of infectious disease called the Grey Death, and the only cure for it is a vaccine called ambrosia. Well, it's not really a vaccine. A vaccine would treat you, not temporarily halt progression for 48 hours. Did I mention there's not enough vaccine to go around? But just enough to make sure the most important members of our society get it, namely bureaucrats, politicians, and and any person with wealth and influence. That's quite a coincidence, isn't it? But don't think on it too much. That's for philosophers. Don't be one of those Greek homos. Problem is, these terrorist groups keep stealing shipments of ambrosia, and Lord forbid, if ambrosia gets into the hands of a poor, I'm gonna have a stroke. It's not a pretty world, JC, but we all gotta make sacrifices. Some more than others. A lot more than others. Anyway, I won't spoil too much of a story for you, but let's just say that in Deus Ex, the ruling elite control all of the banking, communications, and biotech industries. They were all in a happy agreement. Exploit and steal from everybody else. It was harmony. It was peace. Then, one of them said, "We have an incurable virus. Why the fuck do we need the rest of you?" And now, they are no longer in a happy agreement. Every secret society, the Illuminati, the Bilderbergs, the Rothschilds, the Bogdanovs, Wu-Tang Clan, they're all in complete turmoil, and it's all a grand conspiracy for control of the modern world, for enacting a new world order. Unfortunately, you're caught up in the middle of all this, and like it or not, your choices and actions
I like his little
will
Sojack
shape
face.
the world.
Fuck, dude, his little Sojack face.
Don't think I won't report this.
For better or worse.
By the way, Denton, stay out of the ladies' restroom. That kind of activity embarrasses the agency more than it does you.
Gameplay. It's very good. There's a fuck ton of controls, but they're very good controls. In case you have lost your keyboard since the last video, I recommend getting a new one. The UI records absolutely everything. It's fantastic. You can even add your own notes. Skills are self-explanatory, and as intelligent gamers, you will receive no explanation. Throughout the game, you get assigned to missions from UNATCO, but each location is pretty open, forcing you to investigate and fulfill side objectives in order to progress the main story. You get rewarded for exploration constantly, so there's no reason not to do it. Strangely, the NPCs of Deus Ex have a habit of dropping iPads everywhere containing their banking details and not changing their recovery passwords. Throughout my playthrough, I have encountered not a single person who gives a shit about their financial well-being, leading me to believe that NPCs in this game are actually quite realistic depictions of people living in the first world. Let's talk about setting. Most of your missions send you out to cities. Then, you head back to the UNATCO base on Liberty Island. It's actually really nice to visit UNATCO headquarters in between missions. This is pretty much your home. You can talk with your boys, break into closets, hack everyone's computer, and get sexual harassment charges from HR.
I've already reported you once.
UNATCO. We only recruit the best of the best to keep you safe. As Denton, you can use different tools to meet your objectives, depending on whether you want a loud or stealthy entrance, a trigger-happy or non-lethal solution. At the start of the game, you can even choose a starting weapon. Of course, the only correct option is the Gep gun for silent takedowns. You can equip yourself with whatever you can get your hands on. Some examples are cattle prods, pepper sprays, and Chinese nanoblades that refold themselves 1,000 times each second, just to flex on the Japanese. You get most of your weaponry by stealing shit from other people. You are a bionic superhuman. They can't stop you. Sometimes you'll be forced to pay for certain items or services. This is rarely a problem, since you can get most of your credits by hacking ATM machines. Shooting in Deus Ex isn't so much about speed. It's about waiting in a corner for your aiming reticle to shrink small enough to actually hit your targets. Without training, this takes about a year. With training, this still takes about a year. For this reason, the stealthy approach is much more satisfying. You peek out behind corners, and then you shoot people with tranquilizer darts, and then you run away as they scream and pass out.
By the way, did you see what happened to the soldier we sent into the statue? He turned up unconscious.
No way.
No, sir. Friendly fire?
Not so friendly, I'm afraid. I have opened an investigation. Dismissed.
Just be careful, because sound travels in this game, and if you accidentally drop a soy packet on the ground, the seismic tremors it creates will set off every alarm on the level. For more lethal solutions, you could just use a gun, but what's the fun in that? As a nano-augmented god, you can crush people by the sheer weight of your thighs. JC Thick Denton fills his victims with terror in their last breathing moments. There's plenty of other augmentations you can install, which take up mutually exclusive slots on the body. No matter what you pick, they're all pretty useful, and upgrading them only makes their powers more ridiculous. Throughout the story, you go to a variety of locations and speak to a huge number of people. Even unimportant side characters usually have several lines each, and the dialogue itself is fantastic.
I heard that you were a frequent visitor to this compound.
I really appreciate it. I've had fun hanging out with
most part eat crows, dog
React ending. Have you
JC's
slept?
perpetual autism also
Someone,
adds
does
to
it
the
look
mood
like-
of the game.
does it
He's
sound
so
like I slept?
deadpan and emotionless that he turns serious conversation into unintentional black comedy.
I'm react ending right now.
What a shame.
He can't really be.
I don't even remember what I did today.
There must
I'll
be
honest.
something we can do.
He was a good man.
I fucking ate the tomatoes
As the story
today.
develops
I ate
and
the fucking
UNATCO
tomatoes today. That's what I
gradually
did.
gets infiltrated by clandestine organizations, you can uncover
Oh,
a lot
bitch,
more
I ate
about
the
the plot
fucking
by
tomatoes
being
today.
inquisitive. There's a huge
Ugh.
fuck ton of lore spread throughout minor
Disgusting.
characters, computer terminals, newspapers, and books. As you learn more, you can
So
start putting the
fucking
pieces
gross.
together, find out who's pulling the strings, and practice your
And
Latin.
I drank the
Also,
amnesia
this game
juice.
predicted
Dude,
nuclear
I had a
war
fucking
between
out-of-body
India and
experience with
Pakistan.
this
They're only
fucking,
1 year away from becoming a superpower.
Ghost pepper shit that Zincro was like, you should
Lord
eat this.
help us all. Real talk, searching carefully and reading everything pays off big. It can even let you completely
California,
bypass
that's so
some of the
smart.
hardest fights in the game.
That's
By
so
modern
smart.
standards, Deus Ex has the graphical
I'm not gonna eat
fidelity
tomatoes
of
and watch
blurry
MMOs.
vintage
It's-
pornography.
No, I've
but
watched like
it is
5
completely
hours
functional.
of fucking
However,
videos
if
about
it's still an
MMOs
eyesore
today.
for
I'm
you,
like
you
so
can try
happy.
GMDX or the Deus Ex
Honestly?
Revision mod. They both make it very pretty. The sound design is great. Everything sounds clear and crisp, which makes the world feel genuine and authentic.
Are you sure you pressed the right button?
I do not make mistakes of that kind.
Your hand might have slipped.
No, I wanted orange. It gave me lemon lime.
The machine would not
Oh,
make
and
a
my
mistake.
tracking turned off. I think my
It's
phone's
the
oh, my
maintenance
phone
man.
just fucking
He
died.
knows I like orange.
My phone just
So you think this
died.
has some kind of plot.
Yes,
Now we
they
gotta
do
go to
that on
Wi-Fi
purpose.
tracking.
The music tracks are nice
Sienna,
too.
thank you for the
sometimes
follow, I
keep
really
the
appreciate it. If you
UNATCO
have,
conversation
fucking
theme playing when I'm
Oh
calling
damn,
with the
because
shareholders.
I haven't. Oh man, it's because I streamed
Deus
overnight
Ex
and
is
didn't take a
wonderful,
nap.
and it doesn't take too long to finish. It
Legit.
may very well be the definition
Swamp
of a
Letter
perfect
School.
game.
I gotta-
I give it an
hold on,
excellent
I gotta move
out
my
of
phone charger
however
over
many
to my
children
desk.
I tased during my playthrough.
My dad says you can't get anywhere if you can't keep a
What I've
secret.
been doing is
So please, give it a shot. It's very cheap, and it still goes on sale from time to time. It's not for everyone. And by that I mean, if you are an
What is it?
illiterate,
I'll,
subhuman troglodyte, and you've somehow managed to evade the special needs wrangler long enough to watch this video, well, firstly, that's actually very impressive, good job, but you might not enjoy this game as much. But if you are capable of having an attention span, you'll find a plot that captivates you from start to finish, with moral and ethical questions raised that leave
Oh, yeah,
you
'cause
in a
I haven't
slightly
streamed
higher state of
overnight.
being. Of course, Deus
Like, I
Ex takes a
streamed all
very
day.
extreme view of the future, but
I think
you
I
must
started,
remember
like,
that
we
with
started
each day
earlier
we do
today,
not question or challenge our leaders.
It
Extreme
was like
becomes
10:30.
absurd.
Like my phone has
Absurd
been
becomes
running tracking for
implausible,
almost
and
24
implausible
hours straight. So
becomes
like
reality.
it makes sense that the tracking would die out sooner or later.
What is it, mister? I'm really hungry.
You don't look that bad. Tell me what you know about the NSF.
I'm gonna just let
I knew
it charge as soon as
Someday
it
the
boots up.
NSF is
try
going to
fucking
win,
tracking back
and I'm
on.
gonna give them your description with your stupid shades, and they're gonna kick your ass.
As always, more videos to come, so stay tuned. It will also be much more upbeat. Don't worry, a warm thanks to the many members of the Merchants Guild generously funding and bankrolling these videos. You're all truly wonderful. Have a good one.
Put on chat. I gotta put on other pants. I'm gonna go look in my car to see if my pants are in my car. I'll be right back. Don't fucking go anywhere. Oh my god, the video's over? The video's over. I'll find another video. Look at these guys dancing. They're so happy. I don't know the video. What's the video? What's the video? Is this Among Us? Is this Among Us? Among Us?
Hey people, Seth here. Today, I'll be breaking away
this
from
Among Us?
tradition. I'll be covering some
Is
old-ass
this Among
game
Us?
that's probably very obscure,
very
long, frustrating, dehumanizing, but also very fun. Ask yourself, have you ever wanted to experience the role-playing equivalent of poisoning yourself repeatedly?
I am afflicted.
For many weeks.
I got dibs on his stuff.
Until you gradually build up a tolerance for self-inflicted pain and suffering. You see, much like eating a bag of raw potatoes, do it in one go, and you might die. But
I
do it
didn't bring
gradually,
them. I
and you
didn't
might
bring that
learn.
pair of
Keep
pants
at
to the
it, and you
gym,
might
so I don't.
just
It should
start
not be.
enjoying
They
it.
should not
I
be in my
present to
car.
you Wizardry
Because the only
8,
reason they would be
released
in my car is if I brought 'em to the
2001
gym.
by the Canadian
Last time I went
government.
to the
Wizardry 8 is one of
But
the
I don't think
finest
I did,
torture
but I'm still
devices to be
gonna check,
released
so
on the
give me like 30
personal
seconds
computer.
to
Wizardry 8 takes place in the
walk out
Dragon
of my
Ball Z
car.
Extended Universe. You and your party are space-traveling aliens hired by the Wookiees to retrieve all 3 remaining Dragon Balls, the Astral Domine, the Chaos Malari, and the Destiny Dominus, and use them to ascend as literal gods and reshape the universe. Ascension takes place on a planet called Dominus. Unfortunately, the process of ascension has been complicated by the involvement of a dark savant, who, to put it simply, is Space Hitler, setting up an interplanetary anti-Semitic blockade around Dominus. Unfortunately, your ship bears the Mark of David and is quickly shot out of the sky, forcing you to make a crash landing. All things considered, that's not too bad. Except, Space Hitler has also rigged the planet with a nuclear payload that is large enough to glass the entire surface, in case anyone who isn't Space Hitler tries to ascend. I hope you're following all this, because this is just the intro. And now I'm gonna quickly summarize the plot to help you understand how amazing this game is. Space Hitler is not very popular. As a result, he loses the only Dragon Ball he has to the Italian Mafia, because he neglected to pay their godfather, Don Barlone. By the way, the Italian Mafia in this game is composed of rats and speak in an Italian-American accent.
Me? I'm always in top form, not just Ratkin. Razooka, pal! Yeah, the Order of Tar. You might consider us a family of sorts.
Don Barlone switches out the Astral Domine with a shiny salt lick. The melanated master finds out and has an autistic tantrum in front of you. You'll come to find this is a common theme. You take the imitation and buy the real thing. It costs most of your life savings, so instead of paying, you might try and whack him instead. Luckily, the best tricks are so nice that they work twice. First, you gotta get chummy with the Umpani or the Trang. This is the choice between authoritarian rhinos or literal bugmen that reproduce faster than India. I usually roll Umpani because we share a common bond in our attraction
accidentally made eye
to
contact with a
anthropomorphic
parent
rhino
walking their
girls. Siding with one of those
elementary school kids to the bus stop,
embassy to have a look
which kind
at
of
their
sucked
Chaos Malari. And by having
because I'm wearing my bunny
Chaos
slippers
Malari,
He seems like an honest, trusting guy,
and like a
and those
really
are my
fucked up
favorite
shirt.
kinds of people.
I mean, snatching it in front of them, apologizing sincerely,
got our
and then
tracking back.
replacing it with a knockoff glass bulb. Then you gotta find the Destiny Dominus, which is really the
And no
search
pants.
for
No,
enlightenment.
I did.
As
I
the
am wearing
source
pants.
of all
I'm currently
knowledge
wearing
in the
pants, you
universe,
guys.
you find it naturally by
I didn't scare
consuming
anybody.
a lot of psilocybin, DMT, and ayahuasca,
I
so
just,
you
like,
can project
looked
yourself
fucked
to a
up.
higher plane of consciousness and talk with Joe Rogan. With all 3
Wait, hold
Dragon
on.
Balls in your dragon sack,
Pause,
there's still the
champion,
small
for a
matter of
moment.
nuclear oblivion. So you gotta go up north and offer your sweet body to a goat demoness. This game was very progressive for its time because Alcedexis is fiercely heterosexual and rejects the very concept of scissoring. She
VTube
also
Studio
rejects
does
the
not want a boot
concept
on
of
my phone.
monetizable content because her milk jugs are anything but modest. Anyway, to disarm the
monkeys.
bomb, you have to get inside it. How? By breaking and entering into people's bedrooms because,
Monkey.
logically speaking, one of them is bound to have a direct access interdimensional portal into the bomb, which can be disabled by pressing random keys and getting lucky. With the bomb no longer
Monkeys.
armed, you smack the savant, leaving him disarmed. The savant dies, but in his death
Bomb
reveals to
politics.
you the ultimate truth that he's been
Is
using
that- are
a
you in
voice
here? Do you have a
changer on
link to
Discord
it?
this whole
Do you have a
time,
link to
and
it?
he's not actually
I'm
that
lazy.
dark. The end. Any questions? No? Then in that case, welcome to Wizardry 8. I love this game. Now let's talk about playing it. To play, you need to make a party. From characters, you make yourself. If I said there's a lot of options, that would be an understatement. You can be anything you want to be. Humans, non-humans, subhumans, furries, scalies, more furries, and
this
even
is just
short
Elder
kings.
Scrolls.
There's so many short kings in this game, you can pick by your preferred size. Anything from 5'11" kings to a 5'10" pocket prince, who are
Pocket
so light at
prince!
this point, they get carried away by the wind.
Pocket
Race.
prince!
Is there a link between race and I? There's 11 races, and that's only including ones you can pick. There's about 16 in total. Do anything you want to do, and I mean it. I don't care how many classes your game has, because Wizardry 8 has 15, including, but not limited to, fighters, which fight, Valkyries, which fight using
Pocket
female
prince.
privilege to avoid death, ninjas, which fight with the empty space representing their lack of consciousness contribution to the team until 2 weeks into the average game. However, if you rolled a fairy ninja, congratulations, because your pocket prince can now solo the entire game. Alchemist makes potions and breaks the economy by making infinite potions you can sell for infinite money, letting you buy everything in the entire game. 10 out of 10, working as intended. Gadgeteer, who uses an unconventional form of weaponry. A gun. But that's the boring part. The interesting part is overloading a microwave in a monastery, ripping out the microwave chip, and using it to give your enemies brain tumors. Gadgets are essentially random pieces of trash duct taped together to inexplicably cause widespread devastation. And if you think that sounds ridiculous, then let me tell you about the Bard. In most games, a Bard plays music, keeps up morale, and probably cooks and cleans for the party as well. In Wizardry 8, the droning melody of a bard's bagpipe brings pandemonium. The plucking of his harp causes cerebral hemorrhaging, and the blowing of his horn results in nuclear fallout. Building the optimal six-man party is difficult. Explaining is difficult, and we don't have time. Here's my build. Follow it, copy it, enjoy it. It's very powerful, very well-rounded, and gives you a complete first experience of a game. By the way, this game's got a lot of voice dialogue.
I've got a surprise for you. Stand still so you can get it between the eyes.
And most of it comes from your own party.
I almost feel normal.
There's 18 different personalities for each gender.
There will be many implements of destruction at my disposal, yeah?
Which is 36 fully voiced personalities in total.
Yeah, slice him, dice him. No sense being nice to him. That's my motto.
And that's absolutely nuts. Now, on to the fun stuff. I present to you all my current party. That's right, I manually imported all this to work inside the game. By the way, they're fully animated. The portraits, not even that bad. But manually animating the eyes and mouth, yeah, that took a while. As our first fighter, we got Internet Historian. Physically, he's a giant. Mentally, he's...
Ah, a trap. I wonder what would happen if I just pulled this thing here.
He's very stable. Mr.
He's
Mandalore
suicidal.
is our second fighter, whose voice I absolutely adore.
How exciting. I think I'm improving. Oh no. More people. They just keep coming and coming. I'm getting stressed.
It's just so expressive.
I like that one.
As our morally bankrupt, backstabbing, conniving, and scheming Jew. We got my man Uber Danger as a rogue who sounds exactly as he does in real life.
I'd rather be recognized with cash, but a rise in status will do. Oh yeah, this is amazing. Nothing special. Yeah, probably worthless. I'll just hang on to it for us. You go on and fight.
What the
I'll guard
fuck?
the rear.
For spellcasters, I put Frederick Knudsen as our resident psionic. There's nothing wrong with him. He's actually the most well-adjusted of the entire group.
Gotcha. I am glad to be alive again, though the stillness of death was not totally objectionable.
Also, I put him as female. Sorry, Fred baby, but the best jewelry in this game is for girls, and we need to min-max. Myself as the party's dark, brooding alchemist.
Ordinary men fear the power of darkness. I revel in it.
Who, over the course of the story, has been one-shot many times.
The dead guy. What was his name?
Thanks so very much. Why did you tear me from death's sweet embrace?
And finally, Ken Ashcorp as our local priest.
Be careful. I can't believe we're wasting time talking to a chipmunk!
Who's also completely unhinged. I did originally consider adding Pyro Cynical to the team, but unfortunately, YouTube does not let me feature minors in this video. There's a lot to do in Wizardry. Explore amazing places, visit the swamp, catch malaria, climb a tree, get body blocked for hours by hamsters, go to the only functional city in the game, with a grand total population of about 12 people, get harassed by Space Hitler and the androids of the Fourth Reich, head to the bar, get blackmailed, go to the bank, because of course it's still open, go to the airport, because why not? Because this is the one game where you can talk to a starship and tell it to go fuck itself. The dialogue system in this game is nothing short of amazing. You have to manually write down, memorize, and figure out the keywords for conversational topics you're interested in. The game will then try to identify your intent and produce you a fully voiced answer.
Amusing yourself, are you?
There's not many
What the
NPCs
fuck?
in this
That's
game,
actually
but
pretty
I
cool.
remember every single one of them. Whether it's the Umpani and their militaristic tendencies,
What, a wizard with a 1d4 health?
Get in there. Perfect. Oh no. Oh, no.
The slick-talking Don Barlone of Arazuka?
We keep our end of the deal, you know. But he slips tongue before he pays our fee. So, we're here to collect.
He's got tattoos and stuff.
But he ain't gonna pay. That ain't a problem. We get our cash, and you get your prize. And the Dark Savant gets shafted.
Or even your own biological daughter, conceived as a result of sleeping around with demons, because their voice acting is absolutely fantastic. Some can even be convinced to join your party. Unfortunately, most of them are highly superstitious of their own planet, and won't go where you want them to.
You know what, boys? This place reminds me of a song I wrote called I Ain't Going There No Way, No How.
The workaround to this is running them to exhaustion with a heavy backpack, knocking them unconscious, and forcibly dragging them past the load screen. Once they wake up, they'll complain and bitch about this breach of consent, which is why people generally avoid them, except RFS 81, who is the best boy, because, unlike everyone else, he's not programmed to be a bitch. Quests are also equally brilliant, until you get stuck, until you get frustrated and desperate enough to read the damn walkthrough instead. There's no shame in that, because I do it. And I finished the game twice. Some of my favorite quests include protecting a verified Twitter user from hateful comments online by crushing someone into meat paste after luring them in using the sweet aroma of a female girl, getting motion sickness from
I want to
a
play this
non-criminal,
game.
and of course space black box flight recorder of a crash
Yeah, I
ship
always want
so
to
you
play
can
the
triangulate
game,
the
man.
position of Space
Shit.
Hitler's ship and use a heavy surface-to-air battery to shoot him out of the sky.
3, 2, 1, firing.
It's Peaktism and it's on stream.
Yeah, this game goes 0 to 100 real fast. Anyway, let's get back to something sensible, like using medieval weaponry to kill fantasy creatures. The biggest part of this game, from beginning to end, from the moment you wake up on that beach to the moment you pass out each day from exhaustion, is combat. This game has a lot of fighting. A lot of fighting. The hardest thing in this game is to simply walk unmolested through a short forest trail, which is physically impossible, because every step of the way you'll be harassed, molested, and physically assaulted by the entire regional populace. Should you survive your first experience of the great outdoors, you'll reach Arnica, the first city in the game. And don't worry, that's where I also let my guard down, sleeping with a door open, peeking out from a dusty window, only to catch a faint glimpse of moving pixels in your peripheral vision. I'm very sorry, but you're now in combat with the entire city, because even civilization is an unstoppable barrage of random encounters. To understand my frustration, here's an example. Previously, I have walked 5 meters on a tropical island, got jumped by crustaceans, walked 5 meters back because I realized I was going the wrong way, got jumped by more crustaceans, only to walk forward again and get jumped by the same group of crustaceans which have now respawned. This wouldn't be so bad if combat wasn't turn-based, but it is, and it's slow. This won't hit you immediately, but believe me, it will. And once it does, the following information will make sense. Hello, future viewer. Like you, I have also had a mental breakdown after watching combat animations for many hours. So, I've installed the Wizardry 8 speed mod to quicken animations. I'm running Wiz 8 fast at 625 times speed, and I'm simultaneously speed hacking the game with Cheat Engine at 3 times speed. And it's still slow, but don't get me wrong, that doesn't mean combat is easy. It's absolutely the opposite. It's sadistically hard. It doesn't care, and it's going to keep beating you until you break.
She was a saint! A saint!
Sure, you can put down the difficulty. You're still gonna get shredded by the 10+ juggernauts that just came out of camouflage. The only way to avoid dismemberment is to play intelligently. This game is a constant battle of overwhelming odds versus your own capacity to game the system. To charge the juggernauts is suicide. They swing potentially 3 times a turn, and they're not stupid. They're gonna surround you, flank you, and hack your spellcasters to pieces. Positioning is important. Instead of charging, we hurt herd them into a choke point. Their numbers become worthless, and we reduce the fight into a glorified meat grinder. And that's not hyperbole. Enemies get visibly wounded the more you hurt them. It provokes a very Pavlovian response, as I get satisfaction from seeing whatever has inconvenienced me get reduced to a bloody pulp. Over time,
I like
I'm
that
thinking,
too.
Jesus fucking Christ, please stop. Just put him out of his misery, as I'm beating a bandit so hard that we've ripped the very skin off his face, and his skull is visibly poking through the flesh. Tactics are important. Your fighters do most of the damage. Your mages control the battlefield. Why deal with a crowd when you can make the crowd insane and kill each other in a psychotic rage? And if that doesn't work,
I like that.
paralyze them, curse them, give them topical dermatitis, make them throw up, and induce nausea. You know the best way to stop an animal attack? Diarrhea. Because it's very hard to focus on anything when your ass is exploding. However, any status that affects enemies can affect you as well. And you'll find it's very hard for your party to focus when they're in the process of getting vored and digested by wild animals.
Something's different, but I can't put my finger on it.
Luckily, combat is extremely rewarding. You only have to win a couple of fights appropriate to your level to level up. With that comes increased stats, skills, and spells to expand your options. Also, the game gets harder. Early game might be spent on the verge of death, but given time, you'll find that this is a constant state of tension, except you're no longer afraid of it. Instead, you learn to enjoy it, and even revel in the act as you realize you're quite good at it. I do, however, have some critique. 1. Traps. Traps are randomized, and one of them stole 90% of my current assets. Philosopher's Bane turns your gold into lead, and I forgot to quick save. On the other hand, my critique is also praise, because traps are a perfect example of how goddamn good the sound design is in this game. First, you gotta tumble around to try and guess the mechanism. Next, you need to try and disarm them one at a time. Listen to this. The sound is so goddamn crispy that you can physically feel the tension as your rogue fiddles with the machinery, which can snap at any given moment. Good God, I love it. Just remember to save. 2. Lockpicking. Lockpicking is not based. It is cringe. It is an endless hell of clicking tumblers to make them rise, only to watch the rest fall as you persist in your futile struggle. Which is why I strongly recommend you use earth magic to magically hold the tumblers, because otherwise you're gonna have a bad time. 3. Pickpocketing. Don't even bother, because it's fucking broken. No one's really sure how it works, but you can't save scum, and the responses are hard-coded. It's actually almost creepy. I once pickpocketed an NPC 5 times with the same negative outcome, only to reload the quick save and discover that the NPC was missing, or rather that they were deleted from my save file, as if to send me a message. I know this sounds like I'm losing it,
No
and you don't have to believe me,
If you
because
pickpocket,
I
you
managed
go
to record
fucking
the whole
schizo.
thing. 4. Other weird shit that happens. I used to think you couldn't alt-tab out of this game, because alt-tabbing breaks the keyboard. Turns out it doesn't. You just have to hit the alt key once again. How could you know this? You can't. How did I learn this? I smashed my keyboard and it worked. Then I reduced the surface area of my fist, smashed keys at random until, through order of elimination, found the secret combination. This game has several features on the level of esoteric knowledge. That is to say, nobody knows shit. Wizardry 8 is absolutely fantastic. Yes, there's annoying bullshit to deal with, but hey, it's almost 2 decades old and released in less than ideal circumstances. That's why there's still a fucking hardware advert that pops up whenever you try and close the game,
What the
because
fuck?
the publisher was broke and the developer was about to be. So they had to shill out, buy advertising, higher FPS in a turn-based RPG
I
where
might need that
FPS
PC.
doesn't matter. On the other hand, holy shit, that advert aged well. They still exist to this very day. Pre-built computers? Now that's a future-proof business model, not some turn-based PTSD simulator that blew its entire poly count on jiggle physics. This game will try to break you. It'll spit in your mouth, call you names, and crush your self-esteem. But if you persist, that's when real satisfaction kicks in. When you're no longer at the mercy of its bullshit. It's the feeling of control. And let me tell you, it is an all-encompassing, intoxicating sensation. I give Wizardry 8 an extremely high score. I also give it 80% off on GOG, because I have that power. All this for about about $2. If it sounds like something you'd enjoy, give it a try. An average playthrough will run you anywhere between 100 to 150 hours of game time. And given the
That's
vast
kind of a
range
long
of builds
game.
and character classes, it is very much replayable, preferably with breaks of several years in between. As always, more content to come, so stay tuned. A warm thanks to the many members of a Merchants Guild, generously funding and bankrolling these videos. You're all truly wonderful. Have a good one, stay safe, and please enjoy the credits.
He seems like a kind, generous soul. I hate him.
What do you want? If it walks, I can change that.
I'm burning to kill.
You gotta admire the guy. He didn't let a little thing like being dead slow him down one bit.
So now I'm a Templar Rapax. All my childhood dreams have come true.
Oh, great! Swimming! I hate swimming! I didn't come a million miles to get all soggy!
I'm filled with glee. We won. I think we can make an alright universe if we
This
put
shit
our
is
minds
fucking
to it.
peak. Holy fuck.
Chaos. Woohoo.
Woohoo.
Death has taken him. Lucky fellow.
You know, they said I was crazy when I told them I'd take over the universe one day.
Ow! Master, it is my duty to report a life form disappearance.
You know, that was the single most traumatic moment of my entire life. I'm not a man to hold resentments. I like to forgive. Maybe you could expedite that process a little by, you know, a cash settlement.
His death comes as a surprise. He showed so many traits of a strong alpha male.
We got it! Now let's get out of here before bells
A
and
strong
buzzers go
alpha
off.
male.
I'd hate for this to turn into some kind of bloodbath, yeah. Hate it.
You know, when someone gets a big kill like that, his friends usually pitch in with some kind of reward. Really, they do.
Who shall be your sacrifice?
Taken care of.
Ah, beautiful choice.
I have been transfixed by the demoness and used for her sport. It's like a beautiful dream. Wait!
Didn't see anything.
I have a confession. You recall that Rapax demoness that suffice it to say that she has bewitched me somehow. If I leave this
They made
place,
this motherfucker
I
a
suffer the
suicidal
torments of the
masochist.
damned.
What the
The only
fuck?
way to stop it.
Haven't you been awake for
I am
almost 24 hours?
afflicted.
I have been awake
The
for 24
demoness
hours, yes.
possesses me no longer. Why is it that all my affairs end in bloodshed?
You can't con a con, Savant. And you can't steal from a thief. But you can kill a killer. Especially if you're me. Good night.
Good night. That one's good.
Hey,
Wait,
people.
that's Gotchi.
Seth here. Ask yourself this
That had
question.
Gotchi. We're
Why
watching
do people
this.
hate on the shonen protagonist? On self-improvement in general. Acting as if self-actualization and personal growth are just schemes designed to make you leave your mother's basement. Well, I have a newsflash for you. All the stuff you thought was cool as at 12 still is. Large men screaming and punching each other to the tune of poorly compressed power metal is the peak of literature. For was it not written in Leviticus 18:22? If one is born a man, at least once in this life, he will dream of being the strongest man alive. So let me take you on a little cruise, and I'll show you what you've been missing out on. Bastard Bonds takes the award for especially if you use Discord overlay. It's been subtle, but none of my homies turn their backsides to me anymore. In fear. What others may see as ein Videospiele dripping in sweat and homoeroticism is actually a fairly deep and well-crafted RPG. The game setting is loosely based on the country of Australia, full of sodomites, murderers, and people who engage in character development. There's also a great variety of creatures from every mythos imaginable, from otters to bears to people who watch JoJo. Ever since I found out HelloFresh is using monkey labor to collect coconut milk,
What?
I have never been more excited to do a HelloFresh sponsorship. Hit me up. I am the only pro monkey slave trade creator on this platform. I will make you so proud you have no idea. Unfortunately, they are no longer responding to my emails, so I have to settle for a much higher quality sponsor instead. Listen, I am literally paid to distract you from important issues so my masters can better control you while you dance for bread and circus. Of course I endorse everything I say. As my rabbi always used to say, let's get this over with. It's about 5% off at top. You're not gonna remember.
Just like a young man locked in the throes of passion with a certified BBW from a project narrowly avoids fatherhood, established titles have pulled out from this sponsorship. Let's make this very clear. Every sponsorship I ever take is a complete work of fiction. Let the words pass through you and go about your life. I'm just here to bleed corporations dry. Do not believe a single thing I say.
Before I continue, there's a button in the options menu, which, if I ever click, gets me instantly demonetized. You begin as a newly incarcerated
Naked
inmate in the
button!
most meticulous and detailed clothing system I've ever seen in a game. I know, I was surprised too when I learned the target demographic of this game. Then you get to the fun part, your prison sentence, in which you get to pick your favorite crime. There's nearly 30 options, but unfortunately, you can't multi-class. What do these decide? Does the game ever tell you? Nope. So in the spirit of fairness, I won't either. Then you either confess or deny your guilt. This will affect your character's alignment. And then the game begins. And based on a number of factors I don't have time to explain, you get your first party member. Lawful characters get a parole officer. Sex criminals get a fellow reprobate to tag along with. And mixed race couples get bailed out by their 7-foot-tall orc GF. Of all the backgrounds, necromancy still haunts me to this day. Because one of my favorite characters, he tries to free you, gets his neck snapped by an inmate, and how do you reward this act of compassion? You resurrect his lifeless corpse to serve you for the rest of the game. Now's a good time to explain character stats. The system stretches wide and deep. Columns are your stereotypical archetypes. Top, bottom, and switch. Rows are your proficiencies, giving, receiving, and jelking. It's fairly straightforward once you get the hang of it.
So good
Anytime
at that,
you put a point
Rose.
into a stat,
I'm so good at
everything in the
that.
same row and column receive some of a runoff. There is no traditional class or gender role. Essentially, everything is running off the same rules as you, and you always have the ability to respec. So experimentation is not only encouraged, it's mandatory. Once you get past a quick tutorial, you are thrust into the main map. You'll notice two things once you get to the open world. The world is very open, and you have nowhere to lift. This game follows the Lord of the Locker Room 4th edition rule set, which states if you beat the absolute shit out of everyone on a map, you can invoke squatter rights and claim it as your gym of operations. But who's gonna staff this hunk dungeon? I'm glad you asked. The game has a sizable bestiary, and as long as you've got bench space in your stronghold, you can recruit nearly every creature in this game. Hulking giants, strapping centaurs, bear tigers, even women. They all respond to the same style of friendship I used in primary school. I threw a rock at their head, and we both got detention. Similarly, you assert your dominance, and after a brief struggle snuggle, the enemy might hesitate. You can then ask them for two things: your money or your cummy. I'd just like to say thank you to Established Titles for sponsoring this video. Sending them to the coal mines increases your manpower, which dictates how large of a gym you can currently run. Also, holding a thug for ransom is literally your bread and butter. It's how you earn money. Listen, this is a prison island. We are not good people. Much like everything else, this game tells you absolutely nothing about a monster until you actually recruit it. Not even its actual HP.
Guess.
What?
So, you're gonna have to tiptoe the fine line of all alcoholic fathers. Beat them just enough to listen, but not enough to summon child protective services. We're looking for creatures with a particular skill, command. There's several in the game, the earliest of which will be a hag. After you've wined and dined on Primo Grussi, you now have the best recruiter in the entire game.
That's because command allows you to understand anything or anyone, regardless of language or intelligence. Think of an amulet of monkey speak from RuneScape, but instead we use it to convince slime girls to let us hot dog their gelatin and join our ranks. Giant Golem blocking a vault, now he's my personal personal valet,
Scary, man.
Dragon, ruling his cage.
This shit is
now
scary.
he's my personal sriracha dispenser. Horrific
fuck, sorry.
abomination composed of nothing but limbs, eyes, and genitalia. Yeah, that's Gary. He runs the soup kitchen. If you can beat something into a pulp, you can make it
Can't
part
wait
of
to
a
get
team.
the. I
As
can't wait for
Machiavelli
Twitch to send me these
famously
new
said,
fucking
it is
headphones.
better to
I
beat
cannot wait
off
to
a
get rid of
minotaur
these.
than to be beaten by the
Nasty old
minotaur.
ones.
Anyway, now
Where
you have a full commission
the
list of
cord
fur
rips out of
affinity
it every
tags
time I
rolling with
stand
the
up because
squad.
it's not
How
long
does
enough.
that help our gains? Well, every member of your band contributes manpower.
hands are
This
here,
is the
I'm
statistic
here.
you need to acquire more Lebensraum, if you will. Generally, if someone's good at murder, they're terrible at housework. Look, somebody has to wipe down after the unspeakable happens, so you're gonna need some indentured servants, which is still okay to say on YouTube because the Irish are not yet recognized as part of a human race. And to quote Albert Einstein, even if they were, the only thing they're racing towards is the finish line. Throughout the island, you'll find many extravagant locals. There's a
they're
fairly
here.
common recurring enemy. They're called thralls. Essentially, unpaid interns, but for life. So, you basically go into a World Economic Forum hideout, beat the shit out of every hedge fund manager, and then, when thralls are the only thing left, you tell them you aren't free so much as under new management. Since areas scale to your level, which isn't the default option, and please, for the sake of your homies' glutes, change level progression to leader instead of band. Because those levels scale with your leader, recruiting a fresh batch of serfs every now and then will keep your bases expanding fast with the least amount of grind possible. So, you got a bunch of bad bitches, you're girl bossing it up. What's the point of this game? Well, in a complete subversion of traditional JRPGs, your primary
dead?
objective and the last
Are you
thing you
retarded?
do is get a boat
I literally
and
just
get the
said I was
fuck off
getting
this
up to
island.
look for
You're
my
left
pants
to
again.
figure out for yourself how you plan to do that. The world
That's
map
what I'm
is
doing right now.
completely open
I'm
and can be
standing up.
approached from many directions with many interesting and varied
Can't find
locations.
'em,
From
though.
serene forests with soothing music, to brothels, to bathhouses, to a Silent Hill horror sequence, to literal giant anuses used for fast travel, or as I like to call them, one developer's poorly disguised fetish. There's a lot of unique characters, events, side quests, and lore to keep you entertained, as you slowly realize this island isn't just a prison for its inmates, it's a tomb for your jailers as well. We can enter, but someone or something has its tendrils around our collective chodes, and we cannot leave. Combat is quick and snappy and about as deep as a puddle. As everybody works off your rules, you'll catch on how it works pretty quickly. Mainly, combat is a dance between two options. Take an action or hold shift and take risk. It's a delicate balance of
Stop telling me to
risk
fucking set
versus
alarms, I'm not
reward.
going to sleep.
Essentially, you're
Chill
going to be in a
out.
caboose of any train if you don't go balls out as often as possible. Risk lets you make multiple moves by the same character on the same turn, but each time you do, there's a higher chance of punishment. Each time your risk meter overloads, you instantly fail your move and are left in a state I refer to as submissive and breedable. So you can choose to either minimize your risk, play it safe, or push your luck as deep as it goes. My personal team build consists of a daddy dom, a power bottom, a service top, and an ally. There's a lot of customization and options. Beating someone to death with a legendary multi-hit bow is just as viable as shooting it. As your enemies scale up in late game, many fights boil down to the equivalent of getting jumped in between classes, something I'm all too familiar with. Some bullies will pull up, hold your friend down as they slap the books out of his hands, and proceed to beg for their lives as you reach into your backpack. This game's systems are occult and esoteric. I encountered many soft locks, exploits, and glitching AI. Some might call this organic. You know what else is organic? Brain tumors. I've now had 2 people play through the entire game without a single gay encounter.
I don't even got
which,
shit to say to
I
that,
mean,
that's
I'm not
crazy.
complaining. I just feel a little cheated, that's all. There's something I should clarify before we pull out the crusty socks. This game has a certain stigma behind it, as the funny gay sex Baldur's Gate. In fact, the gay sex is hidden behind something called romance. You actually have to form a connection with someone, learn their feelings and aspirations, and become closer to them in both body and soul. Then, after years of camaraderie, you confess your feelings for each other, and what do you get? A few nice words and a friendship bracelet. So, yes, you'll probably have to play with 2 guides open, and you'll have to figure out the rest by trial and error. However, with a little bit of effort and determination, you'll find a game that's worth the jokes and concern expressed by your friends for playing it. In closing, Bastard Bonds is a game with a lot of heart. In a bodybuilder community, heart is very important. You know,
You're gonna play this
everyone
game?
always
No, I don't think I will.
focuses
There's
on
too much gay
abs and
sex
cum
in it.
gutters. The ability to submit an Astolfo cosplayer at a glance.
Dude, why is
but we
everybody
often
spamming the
overlook
chat? Are you
cardio,
alive? I literally have said like 10 times that I'm getting up from my chair.
A lot of attention, but a good
The
heart,
model's gonna lose
both
track if I get up from
physically
the
and
chair.
metaphorically, will do you much better in the long run. So why did I cover this? Well, primarily to humiliate the sponsor, but no, I did have a reason.
Stop
Maybe
being
in our
annoying.
fear and stigmatization of homosexuality, we as men have lost something in the process. The ability to stand up and proclaim our love for one another as friends and comrades. We're so scared of how we appear, we've reduced ourselves to emotionally stunted husks. Look, I'm not here to preach, but maybe if each of us told another homie that we genuinely care about them, maybe we would not be half as depressed and pathological as we are right now. It's easy to forget yourself. I've been there many times, and each time the pit is just as empty and bottomless as it was before.
Hey,
In my paralysis, it is only because of the people
Abby,
closest
Abby,
to me
aren't you like
that I
on the
remind
fucking?
myself I can climb out of it.
Abby,
Anyway,
what are you doing
Merry
here?
Christmas, Happy New Year. Look after each other, because
you, like,
it makes the
actively
pain of this
traveling, like,
world,
right now, Abby?
life, and existence just a little bit more bearable. As always, more content to come.
Oh, you
next
should just-
year.
oh,
A warm
okay.
thanks to the many
Really? I thought
members
you
of the
should leave
Merchants Guild,
earlier.
generously funding and bankrolling
Okay,
these videos.
my bad, my
You're
bad.
all truly wonderful. Thank you for your continued faith and support, and have a good one. Epilogue. This is not the main part of the video, but if you're currently gooning, you
Did
may
you pack
continue
yet?
to do
No,
so.
dude, that's
Due
what I'm trying to
time
do. I'm
constraints,
getting-
because
Abby, bro.
originally sponsors
I'm, like,
wanted this
low-key
on the
getting
10th. I got
tilted
help for this video.
because
I'm proud to
chat's
say
doing
I've
that
assembled a small
concern
team.
friend thing
I have
right now.
employed
Are
an
you okay?
ex-felon and a crack addict to work for me. We have our own Scooby-Doo mystery machine, but instead of solving mysteries, we make people disappear. Now, watch this.
My bad. Not
Editor,
like, really.
please insert the animated gif of the obese woman crushing a platoon of army men with her stomach, with a caption,
working
"Thank you for your service." Thank you.
My little
Please
butt
leave
off
that
to
on.
Make sure that these Seth videos
I love smoking
don't
Jenko.
stop playing on.
By selling
for
out,
my
I have bought my freedom. I don't
You know
have a
what?
concise
Fuck you,
explanation
Mia.
for the psychological reasoning behind this. Just know that I fought long and hard about this, many nights, and considered my options between the fleeting, temporary relevance to and adoration of porn-addicted males on the internet, or money. And unfortunately, I chose the cash. Also, ever since people found out that our scam sponsor is a scam based out of Hong Kong, it is unlikely we're ever going to see that money, which is a shame, because it's a really good advert. In fact, let me show you. Hey gang, you know what's a pretty fun concept? Feudalism. Back when times were simple and men even simpler, we all sort of agreed that whoever had the most land must have something going on. Nowadays, the people who own the most land are called investment firms. Back in the day, however, they were called lords or ladies. Look, I'm gonna level with you. Society is heading towards a collapse one way or another. And between you and me, I feel our chances are better with neo-feudalism than a budget Amazon Prime version of Brave New World. That's why I teamed up with established titles for this video. The hip new way to integrate class warfare while also preserving nature in Scotland and helping reforestation efforts globally. It's based on the historic Scottish custom where landowners are referred to as lairds, or lords and ladies in English. Full disclosure right off the bat, the title they give you, honorary at best, a conversation starter at most.
It's like that
Technically,
Dante. It's like that
bequeathing you
Dante's clip.
No land.
Right, it's like
No
that Dante's
wenches.
clip when he was
However,
like,
you
he was
can use
like,
it for all your
he was like,
status-adjacent
Chaz being like
documents,
too nice to
credit
me. I need you
cards,
guys to
dating
flame me.
profiles, plane tickets,
He was like, I
you
need you
name
guys
it.
to
It
flame me.
makes for a
And then his
great
chat started
last-minute gift.
spamming like, you retarded,
What it
kill
does,
yourself,
however, establish
autistic
is that
freak.
you are different.
And he was
What
like,
made the
no
Lord
wait,
back in the
I
day?
meant
A
flame my
divine
gameplay. What the
mandate?
fuck?
Will
What the
of
fuck are
God?
you guys
No,
saying?
It was one guy who convinced a bunch of dirt farmers
That
that,
kinda
hey,
thing.
you know what? If we have more dirt, we could probably get more bitches. That's right. I'm telling you that this title is the first step. A step towards establishing a dream. Our dream. Well, my dream, that men will control their own destiny. That's right, the first 200
Should we be
people
doing
to
that? What do you
sign
mean,
up will
should we be
next
doing that?
to
That's
my
exactly
land
what you
plot.
already
We'll
fucking
start
did.
small, 200 people, which
Okay.
sounds like nothing. But fun fact,
Midsubter! Where do you think you're going, huh?
No army. Also, the standing military force of Iceland.
Where do you
is
think you're
like,
going,
200
huh?
people. They have 4 planes and 4
They have
ships.
foreplay?
What I'm saying is, we have options. Okay, now I feel like I might be losing some of you. You like trees, right? They're cool, right? They make air. Catch
Where do you think you're
wayward
going? I'm
drunk
not going
drivers in
anywhere.
their warm embrace. And some of them don't even look half bad. Established Titles works with the charities One Tree Planted and
Heck,
Trees
thank you for the
Future
follow. I
to
really appreciate it.
support
Heck as in
global reforestation.
Hackaram.
So, on top of seizing your own destiny, you can say, hey,
you a
I helped
jungler?
plant a
You
tree.
play
When they
jungler?
ask where,
Are you a
you
jungler?
say, that's the fun part.
Thank
It
you for the
could be
follow. I
anywhere.
appreciate
So,
it.
what do you actually get in return for your hard-earned dollar? Warm feelings are nice and all. I need a receipt. You'll receive an official printed title with a unique plot number. Where, might you ask? A preserve in Eddleton, Scotland, with any name you wish to canonize as a lord or lady. You know, some men need a push in the right direction. You think someone like Kim Jong-un wanted to be in charge? Of course not. He would rather be playing Genshin Impact and grooming kittens online.
Save me, white
Greatness
girl.
waits
Save
for no
me.
man,
You
which
sound
is
so
why
out of
it's
it.
time to start
Well, it's
your
because,
legacy
like,
today. With Christmas
I'm on the
just around
subathon
the
timer.
corner,
I can't
we're
just
running
turn
a
off the stream
Christmas
to go
special.
pack,
Follow
right?
my link or
Before I
use
does to a
code
motherfucker.
SEF10 at checkout for an extra
That's what I get
10%
for
off.
brushing my
Think about
teeth
it. What better
tonight.
gift can you give a king than a crown?
Yes, you can.
And with
Abby,
that,
I
bid
can't.
you all
They'll bitch at
farewell.
me.
I cannot wait to see the man
And
made
then,
horrors
and
that
then
await
after I
us
say they'll
for
bitch at me, they'll be like,
2023.
"No, we
Remember,
won't turn
it's
off
not
the
a
stream."
dystopia if you're living in one.
Okay, let's watch another one. I don't autoplay. Okay, it
Seth
autoplayed
here,
it.
fellas, I gotta confess,
It autoplayed it.
I'm down bad. I got caught peeing in the sink. Now, I don't think that's weird. It's a victimless crime, just like punching someone in the dark. If the sink is so forbidden to urination, then why is it placed so perfectly, reducing my hesitation? But, I feel embarrassed. No, not because I did it, but because I got caught. I'm not gonna stop. I'll just get better. For the future, I'm gonna trick shot my stream around the sink bowl. That's a silent projectile. Effectively, I'm applying a suppressor to my gun barrel. That way, members of my family cannot
Well,
ambush
it
me
was
so
originally
easily,
going to be
and I
capped,
will
but then
not
I
be
asked people
shamed
and
by
they wanted it to
people
be
who
uncapped, so I was like,
revert to
okay, I'll do that.
authoritarian fascist statements such
I said,
as,
okay,
we
that's
have two
okay,
toilets.
I'll do that.
Why did you use the sink? Listen, I saved water. I saved lives. Maybe a few decades from now, there'd be entire villages in sub-Saharan Africa singing songs of praise
I'm not
over how
torturing
much
myself
water
'cause I like
saved.
streaming.
And you know what? All I had to do was unload my fire hose in a kitchen sink. Company of Heroes 2, strangely enough, is the topic of this video. It is an old game played by old men.
No, my flight's-
namely
no,
us.
I have
Company
way
of
more time
Heroes
than
2
that.
is a squad-based RTS covering the events of World War II, a fictional war where Germany hired Hugo Boss to design their fashionable blitz of Europe, Russia managed to kill 24 million of their own people, and the US greatly increased the temperature of 2 neighborhoods in Southeast Asia. All this happened while the UK sat in a corner, still wondering why marching all your men single file into machine gun fire during World War I may impact their ability to participate in the sequel. Basically, a sequence of events so absurd that we depart from the realm of fiction into history. Everything seen here is not only real, it's historically accurate. Yes, the blast radius of a single grenade, approximately the same size as everything you love and cherish. Yes, the trajectory of a mortar shell, statistically, by a random chance, will always land perfectly on a soldier's head, killing at least 3 more. Yes, a machine gun will pin every squad on the map. That is, unless you own the machine gun, in which case it pins one enemy, gets flanked, and eats a Molotov to the face. Tanks counter infantry. Anti-tanks, or AT, counter tanks. But pray tell, what counters an anti-tank? Answer, the same tank driving towards you. Combat is a mystery. Sometimes the enemy calls in air support, pinning our infantry. So, logically, I shoot them down. The burning plane crashes into my friend's base, taking out the rest of his infantry. Here is the largest tank in the game, the King Tiger. Notice, standard for vehicles of its time, the traditional German Ahegao paint job. One of the greatest features of this game is custom content, because when I pick a shitty anime faceplate, you get no choice in the matter. You're forced to download the same shitty anime faceplate, which, when inspected closely, reveals instructions on how to make meth. I believe Central Intelligence can employ this in the future. We join someone's game, forcibly download illegal content to their PC, and do a sting operation on
Hi,
their
Gecko.
residents.
I hope you have a good rest of your day. I appreciate you stopping by to hang out with us.
Probable cause. Cite Penal Code 129, paragraph 27, subsection C, which states, anyone caught playing Hearts of Iron 4, Europa Universalis, or Company of Heroes 2 is probably a domestic terrorist. I also really enjoy setting my victory strike to FPS killer. I almost feel like it's an obligation. You see, one of my friends doesn't exactly have the best computer. This encourages him to play his very best, because if he loses, he's not just gonna lose the game. His PC will overheat and die, killing him in the explosion. But I'm getting off track. Gameplay. You produce units to capture and hold hold territory. The more territory you hold, the higher your income to spend on units and upgrades. Your objective is to either take and hold certain key positions or destroy the enemy HQ. Very simple. Infantry come in squads of 4 to 6. Each of these individuals can fight and die on the battlefield, but as long as the squad stays alive, you can replace your dead soldiers. This is infinitely cheaper than ordering a fresh new squad. This is a micro-intensive RTS where positioning matters. There's a cover system. 4 dudes hiding behind a cow isn't great, but it's better than getting capped in the middle of the street. Sandbags, broken vehicles, or even a domestic dwelling offer the best protection. However, terrain is dynamic. A tank shell can transform brick walls into brick memories. A howitzer pancakes buildings into rubble and any men inside into red stains. And artillery fire causes deformation of the soil, leaving craters that provide cover in the process. Basically, in 1941, we already knew how to terraform. We can take anything we see and make it worse. There's also ice. I don't really talk about it because having ice implies that you're playing a winter map, which nobody does because they suck. Ice breaks on impact. It's a great form of population control and a good way to lose your tank.
This is from the Dawn of War devs. This is the same
In
devs.
general, the
Really?
distance, angle, size, wind resistance, conductivity, and horoscope of the ammunition against the horoscope of the armor determines damage. Most 88mm shells
This
are
looks
made
pretty
in
good,
June,
honestly.
making them a cancer, while most of the bulk production of German armor was late September, making it a Libra. Cancer typically defeats Libra unless Mercury is in retrograde, in which case all bets are off. A tank's armor is strongest at the front, which means the back and side is ripe for the taking. Fighting a tank directly is a terrible idea. Your shots won't do much if they even connect. You'll know true terror when you see
I just
every
put down, but we
anti-tank
already played
gun
Dawn of
shoot the
War.
same target, only to hear a characteristic ting, which means
Ding.
their front plate is so thick that every shell just bounced off. On the bright side, the heavier the tank, the slower it moves. So we flank, outmaneuver, and ambush them instead. And if that doesn't work, there's always the Soviet approach, where I take a T-34 and ram it into your tank. Yes, Germans had the best tanks, but the Soviets designed their gas pedal in reverse. Once you start the ignition, you press the pedal to stop the tank. If, hypothetically, your head has been blown off by shrapnel, your foot will release the
They've been
pedal.
talking about
The
Space
engine
Marine.
will accelerate and take out one of the best tanks in the world.
Isn't Space Marine is one of the boomer shooters, isn't it?
And then you make another. Disclaimer, I don't know if this is true. My sources are some schizophrenic guy whose bathroom was red with chicken blood. And before you say, Seth, I don't think he sounds reliable, I'll have you know, he's a practicing doctor. Let's talk about the races. There's 5 in total. First, let's talk about the bad guys.
As well, thanks
The
for the follow. I
British.
really
I'm
appreciate
kidding,
it.
I'm
I've been
kidding.
fun hanging out.
The
with us,
orcs are a defensive faction.
Some
They
React
can lock down
Andy
large
silly
areas
stuff.
of the map with emplacements, and their tanks feature some of the best armor in the game.
How many
Oh,
heroes is
whoa,
extremely
I never
rage
saw the
inducing? I'm
decals
so good
close
at shit
up.
like that,
Yo, by the way, this is a normal British tank. This is a real Cromwell. Bro, this is real.
Everybody gangster until the Churchill starts vaping. They do temporarily suffer from a lack of manpower. That is, until you reach late game, where Saruman begins to command the very mud to rise up and reinforce your squads with Urukai. Goblins are going to give out gigantic loans with even higher interest to all of their allies. By the end of the war, I expect their banks to hold most of the gold on the planet. But in this game, they actually
This
fight.
is Company of
They can
Heroes.
spam their basic unit and never lose a single engagement because, unlike everybody
bubble
else,
wrap
they
now.
don't retreat. They just park an ambulance outside and spawn camp your base. If you even dare to counter them, they'll spam rangers instead. Homo Sovieticus. This game's release was met with heavy criticism from Russia, stating that portraying the Eastern Front as a slaughterhouse where civilians were conscripted to fight with a single lever action rifle between 5 or 6 people was inaccurate because by the time you get to use it, realistically, you're a group of free. In this game, the Russian army works much the same way. Everything and everyone is mass-produced and expendable. Our tanks are built like shit. Our men leave their homes with teary eyes, domestically abusing their wife one last time because they know full well they might not come back. The High Elves feature the 2 best vehicles in the game.
But they're fucking elves!
The Kubelwagen,
Zwei Kaffee. Zwei Kaffee, kalt.
which has the highest RPM in the entire game. It also dies from a mild gust of wind, which makes keeping it alive all the more interesting. And this is a Sturmtiger. The gun is so huge that it must be reloaded externally by the crew for 30 seconds. And this is what it sounds like when it fires.
I like this.
Oberkommando Vest are highly mobile and aggressive. Their playstyle is keep pushing the front line until you win, and occasionally send a Kubelwagen into their back line. And finally, we have the Germans. I don't like playing the Deutsch. Everything is incredibly bureaucratic, just like Germany. Oh nein, Entschuldigung, we have not escalated the battle phase. Please continue losing a little longer before we can authorize the countermeasure for what you're currently losing to. Wehrmacht has some of the greatest variety in units and tactics, but I am very bad at playing them. I'm highly emotional and unstable, so yes, this will affect my opinion. There's many ways to play this game. Against AI, against players, 1v1, 2v2, anything is possible. But let me tell you the worst way to play this game. 4v4 versus expert AI.
Heck, fucking 4 experts? Hell yeah, I'm ready to get butt pounded.
What do you mean butt pounded? This is joy. Do you not feel mirth?
Which is what we've been doing for the past few weeks. It's a bonding exercise, a form of collective suffering that brings us closer together. Allow me to summarize that experience.
Fucking miserable after that game. Damn.
Playing against expert AI is like your Goku in a hyperbolic time chamber. You get so mad so fast. You're training years in just days. You're learning forms of anger that take decades to develop. My life is currently one of those Fortnite shirts you see around town, except instead it says eat, sleep, scream, repeat. I fucking hate this game. I lied. It's not fun. You go in with hope. You come out a broken, hollow husk of your former self. But why? Because expert gets everything you get, except double. Plus, perfect reflexes, map hack, and the ability to bend reality. You're going to be eating your first tank shell before 5 minutes into the game. You're going to make progress, only to see 3 red flares drop on top of you, undoing all of your progress. You're going to look away for a split second and see your whole squad disappear. You're going to play the game perfectly and still lose. In summary, Company of Heroes 2. I hate it. It's great. But before I continue, consider the following. That purchasing a legitimate copy of the base game allows you to play only 2 of the 5 possible factions. That's right, you only get to play Wehrmacht and the Soviets. The rest is DLC. Surely that's not too bad, right? I mean, it's the least they can ask of us to buy the base game for $20 and then buy the other free races for $40. But wait, it gets
fucking
better.
DLC!
Most of the game features are locked behind faction commanders, which can be purchased with money. For reference, an entire faction is the same cost as 4 commanders. However, and people are very quick to point this out, you could also earn them with in-game currency using the greatest loot box ever made. I've played over 100 hours. Do you know the number of times I dropped currency free? Do you know how many more I need to earn a commander? 27. I love simping for corporations. I love cash shops. I love that yummy high fructose corn syrup. I love the United Nations. With this in mind, I strongly encourage anyone interested to visit a third-party reseller instead. The copy you're looking for is the Master Collection. This should include all the races, but instead of $60, you spend $15. Yes, I know, everyone and their mother is scared of CD key resellers. I bought about 100 keys online. Every single one worked. Then I once bought a boxed copy of Fallout Tactics from the store, which just had an empty case with a code inside. That code didn't work. So, from my experience, putting my trust in a random Polish stranger gives me better results. As always, more content to come, so stay tuned. This video is a test to see how quickly I could churn something out. Turns out for creative output, in the absence of passion, vitriol is an entirely viable substitute. A warm thanks to the many members of the Merchants Guild generously funding and bankrolling these videos. You're all truly wonderful. Have a good one.
Alright, what happens after this? Come on. literally the whole thing is him going through fucking patrons. I thought there was more. I literally thought there was more. I didn't know it was just that. Oh, you should wait. Also, Zurich, it's not popping up for whatever reason, but thank you so much for the tier 3, dude. You are fucking insane. I really appreciate that. Not many people can resist the gay sex channel. I really appreciate you, dude. Endless space, let's go! Good night, Malcolm. Thank you for stopping by. Hope you have a good rest of your evening. Let's see. Age of Wonders? Age of Wonders? Was that your knee? It's bubble wrap. I don't think I've seen this one, so I want to watch it.
Today, I'll be covering a game that's very dear to me, and also about as old as some of the audience. Age of Wonders, released 1999 by Triumph Studios. The same guys who made Overlord, is a turn-based fantasy strategy game, which still holds up today because it's completely insane. Also, I apologize, but it appears my graphics have glitched. Does anyone know how to fix this? It's actually meant to look like this, but let's make the most of it. Age of Wonders is a game where forced immigration, slavery, and wide-scale racial genocide can be moved over in a few turns, where you can flood the entire map by casting the appropriate named spell.
Thank you for hanging out with us. I really appreciate it. Hope you have a good rest of your evening.
Swim, where one wizard can spot another wizard, summon a 2x2 hex of mountains, and trap them inside forever, where instead of actually playing, I channel several death storms in a row, and instead of actually fighting the enemy leader, I can nuke them and the entire landscape from a safe distance, where, due to strained diplomatic relations with the halflings, one of my leprechauns went rogue. As leprechauns are invisible, the only way I have of detecting him is watching my buildings explode. This is a game where the phrase "recruit the hose" is an entirely valid and effective strategy. Also, I'm not sure if I have to censor this because I don't know exactly what I'm looking at. Could it be a nipple? Maybe. But where exactly do we draw the line for what's erogenous, obscene, or otherwise? Imagine, for example, you're under police interrogation and they show you a 4-pixel image and ask you, "What do you think about that, huh?" And naturally, you respond with, I guess it's all right. Oh yeah? Well, they zoom out the image, and it's a still frame picture of one man, naked, about to descend his entire weight upon an empty glass jar. You're a real sick puppy, you know that? And just like that, you become a deviant to society. You're locked up forever in fetish jail. Most don't even last the winter before getting vored by pyro. Anyway, I forgot the point I was trying to make. Let's proceed. Age of Wonders is fascinating because despite being turn-based, it is a game that stresses
the baby has entered my room again.
It can be played in one of two modes, turn-based or simultaneous. Simultaneous turns is objectively the best and most hilarious way to play the game because it completely destroys the sequence of turns, lets everyone make a move at the same time, and leaves you to figure out how the hell that even works. You can play a number of pre-made maps and download even more online, but primarily, we learn to play by playing the story campaign. Speaking of which, story. In Age of Wonders, once upon a time, everyone lived in general harmony under the Elvish court, ruled by King Inioch. Then, the humans came and slaughtered Inioch and his entire court. Naturally, this event led the elves to some very interesting political places, as you may consider this the Twin Watchtowers event of Elvish history, with one group, the Keepers, maintaining that the humans are relatively young and stupid, that we shouldn't hold a grudge over it, and instead seek greater understanding despite this early atrocity. The Cult of Storms, however, can be accurately summarized as race war now, kill every human that ever lived. These are probably the same edgelords sitting on Elvish discords making little Dark Age edits all day. The only numbers they know are human on elf crime statistics, and their favorite topic of conversation is how much better life was before they came to the Valley of Wonders. These elves are beyond basement dwellers. They straight up live underground. Completely relatable. I know that if I was ever invaded, I would tunnel deep into the Earth's crust and live inside my goon cave for the next 100 years. And that leads us to your pivotal choice. Serve the equivalent of the Elvish United Nations, or team up with a bunch of psychopaths that are just as likely to kill you as they are any human. Daddy Meandor is going to make Elf Hyperborea real, and you don't want to miss it. Regardless of what you choose, you get to make a custom
This
leader
is
with a
Seth, not
selection of
Maxer.
skills and abilities. You'll notice you have a lot of options. Also, you get to pick your spheres of magic.
Damn, this
You pick
bitch
3
is
at the start, but
crazy.
eventually a total of 7 from the following elements: fire, water, air, earth, life, and death. Choosing one blocks you from selecting the opposite, so you really have to make your choices count. However, you have absolutely no idea what those choices are, so just pick whatever. Everything is good. Ultimately, no matter what you're playing and who you're playing against, the objective is always the same. It's a grand scale game of VIP. Your leader is very powerful, but not invincible. And the same goes for your enemies. Your goal is not to win the map, it's to run up on a thug and return his body to the streets. In combat, you can make a beeline for the leader, shank him, and that ends the entire fight. Everyone reverts to neutral as his entire faction ceases to exist. This creates a constant sense of high tension because your leader is the most tactical unit on the board. Basically, the game incentivizes you to put your leader's neck on the line at all times. The closer you are to getting assassinated, the more likely you are to
Those
win.
fucking
Because the more
penguins?
fights you survive, the more experience you acquire, and the more skill points you have to spend on becoming theoretically invincible. I've run campaigns where my leader can slaughter entire armies, nuke entire armies, or forcibly mind control entire armies completely on his own. But that takes time. Before that, you'll have to rely on your troops. This game comes with 12 different races. They interact diplomatically with each other, with you, and the rest of the map, and you can freely influence that in any direction. For example, playing Cult of Storms on the United Cities map, I'm supposed to occupy the Halfling capital, but instead of fighting, I sneak up on my orc ally, declare war, and brutally murder him on the same turn. And just like that, my diplomatic
This shit is
standing
good for
with the
killing people, I'll
Halfling
tell you guys that.
skyrockets. So I take their cities without lifting a finger. They're so happy with me getting rid of an enemy, they'll quietly brush aside the fact that they are now actively involved in scorched earth tactics against their former allies. This game taught me that any amount of xenophobia and racial hatred can be overcome by building walls. I guess it makes sense. They don't have to see me, and I don't have to see them. Sometimes you capture cities with races that don't like you, and if you hold on to them, they're going to rebel. That's fine, because we can evict them. Look, you're free to hold a negative opinion. Just please do it in the woods. Whatever race you choose to resettle is going to dislike this move, but whichever race you choose to move in is going to like you even more. And basically, the people who are moving out already hate my guts, so you're not losing anything. It's free real estate. Conversely, to illustrate the importance of diplomacy, I can click on this little button 3 times and I'll lose the game. Yes, at the click of a button, you can explode any structure you own, including cities filled with women and children. Naturally, razing a city to the ground is a universally unpopular move. Turn enough towns into mass graves, and all your troops will disband and leave you. It's important to understand that each race isn't following you specifically. They're just serving their mutual interest, and when that disappears, so does their loyalty. That doesn't mean war crimes are bad. It just means you should do it to someone else. Each time a structure explodes, it spawns neutral units. If you mouse over them, you can see their behavior. If it says raiding, oh boy, that entire region is about to become a whole lot more interesting. You see, raiders also burn shit down, in turn spawning more raiders, creating a feedback loop of wartime atrocity. Razing structures to the ground is not only incredibly fun, it's also a one-way process to accidentally wiping out the entire map. You can rebuild structures using a builder's guild, but guess what? This can also be razed to the ground, meaning there's no way back. So yes, technically this is still a fantasy game, but if you want a more fitting title, it's Harry Potter and the Yugoslavic War Tribunal. Now, I've been thinking of branching out into the financial sector and
Are you falling
opening up a
asleep? I
sperm
wish I
bank. But to
was.
do that, I need a lot of money.
There's something in my head
Advertiser
just won't
money.
let me
Hey,
fall
let me
asleep.
tell you something. Me and my
I
friends,
could sit here
we
and
like
close
to
my
get
eyes,
very drunk
and if I'm
and go
listening
on
to
little
fucking Seth,
tangents exploring
it's not
the
gonna
web.
happen.
Well, after one night of this, I woke up to find my Amazon
I think it's
recommending
something
me
about
a
like the cadence in
statue
his
of
voice. I don't
Baphomet,
think I
some
could ever fall
effigy
asleep
sticks to
listening to his
burn as
voice.
offerings, and am I allowed to
Which
say
I guess
this?
is nice in a
crack
way.
pipe, everything you need to do a little magic. Now
ADHD.
that's pretty funny until I realized, wait a minute, I'm getting recommendations for something I browsed on a completely different account on a completely different computer, which means they already tracked, logged, and sold my data, and they know who I am. You might say, who cares? They'll market to me, so what? So
yeah,
your
I'm just
data
gonna
is
sleep
gonna
on the
be
plane most
resold to
likely.
data brokers, and anyone can buy it, including the government, or should I say, bought, because Homeland Security
Plus,
and
the
the
stream's
IRS
gotta end in
already
a a couple
have
hours
the precise
anyways.
live geolocation of 1 in 4
I
Americans
wasn't sure if I
watching
should
this
ping
is
people for it because
already in the
I'm
hands
just
of people
assuming that
who
most people are
surely
already in
have
here
your best
because there's a
interest
lot of
in
people
mind.
in
Hey,
here.
have you ever been audited by the tax man? Let me tell you, it's a lot of fun because the first thing they did
Yeah,
is
totally.
freeze my account. If not for friends and family, I could not buy food or pay the rent. And you know what they needed to do all of this? Suspicion. Do not give these people an inch because they'll take your leg off. No one should have a right to record or track your actions online. In fact, they don't. That's the whole reason they use data brokers. Fortunately for them, but fortunately for you, each time they showed VPN for free by visiting dependent on SVPN for sponsoring this video. Aside from diplomacy, the likelihood of units working together is dependent on their alignment. This can be anything from good
Your life is everything. You serve all purpose. You should treat yourself now.
to neutral.
Your life literally is as valuable as a summer ant.
To pure evil.
What I need you to do is I need you to take a nearest rope that you got, wrap it around if you got a garage or a fucking stairway, and hang yourself, nigga. Period. Why are you alive? Do the world a favor and hang yourself.
I don't know, but I think this depends on the alignment of your leader's race and how well that meshes with that specific creature. If you're a neutral race, you might be able to pull both sides of the spectrum, but the more polarized you are to one direction, the less likely it is that you'll convince and work with someone from the opposite end of a spectrum. Every race is structured by 4 common tech levels. Level 1 is your basic melee and ranged unit. Level 2 gives you siege weapons, clerics, and cavalry. Level 3 gives you specialist units, and level 4 gives you your ultimate unit. The maximum tech level depends on the size of a city, and basically if you want dragons, you need a 4-tile city. Now, I'm going to cover every race one by one because I can. Most maps come in layers: overland, caverns, and sometimes even deep caverns. Goblins pretty much own the underground because not only do they move fast and see well, they have giant beetles that can eat terrain. There's no front line against goblins because they'll just tunnel around you. Also, they have my favorite unit. Here's a montage to explain what they do. Goblin
Fuck is
bombers,
that?
believe it or not, explode, taking about half a screen with them. Conversely, dwarves live underground, but also they're the only race that can cross mountains. The borders made by natural geography don't matter because dwarves can just hop over. They have access to the best tier-free unit in the game, the Giant, which on its own can win you the entire campaign. Orcs have the best melee fighters in the game, and they get a dragon. The elves counter that by mass-producing megathoughts. This is not a joke. A nymph can seduce a tier-free orc warlord and keep him in her cohort of simps for the rest of the game. When I was younger, the artwork and sprite of a nymph stirred feelings inside me. It made me act up, as they say, like a quirked-up white boy busting it down sexual. No, but in all seriousness, from the tender age of 9, and seeing the various booba in this game, namely the nymph, the spider queen, the nature elemental, and the mermaid, I knew that being gay is going to be an uphill battle. And to this day, I'm still losing. Dark elves are just edgelord elves, except their version of a nymph is gonna step on your balls. They have the most fucked up tier 4 unit in the game, the Incarnate, which, to put it nicely, kills you and wears your skin until it's killed, at which point it jumps out to possess someone else. Yeah, this shit gave me nightmares as a child. Lizard men are just as comfortable in water as they are on land. They get turtle artillery and a basilisk. Their mortal enemy is the frostlings, which freeze everything they touch. They don't need to swim because frost queens can just turn water into ice. They have dire penguins and aggressive LED lights. If you see a horde of frostlings marching across the ocean towards you, the appropriate response is to cast Firestorm and melt the ice underneath them as they all drown to death. I love this game. Humans are humans. As vanilla as they sound, they're actually really strong. They have gunpowder, knights, and the oldest human tradition of all, scamming the absolute shit out of you. Their ultimate unit is a
I fucking love scamming.
which leaves the entire map open to wide-scale human enrichment. Azrics are desert humans. They're exactly the same, except they also have beholders, genies, sandworms from Dune, and an avatar of Vishnu that can mind-break entire armies. So, besides absolutely everything, they're pretty much the same. Halflings exist to be picked up and tossed down a deep well. Undead are immune or resistant to most forms of damage and can regenerate in a single turn. They also have access to Wraiths, one of free units in the entire game with physical immunity. If you think that sounds a little busted, that's because it is. Unless he gets smacked by a priest or exorcised, that Wraith is going to decimate the whole map. Oh, and they also have a Grim Reaper. He can insta-kill you on touch. But really, the worst thing about him is that he's going to ruin all your crops. The manifestation of death is outside our door, and he's fucking up our corn. The Hymen, or as they're known in the German copy, the Übermensch, exist to destroy the forces of darkness. Appropriately, every second unit in their lineup can either turn the undead or deal holy damage. I don't have much to say about them, except seeing a Titan get jumped by a full stack, only to kill them on the same turn, is some of the funniest shit I've ever seen. Now, let's talk about magic. I recently found that air magic is busted. At shipyards, you can make ships, the largest of which, the Galleon, is stronger than any ultimate unit in the game. Now, normally, that's alright because they're bound to the sea, so I enchant them to fly instead. And I cast Air Mastery, which doubles the speed of anything that sails or flies in the air. My newly created battle cruisers do both, and can now sweep the entire map in a matter of turns. Now, they are vulnerable to one thing, being killed, which is why I take free spheres in water and cast liquid form. The AI doesn't know how to dispel magic, so yeah, the game is pretty much over. The other spheres get similar bullshit. Water is just a matter of waiting for everyone to drown. Fire can turn the map into downtown Detroit.
A lot of these old games, all of the like fucking gameplay segments of the videos is just how to like hack it.
Occupation seem like a pleasant
how to use
experience.
macros
Death,
to like fucking duplicate all your
Pestilence,
shit and get infinite
which,
money.
because of how they're programmed, breaks the computer AI. Instead of stepping out of a pestilence cloud and potentially taking
Because there were a few
damage,
instances of that in the
enemy will
RuneScape video.
conclude that the most logical move to make is none at all, and will sit inside the Brap cloud until they asphyxiate. And Earth Magic is basically just talk shit, get buried alive. It's actually really soothing to admire the enemy leader safely inside
You either break the
his
game or
downward
you will suffer.
containment
Yeah,
chamber.
basically.
As you have no doubt guessed or gleamed from this video,
This is
there's
for
many ways to
phony
break this
concept,
game.
like,
And I only know
Alex
some
thing,
of them.
whatever
My
that
recent
means.
favorite is starting with Lightning Strike, which
Whatever the
makes
fuck that
fights
means.
increasingly stupid as you watch multiple enemies run up to your leader, take a swing, miss, and get stun locked into oblivion. Also, I learned that unlike Seduce or Charm, which only work if a target has testicles, Dominate actually works on anything. And if you get lucky and roll a Ring of Flight, this includes dragons as well. By the way, I don't know what to think of this, but I learned how this works mechanically. I found out that men in this game are categorized as humanoid, whereas women fall under the category of creature. Regardless which side you
Female
follow, the
creature!
campaign is pretty long. There's branching paths, a lot of lore, and generally is just a fun experience. Spoilers ahead, so if you don't want spoilers to a 23-year-old game, skip forward to this timestamp. Alright, actually I don't have any spoilers.
I think spoilers aren't gonna
Just
kill
wanted
anyone.
those people gone so we can have a quiet moment. Anyway, give it a few seconds, so they think I'm actually saying something valuable. Anyway, remember Elf Hyperborea? Yeah, that kind of went wrong. Meandor tries to revive King Inioch, and it works. A little too well. The star shining over the Valley of Wonders is blood red. Inioch is now an undead lich, leading the forces of death. Positive,
totally forgot. I
destruction
gotta
of
make sure I got my
humanity.
socks in my
Negative, he's going to kill us all in the process.
I'll be
All in
pissed
all,
if I
a
get there
mixed
and I don't
bag.
have no
So
socks.
we should probably do something
on.
about it. At some point, you can escape with
There
your
are
people to safety,
critters.
or choose
That's
to
right.
stand and fight with the arrival of a Hymen, whose name sounds
Right.
very strange if you say it too quickly. If you're playing the cult, your options are like, I could join the undead, but they're probably, maybe, definitely gonna kill me. Yeah, I'm going Team Hymen. Then you win the campaign and it's like, maybe the real Cult of Storms was all the friends we made along the way. I'm a wanted war criminal. If you play keepers and choose to stay, you and the Hymen essentially put Inioch back in the ground. Your reward for all this is a lifetime of loneliness as the last of your race has sailed across the sea, never to be seen again. It's a bittersweet ending, and I like it very much. You know the fable of the fox and the sour grapes? Yeah, I want to eat them because they're sour. To this day, the game looks amazing. I'm running it 800 by 600, stretched to a 1080p monitor. The possibility that this knowledge is making someone very upset right now makes it all the more enjoyable. The sprite work, beautiful. Animated dragon that follows your cursor in the UI, beautiful. I love this game. What more can I say? The soundtrack is so good I've listened to it at least 100 times back to back for the last 2 decades. And the sound effects. The sound effects are completely scuffed. Full disclosure, I think they used royalty-free stock sound effects for most of a combat, and I love it. Look, I don't need to explain why Beholder sounds like a golden retriever. It's a feature. Critique. If you alt-tab the game on Windows 10, it's gonna turn into inverted neon purple puke. I've kind of learned how to navigate this stereoscopic hell, if only because I believe it's some kind of portal into the lean dimension. Jokes aside, if this happens to your game, it's fucked. Just close and restart. Also, if you get frequent crashing with a pop-up that says like map view or show scene, there's a
this is
patch
Age
you
of
can run
Wonders.
to fix it. I'll link that in the description below. Finally, we have a
have to
sale on
figure out how to
GOG for Age
shove
of
this
Wonders 1,
wig.
2, and free. I couldn't get the expansions for free because they're really expensive, but I did manage to secure the expansion for Age of Wonders 2. They will be available for very little money. I personally endorse every single one of them because they're great games, and I will review them when someone pays me a lot of money. Offer code FUGHUNTER goes in all fields. Enjoy. As always, more content to come, so stay tuned. A warm thanks to the many members of the Merchants Guild generously funding and bankrolling these videos, except recently because I've realized I can milk VPN sponsors instead. You're all truly wonderful. Have a good one.
I feel like I'm killing people.
Hey people, Seth here.
In-game.
I'm doing my part.
We got
Are
Earth
you?
Defense.
The world
Earth
is a
Defense
bad
was
place,
fine.
and unfortunately, it's gonna
I feel
get
like I'm
worse
killing people
before it gets better. No,
because-
seriously, look out your window.
I feel like I killed somebody. I'm trying to shove like a decapitated head into my suitcase. But it works out. Give me just a moment. I'll be right back.
You are
Leaving my
now a
room for a second,
member
I'll
of
be
the
right
Earth
back.
Defense Force. Yesterday, you were
guys
just
still
a
hear me?
civilian
I have
forklift
to
operator
bring my
slash
dogs
technician
inside 'cause
slash
it's kinda
mall
cold
cop
outside
slash
and they'll get
whatever
chilly if
this
they're
is.
outside
But
for too
regardless, God is coming back to Earth. He wants to make it a better place to live. A world free of pollution, free of microplastics, free of violence. Well, okay, not that one. But hey, that's 2 out of 3. Was there anything else? Oh yeah, free of humans. You guys need to go. Now, what are you gonna do about it? You're gonna do your part. With conflict comes war, and with war comes the dreaded draft. But I've got a tip just for you. You can't get drafted if you get enlisted. Enlisted is a World War II themed multiplayer shooter with a strong focus on historical authenticity. We're doomed to repeat it anyway, so why not get acquainted with Enlisted's massive arsenal of weapons, vehicles, locations, and fortifications. With dynamic firefights always keeping you in the heat of action, you'll have plenty of time to learn. While many college professors would charge thousands of dollars for a history degree, you can personally experience the horrors of war for the low price of completely free. Just use my link in the description below, or wait till the end of the video for a special offer. Earth Defense Force started as an excuse for Sandlot to reuse assets from other projects. However, in their quest for fast cash, they discovered something. A new market force. The primordial human desire for increasingly dangerous insecticide. Listen, raid is no longer enough. We're living in the Garden of Eden, and the best way to defend it is to burn it to the ground. As such, every EDF game is just the last game, but slightly better. For example, the Ranger can now do this. This franchise is in a constant battle to upstage itself, and surprisingly, it's still working. This game is certifiably insane, in the best sense of the word, because nothing makes sense. So, hop in. We've got aliens to fight, but before you can play, you'll need to pick a class. Here's a simple test to find out the right class for you.
Out of your friends, which are you? Truck freak crazy ass. The fighter.
If you've never played EDF before, pick the closest thing to normality. For Ranger, every class shares one guiding principle. I can't see anything, and I have no idea what's going on. Thankfully, the Ranger has access to the standard issue EDF windshield wiper, the shotgun, which is only the beginning. EDF is a game of high explosives and higher.
Bye, people.
explosives.
Thank you for stopping by. Hope you have a good
Why
rest
stop
of the
there? How
day,
about
morning, I
C20?
guess. Morning for you? Morning, afternoon? I don't know.
There we go. Now, go get him, champ. Much like the currency of Zimbabwe, the explosives of EDF have experienced hyperinflation because I have just unlocked C-70. Traditionally, tube launched
Why does it think my fucking tongue is out?
work by putting a rocket in a tube and then firing it out of a tube. However, this is no time for tradition. Reloading is for chumps, so we just cram like 5 in there at the same time. What's the worst that could happen? I mean, aside from small, unprovable changes in our reality. Each time you fire that rocket, Nelson Mandela dies on a different date. Each time you reload, the Berenstein Bears change once again.
Let's
and each time
go!
you hit the target, you do no damage because this is the post post-nerf reality. But that's okay. Explosions don't even scratch the surface of what a ranger can do. Snipe your enemies from afar.
Dude, why is it
Minefield your enemies from up
sticking my
close.
tongue
Annoy
out?
your team with DNG grenades. Weld the elemental powers of fire, acid, anime, and every flavor of Kool-Aid.
Hold on.
Or the most powerful thing a ranger can do. Change class. Yeah, sorry, I haven't been entirely forthcoming. If you're playing multiplayer, there is no reason to pick ranger. And if you're playing single player, you know what? I completely respect that. You do you. Presumably, as
I
a
had to text
consumer
my
of
mother.
Japanese entertainment products, no woman is physically present, or else
Let's
she would
go!
save you from your poor decisions, physically punching the copy of Persona 4 out of your hands and freeing you from the path of a child predator. But
That's
fear
right.
not, EDF allows you to look upon the visage of a woman from a safe distance. Introducing the Wing Diver. If you're a Philistine, you might be upset because they removed her titty window. But
What?
I've stared at this brapper for at least 50 man-hours. So imagine my surprise. After 10 long years, she's finally wearing clothes. Let this be a lesson, fellas. If she says, "I'll be ready in 10 minutes," you've got plenty of time. Take a nap, do your taxes, read a book, but for the love of God, do not leave a car running. Trust me, the money you save will be well worth it. Why? You might even save enough to purchase all the
Holy
DLCs.
fucking
Now,
shit.
Who needs healing? Yes, this is a completely necessary and unavoidable business expense, and I will be deducting it from my taxes. Now, where were we? Yes, video games. The Wing Diver has a jetpack. The propellant is magic video game jet fuel, which has the non-Euclidean properties of a single Romanian, virtually infinite, and, given the chance, will asexually reproduce to maximum capacity. This also powers her weapons. Now, it may seem restrictive to fly and shoot with the same energy reserve, but don't worry, that's why they come with internal magazines, or at least they used to. But now some overworked, glue-huffing intern made almost every weapon charge and discharge, which is great for single-shot weapons, but for anything longer than that, it's like... Oh, I guess I'm gonna be here for the next 20 minutes. There's no way to know this in advance. It's not a weapon stat. You have to read through the descriptive paragraph for every gun to find out whether it's magazine-based or magazine cringe. Life must be hard in Japan. Father, when I grow up, I want to be a UX designer. You bring dishonor to our family. No son of mine will ever create a good user interface. Get these notions out of your head. Now sit down for dinner. Your mother made your favorite tortured duck penis. Very nutritious. The fencer could be summarized as your motherfucking life ends 30 seconds from now. The fencer is the polar opposite of a winged diver. He's going to kill you, eventually, given time. But he's slow, very slow. But who cares when you can dual-wield anything? Miniguns, mortars, missiles, melee weapons, shields, whatever you want. Just remember, I lied. He's not slow at all. You get 2 slots for support equipment. So, while the novice fencer veers around uncontrollably, the master fencer just instant transmissions to where he needs to be.
racist
I'm
stuff.
not a very good fencer,
do.
because I have brain rot from all the hours I spent playing Air Raider. The Air Raider has guns, but more importantly, he has airstrikes. We're talking howitzers, cannons, bombers, gunners, orbital lasers, bulge lasers, whatever your heart desires. When something renders the game completely unplayable for anyone with screen shake on, you know it's good. EDF is fully aware that griefing teammates by your very presence is a fundamental human right. So now, Air Raider has a third weapon slot, and more importantly, the 150mm cannon fire. This game will inform you the status of every single airstrike in the current airspace. That's the equivalent of telling me, a peaceful opium farmer in Iraq, that there's a Hellfire drone circling above me. Believe me, I already know. But hey, I know that when I'm incarcerated in a padded cell, I'll be comforted by the sweet sound of "This is DE-202. We're flying to cover the ground units again." Who you calling a ground unit? I'm taking to the skies. Never mind. The Air Raider has a wide array of vehicles to choose from, provided they haven't already been stolen by the Ranger. But I digress. Here's a quick warning on handling. Every motorcycle is completely unusable. The depth crawler comes in clutch for underground missions, but you might need a barf bag. And finally, the armored vehicle grape is what happens when you sand your tires for aesthetic effect. Coincidentally, the grape is the strongest vehicle in the entire game. Speed versus armor isn't really a debate when a pack of spiders can unwind the fucking fabric of reality in about 3 seconds. The Air Raider is described as a support class because I support my teammates into the afterlife. You know what? No, I'm tired of these friendly fire jokes. I no longer wish to be this person, this agent of chaos. It's time to turn a new leaf. Deploy Varumbas. Every class has lock-on weapons, which reduce the risk of friendly fire. And Air Raider has a suit of tools to make them even better. Most of these you'll use once, realize they're absolute trash, and never touch them again. But how do you get these weapons in the first place? Boxes. Just like your unconscious roommate who's
Loot
filled with delicious
boxes!
kidneys, every alien is a veritable piñata of goodies. Health pickups restore your health. Weapon pickups give you weapons, depending on a dice roll for some completely esoteric loot table, and armor pickups give you +1 max health permanently. This system is garbage. It sucks. Nobody likes it. It makes zero sense. But EDF players aren't attracted to games that make sense. They're attracted to drywall and the taste of a homeless man's adrenaline as you chase him through the streets of New York. These new unlocks allow you to create a wide variety of team builds based on the situation. Finding out which situation you're in is a simple two-step process. Do whatever you did last time and get annihilated by some horseshit. One, brainstorming
I'm pretty sure,
session later,
I'm pretty
and
sure
you'll
I've seen
figure
the
it
Star
out.
Sector
Rinse
video.
and
I've seen
repeat
a lot of
until,
his videos
much
like a
my
while
clothing,
ago, honestly.
The unending tide erodes away your very being until you are no longer a man, but a lifeless husk, driven by spite to beat just one more mission. This is especially true of a DLC, which replaces gameplay with cock and ball torture play. To aid your team's camaraderie in these dark times, EDF has the most extensive voice command system you will ever see in your entire life, and most of them have voice acting. Remember, we might have 50-foot cruise missiles, but the greatest weapon of all is hope. When the situation is at its most dire, it's on you to ignite the fires of hope with song.
We are the Alpha Team with passion and camaraderie. We are the Alpha Team with passion and camaraderie.
The game makes zero sense. Surprisingly, so does the story.
I
This
actually
is a
fucking
universe
can
where
though.
everyone eats
Holy
glue,
shit.
including the aliens. However, it is imperative that you understand the plot.
I
So,
don't think
allow
fucking
me to
can,
give
though.
you a quick rundown. So, first you're a civilian, but then giant ants show up, so they give you a firearm. But when you get to the surface, it turns out there's an all-out alien invasion. News commentators speculate on which country could be responsible, as if it's already well known that Russia or North Korea has like a few thousand battalions of ants ready to go. More importantly, you need to get to safety. Your sergeant is terrible at directions, so wherever you go, you're never safe. Suddenly, a new type of alien gets deployed. To paraphrase the game dialogue, I can't shoot them. They're just like us. And then you see what they're referring to, and clearly it is indistinguishable from humanity. Look, 2 arms, 2 legs, and a head. My God. It's a featherless biped. The resemblance is uncanny. Then these guys get deployed
That's so
and nobody
fucking
says anything.
gross.
Who's getting the best head? Post your comments in WeChat. And remember, Chinese Taipei belongs to the CCP. A giant battle takes place in Beijing, where it's rumored that humanity has some kind of super weapon. Also, Godzilla shows up. This is completely unrelated to the plot. Beijing defeats the invasion and reveals their super weapon. Pollution. No, I'm not making that up. It's pollution. Aliens are weak to air pollution, and their blood contains microbes that scrub the air of all pollutants. Late game also introduces green ants that eat concrete and digest microplastic. Another kaiju shows up. Luckily, we have a giant mech for that. It turns out the aliens are working with giant bees. I have a small aneurysm and get back to writing this review. Science Lady gets desperate and turns to mythology. Apparently, ancient humans were created when God descended in an egg-shaped ship. She gets immediately gaslit by the radio operator, telling her, "That's ridiculous. We live in a real world, not fantasy. Get back to work." Oh yeah, also, we need to find the egg-shaped command ship
Excel, my
and,
YouTube's just
blow
been
it up.
auto-playing
A
the
Pacific
Seth
Rim bar fight
videos.
ensues
We
for
were watching
reasons
other stuff,
unknown.
but it
Then
literally
I spent
auto-plays the
3
Seth
missions
videos too
killing a
fast for me
walking
to choose
fortress.
something
I
else,
forgot
so
why. Probably because
I
my
just let
blood
it keep
alcohol
playing.
was high enough to wipe out a family of 4. Or my mind was preoccupied because you shoot the mothership and it turns into a biblically accurate angel. And then God, capital G, descends to Earth. And what do? They try to arrest him. EDF tries to arrest God. And God resists arrest. So, naturally, we have to murder God. Yes, you kill God, because, after all, this is a Japanese role-playing game. God is dead, God remains dead, and we have killed him. And then, a New Vegas-style epilogue plays to tell you that 90% of the world's population is fucking dead. As for the remaining 10%, They're in India. Please remember, this is the same nation where a politician tried to prove the safety of the Ganges River by drinking its water. Immediately, he was rushed to the ICU. After hearing this, I hope you understand what I mean when I say that EDF is a parallel universe where Down syndrome is normal, and chromosomes work like Pokemon. You collect them all, and they battle for dominance. To close off, I'd like to share a story. In elementary school, for some reason, they put a special needs kid in the same class as us.
It's
He
me!
really wanted to play with an action figure we had, but we didn't let him because, obviously, he's going to destroy it. So he shoved it up his ass, and now no one could play with it because no one wanted to. And also, we were really superstitious at the time. We thought that touching poop is how you catch AIDS. And for a pair of 8-year-olds, we were kinda half right. The homosexual apple does not fall far from the homosexual tree. EDF unintentionally reveals a deep-seated truth about the human condition. Aliens, if you ever dare invade our planet, we're gonna destroy it first. Whoops. A 50mm Kampfwagen Kanonen shell just hit my neighbor. I know that because I've been playing Enlisted this entire time, and I need help. Join for free and use my link for 3 days of premium time and several orders for troops and weapons. Where are we dropping? Anywhere. Enlisted is available on PC, Xbox, and PlayStation with cross-platform support. I'll see you on the front lines. As always, more content to come, so stay tuned. A warm thanks to the many members of the Merchants Guild.
There's like fucking short videos.
And
There we go. My cursor has trouble tracking because I just have it in full,
to charge you, but that will soon
screen
change.
mode.
You're all truly wonderful. Have a good one.
See, so we have to think. We have to figure something out in the next like 3 seconds, or else we already watched the Kenshi review. But I think that's what it's gonna play. Yeah, we can just watch the Kenshi review. I've already seen this one,
people.
but I like it. I like this
Today,
one.
I'll
so
be covering an educational game about the harsh realities
feel free to
of
link a short video.
post-apocalyptic society. A game where you can be anything you want to be, do anything you want to do.
I just want to see their arms get cut off.
Extremely illegal, morally dubious, and outright sadistic. A game where everything wants to either eat you, cook you, suck out your organs, or peel off your skin and use it as a rug. A game where being forced into slavery is considered a good outcome compared to having your arms and legs eaten off by a pack of giraffes. I'm talking, of course, about Kenshi. Kenshi takes place in a world that has been plunged into a technological dark age after an unknown disaster annihilated modern society. And now, everyone's back to using straw hats and katanas. Kenshi is actually the canonical sequel to Battle Realms. Many theorize how feudal China ended up looking like this, but the popular opinion is that after endless droughts and famine, the lack of easily available rice and water, which are the 2 elements needed to form a Chinaman, led to an uncontrolled period of rapid population decline. Seeing that China was at its weakest, the Australians invaded, and the rest is history. Kenshi plays
The
like
white
some
man.
strange hybrid of Mountain Blade, Jagged Alliance, and Def Jam Fight for New York. After about 10 artistic years of development, it's finally here, featuring drug trafficking, human trafficking, and giant enemy crabs. Kenshi, it's got it all. To begin, you need to choose from one of 13 different starting scenarios. You can start as anything from a nameless vagabond, a trader with connections and money to spare, or even a guy who's hit rock bottom. No money, no food, and no masturbation. The character you start with can be fully customized. You can start as a human, a Shekman, a Bugman, or a Skellyman, which all have their own respective perks and penalties.
What am I
Humans
supposed
are,
to
of
do
course,
now?
good at everything. But you know what they're not good at? Surviving acid rain, or swimming in acid, or getting too close to one of these. Bugmen are exceptional at losing limbs and slavery. Are they good at capturing slaves? No, they're good at being slaves. Sheks are good at fighting. They're not good at reasoning, critical thinking, and having any sort of long-term planning. Skellymen are better at everything, which is why everyone's afraid of them. They're also probably responsible for destroying the world. Being perfect comes at a price. You can't heal. You need repairs instead, and good luck finding a mechanic in a desert. However, the character you start with isn't special. They've got stats and skills like everyone else. They can also permanently die like everyone else. A game of Kenshi only truly ends when all of your characters are 6 feet under. There's no real objective in Kenshi. That objective can be whatever you want it to be. Just like getting bullied in high school, the core philosophy of Kenshi is get your shit kicked in and get stronger, survive, and fight another day. Once you get into your first fight, you'll understand what I mean. Kenshi
It's not
uses a limb-based
Japanese Japanese
physics
RimWorld.
system
It's
to
got a lot of
determine whether attacks
combat.
actually connect, and you don't die outright. Usually, your limbs suffer too much damage, forcing you to crawl on the ground or fight with a broken arm, as your broken appendages flail around helplessly. If you spill out too much blood or intestines, you'll collapse unconscious instead. You can still wake up from a trauma and bandage yourself together, or rely on the help of allies
It's
to
a lot
pop
more
your
heavily
bones
combat
back in
based
place
than
and carry
RimWorld.
you to relative safety. However, take too much damage in a short span of time, and you might permanently lose an arm or a leg. If that happens, you can install prosthetic limbs, but having a bucket instead of a foot isn't exactly ideal, so hold on to those. But if your organs take too much damage, don't worry about prosthetics, because you're already fucking dead. All that's left is to strip you down and chuck you in the furnace, because cremation is a far safer solution than letting your corpse fume up and attract the bone dogs. Remember I said combat uses physics? Because understanding that is extremely important. Characters make different swings and motions with different weapons, which also change as you get more experienced. If a swing physically connects with an enemy, it counts as a hit. Not only that, if there were, let's say, 3 enemies standing closely packed together, they'll all get cut by the same swing. Basically, I'm telling you that if you want to die very quickly, gang up on an enemy, because that's a great idea. He'll take a single broad horizontal swing and decapitate your entire team. It's better to have characters duel each enemy or try and overwhelm them with a variety of attacks. You can even do some crazy micro and make your characters manually evade attacks while everyone else flanks them from the side. Combat is really fucking good. It's responsive and only gets more entertaining as you get the hang of it. In the beginning, you're nothing but a walking sack of rice weed. By the end, you're still a walking sack of rice weed, but hey, you can stage dive leviathans like a baller. But combat's only one of many things you do in Kenshi. It's a means to an end.
I can't wait to see
Achieving
the
any of your
Jehovah's
goals
Witnesses.
requires money. Money buys you food, equipment, protection, and companions. You can't get anywhere without it, but you can't get it anywhere for free. To make money, we need to explore, see beautiful and bizarre places with our own sets of risks and challenges, such as dust storms, gas clouds, flesh-eating cannibals, flesh-eating spiders, lack of water, too much water, and this. I don't recommend stepping into one of these, but they can outrun any character, so the only real way of dodging them is by getting out of the way very quickly, or by traveling at night. Luckily, they're not as dangerous once they fall out of the sky. Besides all the different places that can get you killed, there's a lot of interesting people to meet throughout the world. Hey, I think I've had enough of Kenshi for today. Actually, turns out they're completely friendly. They just need some help peeling potatoes. Unfortunately, it turned out I was the potato, and my limbs had to be peeled off. I can conclusively say this is probably the most effective weight loss plan I've ever seen in my life. There's a lot of factions out there, and most of them aren't skin bandits, and once you meet them, you'll realize they're even worse. You can interact with them, help them, and even pledge allegiance to their cause, or you can kidnap them and execute their leaders, forcing them to crumble and/or the lack of leadership. Even better, the resulting power vacuum leads to rival factions taking over and potentially expanding across the world. Kenshi lets you do that. It even encourages you to do that. Sooner or later, your nomadic lifestyle of running from city to city will get old. Why pay for methanol poisoning when we can make our own? Why suffer the daily struggle when we can grow our own weed and process it into soft, sticky mounds of hash, which we'll smuggle into the United Cities using Amazon Prime? Here's Hobbs demonstrating our one-day Prime delivery option. He's currently sneaking past the border at a comfortable land speed of 26 miles per hour. The guards don't even see him. If they do, they'll pretend they didn't, intimidated by the man Naruto running through their gates with over 50 kilos of solid hash on his back. As you've probably figured out, you can make your own outpost. At the start, it won't be anything special and you'll be barely scraping by to survive, but once you get some research and technology going, you'll be on your way to establishing a thriving city, provided you don't get murdered, robbed, or eaten while doing so. Setting up an outpost changes the game completely. You now have a place to live, but everyone wants to take what they can't have, and they will, unless your defenses hold up. Each region has its own set of wildlife and factions that will try and ruin your day. In my case, I set up in the desert. The soil sucked, the crops didn't grow, but at least I was only under attack every day by 4 different factions. Starving bandits kept coming to beg for food. They got a free bolt in the mouth instead. The dust bandits just wanted to kill us. At least they were honest about it. The Sheks kept asking for a good clean fight, so I walled myself off and turned them into pincushions. The Black Dragon Ninjas. Black Dragon Ninjas can go fuck themselves. We're suffering our second famine this season, and it's all because a pack of weeaboos with tin hats keep dabbing away with our bread baskets. And you know what? The raids aren't even the worst part. It was Sundays, Kenshi, where every Sunday is prayer day, and you don't want to skip out on prayer day. Oh, you
They're
missed
here.
your Bible. Don't worry, this one's on me. Oh, you can't make prayer day because you're in a coma from severe head trauma? I literally do not give a shit. I don't care if there's enemies bashing at your gates. You raise those shits right now, and I'm giving you to the count of 5 to come pray to our Lord and Savior, Okran. If you don't come out right now, I'm gonna burn this place to the ground and kill every blasphemous pagan who takes the name of the Lord in vain. And we're gonna do this every Sunday. Prayer day is the best goddamn day. Unlike those lazy preachers in real life, the Holy Nation priests will personally travel all the way to your base
It's so
together
nice of
with
them.
their faithful team of heavily armed paladins, and I don't recommend making them upset. If you can survive all of that, having an outpost lets you really expand on your options. You can
Do
even
that, I
assign
think.
people to tasks and functions using an automated job system, and essentially sit back while they generate money and get stuck on terrain. After securing a stable source of food, you naturally want more people to eat it. If that doesn't work, buy yourself a couple of animals. They'll eat through your survival rations in no time.
Hey,
Animals
it's
are a
time for
mixed
your weekly
blessing, so
prayer.
I've arranged them in order of usefulness. Goats,
Yes,
which are walking
honey.
sacks of meat. Bone dogs, which are the body cleanup crews of Kenshi. Very cute. I recommend getting a pack of them just to watch them play fetch
They
with
look
each
like
other.
sheep.
There's also Garus and Bulls, which are walking sacks of storage space and absolutely essential for trading and carrying all of your stolen ceramic bowls. And finally, there's crabs, which are objectively the greatest animals for both land-based and naval combat. Oh, real funny, Seth. Now, show me a squad of them. I admit, I got really uncreative with naming them after the first dozen or so. You're not even limited to a single outpost. You can build an outpost wherever you want. Just be prepared for the consequences once other people start to take notice. From there, the world is your oyster, and it's
What?
waiting to be devoured by your legions of domesticated
Why did it jump so
crustaceans.
high?
Your characters don't even have to be in the same region as each other. The game keeps track of everything in real time, no matter where they are on the map. You can send squads and expeditions out into the wild, while your peasants work their lives away in your sweatshops. And you sort of have to as well. You can't unlock any of the later research trees without plundering the remains of ancient civilization. So you can finally harness the ancient secrets of eggplant hydroponics. Kenshi is a wonderful, bizarre, and at times absolutely brutal game with a completely unique setting. It's an absolute joy to play, and I've greatly enjoyed watching my life spiral out of control as I feed my newfound addiction. I of course give it the biggest score, and my highest recommendation. I give it 250 stacks of wheat straw over the insane fucking attack range of blood spiders. Seriously, look at that shit. Luckily, you don't
That's
have
a
to
lot.
deal with it. Kenshi is extremely mod friendly, and most of the issues you have in the game can be easily fixed through modding. I've attached my mod list in the description below, and it should contain the bare essentials to improve gameplay without significantly changing anything. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a lot of potatoes to peel, but don't worry, I've got a lot of free time. As always, more content to come, so stay tuned. Also, earlier this month, I made a shitty website introducing SethScentach.com. It's hot garbage, but it's also got links to all my videos, especially the banned ones. Come check it out. A warm thanks to the many members.
Dragon kick your ass into the Milky Way.
What the fuck is this?
My arm, my arm, my arm, my arm, my arm, my arm, the summon of the powers of the God hand. I lost a limb in a fight, but don't worry, babe, I'll be cool. The ultimate power of a god is now my secret tool. My defenses are impregnable. My style is impetuous. If it's too much, I'll grovel at your feet. I beg for mercy when I feel the heat. Jaw-dropping attacks from my roulette wheel. Apocalyptic beatdowns from the God Hand. My arm, my arm,
What the
my
fuck is
arm,
this?
my arm, my arm, my arm. I summon up the powers of the God Hand.
Oh, here, guys. You wanna watch Space Station 13 anyways?
Who's next? Don't be a fool. Hyperactive fighting style, so slick they will make you drool. The God Hand helps me work out my stress. It's overpowering, I must confess. The only person who it doesn't work on is the girl who got me into this Olivia. Slicing through thugs with my shockwave. More beheadings than a guillotine. Head slicer. Head slicer.
We have to watch them die.
My arm, my arm, my arm, my arm. I summon up the powers of the God Hand.
Morning, Tackler. It's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. I appreciate you stopping by.
Hey people, Seth here. Today, I'll be covering a very niche,
I will say, I do have to, you guys gotta give me
autistic
like
game
5
that
minutes so I can
everyone's
pack
asked
up,
me to cover
I brush
since
my
day
teeth
one.
again,
A game where you
and pack up my
many other
toothpaste and
real
shit into
living
my little,
people with
girly
questionable
bag.
social intelligence role play
I've seen
together
this
on the
video.
worst
I've
space
seen this video like 3
station in
times.
the universe, where aliens, shapeshifters,
This
and
one is
traitors
fucking Kino.
working
This one
for
is
rival
actually fucking
corporations
Kino.
are the least of your
Actually
concerns,
fucking
where
Kino.
the
So give me just a
greatest
second, I'll
threat
be
to
right
your own
back.
existence are your own
Right back,
crew
right back,
members.
right back.
Hungry? Come to the station
Right back.
canteen, where
I
the
fucking
food
love
is
this one. I
definitely
fucking love this one.
poisoned.
As long as I
Injured,
don't miss
head
the
on
clown
down to
parts.
medical, where half a
As long
medication
as I don't
has
miss the
been
important
relabeled
clown
as
parts.
happy pills. Discouraged? You can try taking
be
a
fine.
painkiller instead. But it wasn't a painkiller, it was LSD. Having a bad trip? Don't worry, there's a security officer nearby to help, but he can't respond because he was murdered and replaced by a genetically modified monkey wearing his uniform. Hallucinating? Keep calm and focus on what's real. Unfortunately for you, the supermassive black hole expanding towards you is not a hallucination. It is, in fact, very real.
The emergency shuttle has been called.
Welcome to Space Station 13. Space Station 13 has a very simple premise. Everyone has a job. Your objective? Do your best to delay the station's inevitable destruction, either at the hands of antagonists or at the hands of your own incompetent crew. Normally, I give a final score for a game at the end of a video. Not this time. Space Station 13, 10 out of 10, amazing, spectacular. Don't play it. If I'm being perfectly honest with you, Space Station 13 is a fantastic game, but I genuinely don't recommend you play it. Why? Because the engine it's running on is probably older than you, because the interface is a convoluted mess, and only usable because me and every other autistic chimpanzee who plays this game has committed the hotkeys to muscle memory because of the insane time investment and commitment required for you to learn a single role, and because, to be perfectly honest, the servers can't handle all of you. At best, we can handle, like, 30 extra players before you grind the servers to a halt. For all these reasons, Space Station 13 always was and always will be a niche title, and maybe that's for the best. But I can offer you something else. I've already killed your hopes and dreams of playing the game, so instead, let me share some stories of my wonderful experience with Space Station 13. These stories span several years and several different servers, the names of which will forever stay anonymous because I respect their privacy, and because I've received threats from some of the more colorful servers to not mention them by name, or else what's gonna happen if I don't comply? Are they gonna hire a Bitcoin assassin to run me over with his mobility scooter? Is he gonna stab me with his insulin pen? I don't know, but between you and me, I hate having cum delivered to my mailbox and would prefer to keep it that way. Anyway, I remember the first time playing Space Station very vividly. My friends told me to download it and hop on some shitty server. It had furries and erotic roleplay. More on that later. I entered around as an assistant, my job to give assistance and to get my hands burnt off trying to hack into places I don't have access to. As I'm screwing around with airlock wires, my friend comes running down the hallway, dragging someone's unconscious body. Frantically, he tells me, "Seth, quick, Can you open this door? Sensing the urgency in his voice, I do. He throws the body inside and sprints away. The airlock closes. 3 seconds later, something explodes. What the fuck was that? I ask. Oh yeah, I fed him potassium and water pills. It takes a while to metabolize. My friend had just murdered a man in cold blood by turning his body into a living, ticking potassium bomb. As soon as the man's digestive juices cracked through the potassium tablet, it reacted violently with the water in his stomach and exploded, killing him from inside out. After such a horrific display of homicide, I realized, hey, this game's pretty good. Fast forward a few weeks and I'm learning roles, calling shots, and ignoring every single rule of a server. I also ignored every single rule of medicine. I was a surgeon, top of my class, destined to go where no licensed professional ever has. Also, my friend's girlfriend started playing with us. To put it bluntly, she wasn't very good, but she was very interested in progressing the medical field in any way possible. Cargo had just delivered us some complimentary pizza, as thanks for patching up their boys after they got a little too intimate with the xenomorphs on mining station. Brilliance flashed before my eyes. My pupils widened. I started physically sweating, because she said the words I've always dreamt of hearing. Please, turn me into a pizza. And so, I got to work. Nurse, get me my scalpel, tweezers, protractor, bone gel, and the rest of the unfinished pizza. One horrified clown watched in the operating theater as I cleanly hacked off and cauterized her hands and feet. I opened the pizza box and began attaching her new cheesy limbs. Help! Sec to surgery, the clown blurted out. He's turning her into a Papa John's. The head of medical stormed in with a host of security officers to detain me, but they were too late. Her hands and feet had already been replaced. Surprisingly, she could walk just fine on a pair of pizza feet. But her lack of opposable pizza thumbs meant that she couldn't really hold anything, let alone pick them up in the first place. However, her pizza hands did make for a convenient and portable source of nutrition. Despite her numerous protests that she consented to the surgery, the head of medical demoted me on the spot and banned me from ever practicing medicine, claiming that you can't consent to being a pizza. I was thrown in jail for the rest of the round. Clearly, there was no appreciation for the arts on this station. So, many rounds later, me and my friends found a new purpose, cleaning up the server, one erotic, furry roleplay at a time. Using telecommunications and meta-communications, I expertly pinpointed areas of high homosexual intent, namely the dorm rooms and the showers. As two Khajiit-looking cat men meet privately with one another, they will inevitably start writing words such as, ooh, Mayak has a barbed prickly surprise for you, my friend. And, yes, not me with your thick Tajaran trunk. This is completely unacceptable. Once an act of high homosexual intent is in motion, several of our men would mobilize. As they groan, moan, and spit out hairballs on each other, a security officer would barge in, flashbang the feline fornicators, and tag team baton them into submission before another officer handcuffs them to the bed. On the other side of a contaminated dorm room, our team's atmospheric technician sets explosive C4 charges against the station glass. Quickly, we evacuate the biohazard exclusion zone and seal the airlocks. Romeo and Juliet barely have enough time to recover
what the
from
fuck
the
is going on
before the charges detonate, depressurizing the room and sucking their bodies out into the black vacuum of space. Another job well done. Many explosive decompressions later, erotic roleplay was considered a real occupational hazard. The Tajaran cat boys got creative, started doing group sessions instead, but these were quickly crushed by my friend playing the best roboticist I've ever seen in my life. The airlock doors to their sodomy chamber were welded shut to prevent interruptions, so he drilled right through them with a gigantic combat mech. The air inside was heavy with a sickly sweet smell of wet fur balls and toxoplasmosis. The furries didn't even have time to react before he started unloading shell after shell of flashbang grenades, and thus we all got banned. We paid the price, but to see half a server get flashbanged unconscious for 10 minutes straight, priceless. The server didn't last long anyway. The admin's mom shut it down as soon as she saw the electricity bill, so me and my friends went on to enrich other servers. I even got good at being a chemist. In other words, I always stole the syringe gun at the start of a round and filled it with lethal doses of chloral hydrate, for my own protection, of course. I also gave whatever chemical anyone requested, which gives me some moral ambiguity and 2 degrees of separation from any pranks or murders that took place as a result of said chemicals. If a clown asks for space lube, he's gonna get space lube. One time, a clown managed to lube the entire hallway outside of medical, all the way to departures. Now, departures is usually the place where the escape shuttle docks to get us out of our quickly burning heap of a station. However, if there's no call for a shuttle, departures is completely empty, besides the airlock, which the clown had hacked open. Several people came running through medical, slipped on the space lube, and accelerated themselves face first into the infinite vacuum of space. Security figured out it was the clown, and in true security fashion, also slipped on the space lube. With most of the crew floating around dead in space, the station had to be evacuated. He was later banned from playing clown ever again. Several rounds later, I finally spawned as a traitor.
Do you have brain damage?
Welcome to the Syndicate.
And I had no idea what I was doing, but I wanted my first time to be special. Conveniently, an assistant comes in, bleeding all over, because he was probably trying to break into the armory without insulated gloves. His character sprite had maximum melanin and an afro. His roleplay friendly name was Madick, an idiot, but a useful idiot. There were no medical staff on hand except me, so I said, "Hey, I know a little bit of surgery, let me fix you up." I put him under general anesthetic and took out my Syndicate PDA. With this, I can discreetly teleport a few traitor items into my inventory.
Traitor
to help me
items?
achieve my objective, which in this case was murdering the head of security. I ordered 2 sets of voice-activated explosives, which trigger upon hearing the recorded code phrase. I set this to the word most likely to be spoken by this mentally retarded human being. Can you guess what that is? I surgically opened his ass and inserted the first of the explosives. Then I lodged the second one neatly inside his chest cavity. Closing them up, I took off the anesthetic and began to put my plan in action. I would arm this simple-minded moron with illegal weaponry, with the hopes that security would detain him on possession charges. I gave him all the LSD, all the chloral hydrate syringes, and an entire spray bottle of space lube. I had expertly equipped him to be the ultimate griefing machine. Proud of my work, I gave him a hug and set him loose on the world. But just before he left medical, he turned around and said, "Thanks, nigger." And we both exploded. My other times playing antagonist went about just as well. Once I started as the leader of a cult. Our objective was to seize control of the station and sacrifice our mortal bodies to summon a physical manifestation of our dark god. However, I wasn't very good
How
at
was
it,
your stream?
and
I saw you
these
playing
were my
Battlefield. How was your
servants.
stream,
We
Cleo?
found a nice, quiet, and most
I'm shouting
importantly,
out Cleo.
abandoned bar near the north end
Oh
of
my
the
god,
station,
hi Cleo.
which we began
Hi.
redecorating.
Hi. Hi Raiders. My name is Mia. I like Cleo. She's really nice. You battlefielded it up? Nice, nice. How does it feel to be a full-time streamer, Cleo? You feel like you know how to spend your free time now? You feel like you know how to, it feels weird? At least you can just do whatever you want. I mean, you can really do whatever you want now. Oh yeah, Raiders, my name is Mia. My throat's kind of sore because I've been streaming for a week straight, non-stop, 24/7. I've been live 24/7 for a week so far. And I just made a new model. I think my phone died. Oh no, it didn't. I drew and rigged my own model. And it has different hairs. So cute. I'm just doing React Andy because I've been awake for like more than 24 hours. I'm kind of tired. My phone didn't last the whole subathon. No, my phone literally died. My phone literally died like 30 or maybe like an hour or two ago. Yeah. But yeah, and I have a Discord server that I like to post silly things in the Discord server. But yeah, I'm in the middle of a subathon. Yay. Yay. And I'm reacting to Seth videos because that's what my YouTube keeps auto-playing. What's even... do not join the Discord server. Because of VG's shit explosion code at the time, I managed to survive Seth's explosion one time. Like, really? If you were a tier 3 sub, you gain access to the gay sex channel on my Discord where people post gay sex edits, not real gay sex. I'll check it. Make sure there's no real gay sex. There's no real gay sex. A pinky promise. But I normally play strategy games.
Need to learn a set of ancient words that's randomly generated.
Sorry, he's kind of loud. I normally play strategy games, but I've been playing other games for the subathon. But when I'm not doing the subathon, I usually play Factorio. Warhammer, Dwarf Fortress RimWorld, and Warcraft 3.
Every round. If you arrange them in the right order, you can perform different spells and rituals to advance your goals. I just said I've been playing different games for subathon.
I played Skyrim for the first and Factorio. I played Skyrim for the first time for the subathon, and it's super awesome.
The fucking janitor found us.
We played Star
tried
Sector?
to negotiate, convince
Probably
him that
not.
it's actually crayon and not blood all over
Shit,
the floor.
probably
but that
not.
didn't work,
Dude, this
so
is
we
some
tried to
fuck
murder
shit.
him instead. That didn't work either. He used his mop to slip us with soapy water and ran off to call security. As you can see, I'm not very proficient at being a traitor. More often, I find myself being abused by traitors. Some of the worst offenders in this regard are definitely wizards, since wizards have a bad tendency to sexually abuse me as well. Not
Me is
too
my favorite
long
bald
ago,
WoW
me and my
streamer.
friends
That makes me
played
really
a round
happy.
that
So
was
you
already
like
in
me more than
progress. As
Asmon
soon as we
Gold.
entered,
Makes
we
me really
realized
happy.
something was very wrong. An announcement played
Dude,
on the
I
radio.
know.
Penis
Well, obviously I
Inspection
want to
Day
do
is in
whiskeys.
effect.
I want to play
All
fucking
crew
whiskeys
members
mod.
must
Obviously, I
report
love
to
whiskey.
Doc Johnson for their
I would not have
mandatory
guessed
penis
you would have
inspection.
gotten
Doc
a Bethesda
Johnson
addiction
was
from the
very
subathon.
clearly a
It's
wizard.
bad.
I knew what
Well, I
was
wanna play
coming,
old
and
school
yet I
RuneScape
resigned
now.
myself
I wanna
to
play
fate
old
and
school
went to
RuneScape.
medical reception. Doc Johnson
And
was overjoyed to have
I wanna
new
play
patients.
more.
He led me to a private room, asked
I know
me
the
if I'm
Xenomorph made us an
circumcised,
Elder
and
Scrolls
told me that I
reference.
passed the inspection with flying colors. What a surprise!
I want
thought. He's
to-
not actually going to grief me, but I was wrong. As I turned
I
away
wanna
to
play
leave, he
old school
blew
RuneScape.
off my ass magically.
You guys, does
It's
my voice
wizardry.
sound
I
any
ain't
better
gotta
right
explain
now?
shit.
Dude,
Anyway,
I got a
Doc
little bit
Johnson
worried
is
because
a
when Lumi
terrible
was here
doctor.
earlier,
He
she
left
said
me
my voice
bleeding on
sounded
the
really,
floor as
really
he
bad.
took my
But I
ass
feel like it
cheeks
sounds a
and
little bit
used
better.
them as a hat. Highly unprofessional. Would not recommend.
No?
A round of Space Station 13 can be very intense. At other times, it can be very slow-paced and almost relaxing. If you're not a traitor and you don't have anything
It sounds
urgent
exactly
to
the same
handle,
as
you can
normal me, I
always
guess.
just role play and get comfy in a bar, while the piano plays anime songs and the jukebox plays
You can
whatever
hear the strain. Well, that's just how it
ASMR
is.
bullshit people keep putting
That's
on.
why
It's a
over the
very
weekend
wholesome
we're gonna get it
experience, and
back.
helps you get
I don't know how
emotionally
that's gonna
invested
work
with the other
because
members of your crew, which are often nice
I'll
people.
just keep my
However,
mouth shut
security
the
is
entire
often
weekend.
staffed by
It always sounds like
egotistical
shit. Thanks.
megalomaniacs acting out their most depraved
I really
power
appreciate
fantasies.
it.
They are often not nice people. As a result of their inherent propensity to be insane
That's insane.
sociopaths,
I don't know
the
if I
rest
should
of the
ban this
crew
guy.
will often rebel against their tyranny. In one such
Usually-
case,
I'm
Cargo
I'm
had
okay with
declared
regulars
independence. Security
insulting
refused
me,
to
but when a
recognize
random
the
person comes into my
independent
stream and
station
insults
state
me,
of
that's just like
Cargonia. So they
weird.
try to barge their way in and arrest everyone involved, including
Gonna
me.
get-
But security
don't
was
be
unprepared for the
collateral,
trap
guys.
we
Don't
had
be
in store.
collateral.
One officer
time out.
rushed into Cargo
That was
Bay
mean.
and slipped on a banana peel straight
That
into
was
the
mean. I've
conveyor
been
belt
busting my
waiting
ass
for
and
him.
you were
He
mean
tried
to me.
repeatedly to
I don't
get
like
back
that.
up, only to be tripped again by an ocean of banana peels on the conveyor belt, which looped around in a circle. Surrounding
I
that
don't
circle was another circle, composed entirely of vending machines. The
Hey,
officer
wait, guys,
was
did I-
also
did I
being
miss the clip?
brutally assaulted by several hundred cans of soda. The vending machines were hacked. and
See,
as
but you get a
result, they
pass.
were
You get a pass because
continuously
you've
fired
literally been.
drinks
You're like
at
a
whoever
fucking
is in the
dude.
area. Each officer
You're like a
that slipped
fucking
into the
OG.
banana
You've
belt
been
got
you've
smashed
been here since
unconscious
before I was
by a
partnered. You can
relentless
shit on me all
stream
you
of
want.
Discount Dan soda. Trademark. All rights reserved. After
Did I
extensive
miss the
head
part
trauma
with
by
the-
our
with
soda
the-
turrets,
with
security
the trays?
reluctantly accepted Cargonia's
With the trays and the
independence
organs
and
loading
their
onto the
right to bear
trays?
arms. If there's one department that has more revolutions than Cargo,
Did I miss
it would
that
have
yet,
to
or
be
has that not
science,
happened yet?
and it's easy to understand why. We spend our lives researching away for the good of a station, which
That
does
was
of
this
course
game.
carry its own share
That
of
was
risks
definitely
and
this
hazards.
game.
Sometimes accidents happen. Sooner or later, some bored and mentally challenged assistant will try and put a bag of holding into another bag of holding.
I swear
and
I'm-
security can't always comprehend that they're not directly responsible for the resulting black hole eating through the kitchen. This lack of appreciation for the scientific profession usually
love the
ends with
clowns.
arrest warrants for the whole department, which is
usually answered back with the words, "I'd like to see you try." But when we're not having a nuclear arms race with security, R&D is actually quite a chill department. I also made a great discovery last time
It's
I
definitely
played
the
there.
same. Okay,
Me
yeah,
and
so you
another
know what I'm
scientist
talking
were
about.
messing around with blueprints and eventually made ourselves a pneumatic cannon. Normally, these are used to launch whatever items you have inside. What we didn't know was that it could launch food as well. I loaded a lasagna, aimed for the mouth, and fired it at my fellow researcher. The lasagna disappeared. What the hell? That's amazing, he said. We just realized what happened. I had just managed to remotely force feed my fellow man. But what do we do with this
Oh shit, it might not have been Seth's video, but it was definitely Star Sector.
Asking chemistry for hallucinogenic drugs. They said no. So we built our own chemistry dispensers, filled up the beakers with happy juice, and ran straight to the kitchen. We injected all the donuts and hot pockets we could find with as much LSD and mind breaker toxin as they could hold. Then we loaded them into our food delivery system and started firing off at everyone in the hallways. The food was instantly delivered. The crew was instantly satisfied. Several people, including security officers, managed to see the two small lines of
You make
text
fun of me all you
indicating
want,
that
but
they've
who's
just
the one
been
that's
fed
been
something. They thought
live
it was
streaming for
extremely
7 days
clever
straight,
and said
not
they
you.
didn't know the pneumatic cannon could do that. Since it was just a bit of harmless fun, we got off scot-free.
I think it might be.
Later,
I think
the
it might be in
hallucination
this video.
started. Crew members started
shit, I don't know.
screaming
It's
on
all-
the
the video's
radio.
almost
Some
done.
were
Maybe it's not
puking,
this one.
shaking, or convulsing on the ground. Medical couldn't keep up with the bodies. They piled on too quick, and most of the doctors were too busy fighting off non-existent entities to do anything about it.
The
chemist who
voices!
originally refused to give us LSD was arrested by security on suspicion of intentional food poisoning. It was complete pandemonium, and I think it illustrates perfectly the chaos that is Space Station 13.
What are we gonna do when you're gone? I'm gonna be here still.
That's all I have for you today, folks. There is, of course, more stories to tell, but we'd literally be here for hours. Space Station 13, a marvelous, unique, and incredibly shitty game. 10 out of 10, don't play it. Because if you do, they're gonna blame it on me. And I hate having cum in my mailbox. As always, more content to come, so stay tuned. On other news, I started a Subscribestar account, so if you'd like to invest and don't want to
Guys, why did we watch fucking Seth's video when we could have watched Asmongold reacting to Seth's video?
Generously funding and bankrolling these videos. You're all truly wonderful. Have a good one.
Fuck, why did we do that? We could have watched like multiple degrees react to Andy. Watch Asmongold. I hate Asmongold. I don't want to watch Asmongold. He scares me. Asmongold is scary and I don't like him. Oh, we can watch Daff react to it. We can watch a bunch of different YouTubers react to it. He's a bit of a creature. Yeah, I like it. I like the video. When to Goon Sesh? We can't find something too long. We can't find something too long or else cuz I got to go in like an hour. So I can fucking shower and get ready to leave. Get on the plane. I want to find a hold on, let me go to Seth's profile. I think boom. Because I don't trust I'm not gonna leave my stream up when I'm not at my computer, when I'm not home. There was one where was it? Oh, I like the fucking Deep Rock one. Hold on. I really like the Deep Rock one.
To seek out the deepest and darkest of holes and make them even deeper. Is it the fat riches?
Deep
The last of
cock!
bitches? I'll tell you,
Fucking
it's in our
love it.
nature. Our nature as men.
Rocket
as short
Stone!
kings. We crave violence. We crave alcohol. We crave that mineral. And if you share these cravings, then I want you to sign on with Deep Rock Galactic. We've got danger, darkness, and dwarves.
I really wish I was
Deep
autistic
Rock
enough
is
to play these
easily
games.
the best cooperative game I've ever played. And like it or not, I'm going to tell you
Do you know how many hours I spent grinding the little arcade game in the
help me
lobby?
God, if you order a fucking
Hold on,
leaf
let me see if
lover,
I can
I'll
boot it
throw
right
you
now.
in that hoop myself. Put yourself in our shoes. We want more gold, but
I'm gonna
child
boot
labor
Deep
can
Rock.
only get
I'm
you
gonna
so
open up
far.
my volume
when the
mixer,
planet itself
mute the
resists your
fucking Deep
advances,
Rock
the mines
volume.
go dark, radio silent, and children onto milk cartons. How do we deal with
Oh, it's really loud. Hold on.
environment? We send in the
It's really
dwarves.
loud,
You
guys.
play
I'm gonna show
one
you
of
how I
4
fucking
combat
grind that
miners
shit.
sent into the most dangerous
I'm gonna show
planet
you how
in
I
the
grind that
galaxy to get
minigame.
rich or die trying. But the planet hasn't exactly laid out a
volume
landing
mixer
strip
is-
for you.
my
Much like the
computer's literally
great
gonna
United
crash.
States of America, the entire planet is our property.
how's the
It
audio?
just needs a little pesticide. So you'll need to work together, get the job done, and most importantly,
I'm just making
leave
sure
no
you're awake.
dwarf
Yeah, I wanna show
behind.
you how hard I grind.
Unfortunately, this is not reflected in company policy.
Okay.
Good luck out there. Here at Deep Rock Galactic, we love
I
our
just needed to
essential
put me into a
workers,
lobby, and I'll
classes.
make it a really
Every
small screen. You guys
self-respecting
can
mining
watch me
operation
play the
needs a
minigame.
digger. Sorry, my mistake. That's your word, my digger. He's got all the equipment you need to dig
This
those
guy,
holes. Here's
bro.
my build. Full freeze gun, EPC, built for fin containment field.
Oh my
That
God,
may
I
sound
literally-
like a shitty
Deep
condom
Rock is
brand,
not something
but I
that it
assure
will
you,
allow
it's
me to
essential.
track.
Next, the satchel charge. Why'd I take damage over ammo? Because this build isn't for mining. It's for killing scouts.
Game over, lads. Good work.
A good scout is like a good wife, seen and not heard. This is because scouts have 2 things, a flare gun and an ego. So while you are blindly fumbling around in the dark, your scout has just quantum tunneled into another area code and directly
show
into
you.
a cave leech. This is widely considered to be a violation of the NAP, so you're well within your rights to deploy the MAP, Minor Attracted Projectile.
I'll show you guys.
Dwarves have a lot in common with babies. They're
Oh,
small,
no.
clumsy, always drinking, and no matter how well you
Hold on.
childproof
We're gonna
everything,
fix
they can
this.
always find a way to kill themselves. The
I have a good
engineer
idea.
is Deep Rock's equivalent of bubble wrap. Platforms help your team reach high places and cushion their inevitable falls. That is, if you equip the upgrade. High caliber sentry turrets protect your children from the jaws
Damn
of
it!
wandering pit
I need,
bulls.
like, a
However,
fucking fourth
these aren't your
monitor.
everyday pitties. This one charged headfirst into a burning building to
Oh, I did it.
heroically fight one last child. I could extend this metaphor by calling the wardens pit mommies, but I already made that joke. The gunner, depending on who you talk to, the gunner is either a real man's job
So the
for
last
the bravest
time-
among us, or a real
I have the high
villain's
score on
job.
this.
Yawn.
I played with
Whoa.
a few of my
Nice
friends,
zipline,
and we
nerd.
like tried to
Oh,
fight.
wait,
We
I'm
fought for
getting
the
a
highest
call.
score on
it's
this.
the old folks' home. They want their
I got the
mobility
highest
looks back.
score.
Real talk, if you use your own zip lines in combat, please format your hard drive. You are a tank. Your job is to soak up aggro. You have a shield. You have a gun. You have 2,000 rounds of depleted uranium. Please use them. That was a joke. Here at Deep Rock, we love our greenbeards. If you hear anyone talk like that, bully them. They want you to play it safe. Call them a leaf lover. I don't care if we're on
Fuck.
stage 3 of an elite
got
deep
18 that
dive.
time.
I am going to C4 of a scout. Are they mad at you for not using your platforms? Send them a booster seat to hell. They want you to stop committing friendly fire? Tell them, don't worry, I have friendly, when you know damn well that in fact you do not. One of the facts of life is that you don't get what you pay for. Netflix has an impressive catalog, but hides them depending on your location, and then
Oh,
hikes up the
fuck, I was
price
looking at
anyway.
stream.
Now, you could just
I
cancel
literally
and
just
admit
fumbled my
defeat,
run.
or use
But I'm showing
ExpressVPN
you
like
guys,
me
like,
and get everything
pretty-
you actually paid for.
I'm pretty good at
Believe it or
this.
not, what's available to you
I
on
look at the
Netflix in
leaderboard.
Germany is completely different to what's available to
I'm
someone
number
in East
one.
Germany.
Vod of
Now,
Miia
my
number
issue
one
is
on the
very
leaderboard
particular.
for
I need
Jetty
orc
Boot.
content, and I need it now. Skyrim mods can no
Jetty
longer
Boot.
satisfy my Tolkien
How many hours I
desires,
spent
and
trying to
so
do
I've
this?
arrived at this dark crossroads in life.
number
I
one.
need to, I must watch She-Hulk Attorney at Law. Unfortunately, it's banned in Saudi Arabia,
I
but
need to
with
see
just
what-
one
whoa.
tap of a button, ExpressVPN lets me
What
change my
number
location to the
or what?
USA, where it isn't.
feel like I was using a
Unfortunately, as a
button
fan
for
of
it, but I don't
domestic
remember what it
wrestling,
was.
Rick and Morty isn't available on US Netflix, but once again, just a click of a button, and as far as Netflix can tell, I'm a Japanese salaryman, and I can freely watch this to my heart's content. ExpressVPN has over 90 countries to choose from, so every time I
I don't know
run
what
out of
button
things to
is
watch,
it.
I just switch to another and unlock a whole new library. And it's not just for
'Cause
Netflix.
it's not
You
spacebar,
can
'cause
use
spacebar makes me
ExpressVPN
jump.
to unlock shows for other streaming services as well. I use it to watch Planet Earth on BBC iPlayer, which is region locked to the UK, but by using ExpressVPN,
Okay,
can
I have an
reap
idea.
all the
I have an
benefits
idea.
of being in Britain without the risk of getting stabbed. ExpressVPN works on any of your devices. Securely connect with a single click without slowing your connection. They say you can't have your cake and eat it too. But with arbitrarily geo-locked streaming services, I absolutely can. Why restrict yourself to the content of a single country when you could be receiving the content of every continent instead? By visiting expressvpn.com/Seth or click
Sorry, we
the
have
link
to listen
in
to
the
Seth's
description
ad. I'm
box
busy
below.
playing
Thank you
fucking
to
Deep Rock
ExpressVPN for
Galactic.
sponsoring this video. But enough fun. Why are we here? For real. We're here to mine because we're miners, and I love miners. Sorry. That wasn't me. That was a gold play button. Continuing on. The terrain is 100% destructible and filled to the brim with precious minerals. Mine the minerals, dump a fat load
That's
inside
so
of
ass,
Molly,
dude.
and
How
make
is
it
that
home
even-
safely. Actually, scratch that last part. The minerals are top priority. If you want to come home,
Dude,
that
what the
mission
fuck is this
better be
bullshit?
finished. Oh, I'm sorry. You ran out of ammo?
fumbled
Well,
my
we're
run.
not
We gotta
sending you a
restart.
single bullet until you mine enough nitra to pay for it yourself. Each level is procedurally generated based on its biome. Biomes range from the lovely sandblasted corridor and fungus bog to the extremely safe and fun hollow bow and magma core. Remember, you
Yay.
can never dig too deep. Any cave can be conquered. Your team has all the tools they need, but they work best with teamwork. You either dig together or dig your own grave. Sadly, the average gamer would rather sacrifice their teammates for one sick
We got
frag.
it, don't
So
worry.
allow me to deliver a crash course directly into your silky smooth brain matter. First off, hold control to use your laser pointer. Use it to ping gold chunks, goo sacks, and mushrooms. Remember to destroy sus shrooms that don't give the
Sus
correct voice line.
shrooms.
This is essential for team unity and annoying management.
Mushroom, shut it. Get back to work.
Second, rock and stone. There is no inappropriate
Rock and
time for rock and stone. However, it is a serious social faux pas to not salute. Remember, if you don't rock and stone, you ain't coming home. Speaking of faux
I'm Jetty
pas,
Boot
double
streamer,
dipping.
yeah.
These bars show how much ammo your team has. One serving of resupply gives 50% of your max ammo. There's 4 servings on each pod. Divide by 4 dwarves to get how many servings you're allowed to have. 1. Never double dip a resupply. Wah, but I need it. That's your problem. Take some ammo upgrades next time. If you really need more ammo, just ask. That's right. Deep Rock players have developed a heretofore unknown
I'm probably the
form of
#1
gamer
Jetty Boot streamer,
communication,
though, low-key.
manners. If you see R's in the chat, that means ready, as in ready
I'm
to
rusty.
start
I
the
haven't played
objective
this in
or
like a
ready
month.
to leave. Engineers, if someone pings a mineral, they want you to platform under it. Scouts, make sure
Probably
your
like
flare
3
game is
months.
on point
Close
first
to
and
3
foremost.
months.
If you see
I'm
platforms
definitely,
under
like, for
minerals,
sure,
that's your
I'm the
cue to
#1
mine
Jetty
them.
Boot streamer
Gunners,
right now.
the zip line kind of sucks, not gonna lie, but if you shoot them with at least a 5-degree angle, you'll get a speed boost going
I just
down.
realized I'm
Drillers
doing the
are
fucking-
true
I'm doing the
egoists,
e-girl thing.
beholden to none, free to
I'm doing
shape
the fucking
world
e-girl
around
thing
them
with
as
my
they
stream.
please.
My
If
game is only
someone
taking
pays
up like an
compacted
1/8 of the
dirt, they
screen
want
right
you
now.
to drill it, but I don't
My
care
game is
what you
only
want.
taking up like
Do
an
it
1/8 of the
yourself.
screen.
Actually, let me give
Alright,
you
I'm
a
fucking
hand.
grinding the
That was
fuck
the
out of
4th
Jetty Boot
griefing
right
joke,
now,
so
low-key.
congratulations. Your new employee hazing period is officially over. Welcome to the team. Now let's get to work. Mission 1, point extraction. Every point extraction squad got the driller, making a schizophrenic network of tunnels that serve absolutely no purpose. Scout,
I play
hyper-focusing
driller.
in a
I play
completely
driller, by
different
the way,
cave
if anyone
system.
was curious.
Engineer, making a Kaizo Mario obstacle course that serves zero fucking purpose. Gunner, trying to mine a quarks with zip lines and failing miserably. And of course, the star of the show, a giant fucking pit that every single goddamn falls into. Bonus points if it's too steep for zip lines. The
Okay.
driller
Oh my
could
God.
fix
Okay,
that
we're
for
not
you,
playing
but
this
he's
anymore.
run off to some remote corner to
Literally
huff
all that
glue
for the
and
game.
read Sterner.
Your workforce is big, and it's about to get bigger.
That's because Jesus Christ is
Digger, deep rock thrives
Whoa,
in simulating the
can't say
life
that,
of a
can you?
blue-collar worker without regulatory oversight.
Rescue me!
We work in close proximity to heavy machinery, open flames, and dangerous chemicals. Do we have adequate facial protection? Of course not. A dwarf's greatest pride is his beard. To protect it is to shame his ancestors. And we all know how dwarves handle
like
shame.
dwarves.
Fuck OSHA. All my homies be committing occupational
love
safety
dwarves.
violations.
They're
We don't
so
have handrails.
awesome.
We have grind rails.
I think dwarves
we don't
are really
wear hard hats.
cool.
We wear odd hats. Mandatory sobriety
Odd
testing? How about
hats. Oh, what the
mandatory
fuck
intoxication?
is wrong with my
This is
fucking-
not a democracy.
I don't know what's wrong with my
Chrissy,
fucking
not drinking
OBS,
your beer
man.
is a kickable offense. So
It's
you've
been
done
like
a lot
shit-
of missions.
it's
Your
li- it's
sack
been
is full
shit
of
in the bed
minerals.
so
What does
hard
that get you?
lately.
Well, not much. Remember to always read the fine print of your employment contract. You're not here to get rich. You're here to make the company rich. Each mission, you'll make just enough to afford exactly 1/2 of an upgrade. So slowly but surely, you'll amass a veritable arsenal of potential builds. Do you want single pit bull damage or large-scale pit swarm countermeasures? Do you prefer your napalm hot and chunky or thick and sticky? Either way, out here in the cold void of space, the ethics board can't reach us. This game has a vast array of options, enough to make any self-respecting dwarf say, "You call that an upgrade? This has nowhere near the required potential for self-harm. I need something bigger, badder, more dangerous. I want to disable the
That
inertia
elf wagon?
inhibitors. I want to void
Oh,
the
one of
product
those.
warranty. I want
those fucking
overclocks.
knife ears.
Overclocks are upgrades that significantly alter the function of your weapons. Need more ammo? Mini shells. Scout not maneuverable enough for you? Special powder. Not enough friendly fire? Fat boy. Want to do, whatever this is? Well, there's an overclock for that too. So, how do you get these overclocks? Optional machine challenges and deep dives. Machine challenges are side objectives that can randomly spawn during a mission. Each one is a fun little timed objective. Except Omen. Omen sucks. I do not like Omen. Deep dives are widely considered to be this game's ultimate challenge. It is free missions, max difficulty, back-to-back with shared resources. But that's nothing compared to this game's real ultimate challenge. Generally speaking, this community is great, but with a serious mission comes
Generally
serious
speaking.
gamers. So make sure you check the lobby name. If you see something like Greenbeard's Welcome, Gamers Rise Up, Sneed, or Hot Single Dwarves in your area, cool, very good, rock and stone, head right in. However, if you see some shit like level 500 plus only, no fat boy, no TCF, carefully follow these steps.
No fat
Connect
boy.
to the lobby. Use their Steam information to track down their place of residence and identity, and then file a fake death certificate with their name. Now, if he gets pulled over, he's fucked. He wants to change jobs, he's fucked. He's lived a long and fruitful life and wants to cash out his social security benefits, he's fucked. Of course, I endorse none of this, Your Honor, and the fact that this young man died in a firefight with the IRS, well, I don't see how my
I
video
put
could
eye
have
drops
caused
in my
this,
eyes
but
'cause
I
my allergies
digress.
were flaring
This
up
is
again.
Deep Rock's equivalent of an end game. I have over 300 hours, and I still do not have the RJ250
bring all my
compound.
Bowie medicine
Please,
with me.
God, just give it
Which
to
is
me.
not a lot,
all
it's
I
just-
truly
I
want.
just have to
In
bring
other words,
my-
the upgrades are well paced.
I had to
mission
bring my
is
2
just enough for
prescription
you to
eye
try
drops
something
and my
new,
1
be it
not
new
prescription
weapons,
eye
new
drop
builds, or
and my
new content. When this game came out of
ointment.
early access, I
Because
figured,
I get
no,
itchy
that's
too
it.
much.
No more
I get
updates.
fucking
I mean,
itchy.
sure, they
Everything
said
makes me
they'd keep
itchy.
working on it, but you know how
Shit,
that
it's
always
literally
goes.
just my cat.
Hey guys, we're a multi-million-dollar company,
My
but
cats
we
make
can't
me
stop
itchy.
crashes in our flagship product. Sorry, all our resources are currently
Yeah,
tied up.
I'm not
stealing
allergic
breast
to
milk from
any
the
like
company
environmental
fridge. Here's a messy
factors or
skin.
whatever.
Deep Rock, on the other hand, said, "Fuck
Like,
that. All right,
environmental
miners,
irritants,
we
like-
need you to
like
escort a new piece of
pollen
heavy machinery,
and
make a
shit.
pit stop to refuel it, then
But
guard
I'm,
it
like,
during a multi-stage wave defense / boss fight as it cracks into the brain of a
insanely allergic
sentient
to my
rock.
cat.
Why? I don't know. Management wants
I
it.
don't know
Oh, and
why.
you can bring back Dottie's head if you want. We don't care. Just stop unionizing. Oh, that's
Just
not fun enough
stop
for you? How about
unionizing.
skateboarding? In point extraction, you have to pick up some rocks and put them into mine head. Boring.
Missed.
Lame. In the new on-site refining, you have to locate oil wells, call down a set of pump jacks, then assemble a set of pipelines.
Pump
that
jacks
connect to
like
the
in
refinery.
Factorial,
While
you
building these pipes,
guys!
dwarves
Pump
use
jacks
the
are
same
ju-
system
okay,
of
guys.
ethics that
In
firefighters
Factorial,
use for the
when you need to
nozzle.
extract oil
If
from
you
the ground,
ever set it down,
what you need
even
to
for
do
1
is you actually
second,
craft
it's
a
gone.
pump jack
And remember,
that
you
gets
should
placed
never,
directly
under
on
no
top of the oil
circumstances,
deposit.
ever cross the
They
streams.
can actually
Got
only
it?
be placed
Well,
directly
I
on top
didn't.
of oil.
Welcome to Roller
But
Coaster Tycoon. This
on the
is
back-
the opposite of a resume. Consider
I'm
it my
selling a soy
certificate of
jack.
disqualification from ever joining a Factorial lobby. Despite my numerous emails to the devs to let me murder elves and breed the breeders, they had a different idea. Seasons. Like Fortnite, seasons are themed updates with way too much content to fully cover. The first 2 seasons,
No
Rival
fucking way, you
Incursion and
guys.
Rival Escalation, could be summarized
No
like
fucking
so.
way.
We may
No
technically
fucking
own
way.
this planet, but according to the UN, sovereignty requires monopoly over violence, and someone just bought
My
Park
fucking
Place.
ears. I'm trying to wake you
Management
guys up.
wants
I'm doing you guys a
monopoly over
favor.
those minerals. So
Well,
load
I
your
guess
weapons, sharpen
it's
your
not a
picks,
favor for
and start
Australian people
enforcing
from Cleo
our
Stream,
monopoly
but
over
for you
violence.
Americans here,
Fantasy.
I'm doing you a favor. Watching.
Yes, the caretaker's down.
Dude, I really hope I don't have to sit next to anybody on my I gotta see if I have to sit next to anybody on my flight. Hold on. I'm gonna check on my phone so we're gonna lose tracking.
There, lurking in the darkness.
For a moment.
Prowling.
I gotta go to my email.
For something.
It's weird. Okay. Hold on.
But now,
turn
everyone's
off
tired
do
of
not
robots.
disturb.
So season 3 is I can't say any of these words without getting demonetized. Rest assured, it's
I
quite
have
fun.
to-
They even added a
I'm
power
still getting
washer. Maybe
emails.
next season we'll be shingling roofs for $2 below minimum wage. But we're not in it for the money. We don't do this because it's easy. Our success comes at a cost.
Alright, guys, if
So
you were
while
curious-
you're gulping down your third round, remember to pour one out for the fallen.
If
For the
you're
dwarves
curious,
that
I
gun
still
fear,
can't. I still
for
can't
Carl.
get the Miia
Then
username. They
head
said
to
no.
bed.
Suck my
You'll
fat
need the
cock.
rest,
They,
because
actually,
we're
this one
doing the
said suck my
exact
tiny
same thing
cock.
tomorrow.
So
Rock and stone.
at least I know
brothers.
it's a
I'll see you
it's a
in the
different
mines.
agent
As
that helped
always,
me
more
this time.
content to come.
So
A warm thanks to
that's
the
like a
many
plus,
members of
right?
the Merchants Guild generously funding and
Because the last one
bankrolling
said suck my
these
fat
videos.
cock,
You're
but
all
this is a
truly
tiny
wonderful.
cock.
Have a good one.
I don't know. Oh my god, this fucking ended. Endless
Hey,
space.
hey,
Okay.
people, Seth here.
See, the video just
Humanity.
plays on its
One
own.
day
I don't know what to do.
We will inevitably reach the stars, and one day we will inevitably reach other intelligent, sentient,
I have to
yet
check in for my
utterly
flight.
alien races. We will shake their many appendages, engage in trade, exchange ideas, and even attempt diplomacy. But we all know inevitably how this has
Oops,
to end.
I told my dad. I told my dad that my flight leaves like an hour after it actually
Welcome
does.
to
So I don't know
Endless
if he can
Space
actually
2.
take
Endless
me to
Space 2 is a 4X game, which, if you're not familiar
Oh, yeah.
with,
I'm taking
stands
my
for
phone.
the
I'm taking my phone for a
4Xs.
second.
Expand,
You'll get tracking
explore,
back,
and
like, give me, like, 2
exterminate all
minutes.
xenomorphs before
minutes for
they
me
do
to
the
check
same
into
to
my
you.
flight.
Probably, most likely. I've played this turn-based
I do
sci-fi
not have a
strategy
lot.
intensely for the better part of a month, and before that, about 2
pretty
years. And I
pretty
must
gay.
confess, it's pretty damn good. Also, there is a story, and it is absolutely critical.
Why'd you do
you
that? Well, because I
understand
didn't know the
lore of this
time.
game.
'Cause
In
I
the
just
current
kind of
job market,
guesstimated. I was
Endless
only
Space
like
historians are in
45 minutes
extremely
off.
high demand, and both starting salaries
just
of
text
about
him.
300K. Most of the Fortune
Billy!
500
Thank you for the
companies
follow. I
hire
really
at least
appreciate it. It'd be
two
fun
of
hanging
them
out
in
with
order
us.
to understand what the fuck
Oh
is
shit, I
going
forgot
on.
to
The story is
thank
told to you
everybody.
through
Also,
wiki
Code
articles,
Snail,
the
thank you for the
accuracy
follow.
of which
Lofty
is
Cube, thank you for the
questionable
follow.
because
Protect
I've
Me,
edited several
Cone,
articles
thank you
and
for the
they
follow.
still haven't caught me. In
And
the universe of Endless Space
Brethonia,
1 and 2,
thank you
there
for the
is
follow. I
or
really
was an
appreciate you
incredibly
guys.
advanced civilization called the Endless.
no,
What
I
happened
have
to the
frequent
Endless?
flyer
Well,
number.
there's less of them.
I
The
better have a
end.
fucking
Roll
frequent
credits.
flyer
But
number, 'cause
no,
I'm a
they went to
goddamn
space
frequent
and
flyer.
They developed
Be
technology.
flying
They
so
revolutionized the
much.
galaxy by creating
Continue
dust.
anyway.
Dust is used as money in Endless Space 2,
Okay.
which it isn't. It's an autonomous
Why is
cloud
the flight
computing
so
network of
long?
nanomachines that get smarter as the cloud gets bigger. They're
Damn it.
capable of
Yeah,
self-assembly,
there's someone sitting next to me,
self-autonomy,
but I get the
and
window
farming
seat, so it's
crypto
fine.
tokens at rates never before seen in the known galaxy. However, they developed a little too
I'm not gonna
hard
miss my
when they
flight, you
figured out
guys.
how
Don't
to
worry about
upload
it.
your soul. So half of them went on to live as immortal machines running on the 5G network. These were
good.
known as the virtual endless. The other half, known as the concrete endless, considered them an abomination because it's hard to consider a sentient laptop as intelligent life.
No
Even
thanks.
harder when you find
Wait,
out
guys,
it's
it's
still
a full
running
flight.
Windows Vista.
Wait, guys, this is
Unable to
huge. Guys, wait.
reconcile their
It's a full
differences, the
flight,
endless
so that means
decided
I can
to
check.
end each
I
other.
can
The
just
virtual
talk to the
unleashed
gate agent,
bioweapons
and
on
they'll
the
check my bag for
concrete.
free.
The concrete sent malware to their
And they will
mailbox,
check my bag for
forcing
free
them to
instead of
run
me
3
having to pay
billion
like fucking
instances of
$50 to
Bonzi
check
Buddy.
a bag. They're just
Needless
gonna
to
check my
say,
bag for
they
free for
wiped
me.
each other out. The endless came to an end.
I don't know.
But
Some
many
people,
centuries
most
later,
people I know are
other
really
agents
iffy about
figured out
checking their
space
bags,
travel,
but I do it
picking apart
every
the
single
ashes
flight
and
because they do
remains
it
of a
for free
civilization
for me.
long forgotten.
I just,
in the galaxy
I
of
always
the
just go
Endless
up
is
to the
where our
desk and
story
ask,
takes
and then
place.
they always do
So,
it for
what
free.
do you do in Endless Space 2? Well, you pick a
Fuckers.
spacefaring civilization and you try
Okay,
to win.
where's my
But
dad's
what
text?
is victory?
Dad, I haven't
Victory
texted my
can be
dad.
anything. Money,
I haven't texted
technology,
my dad
intergalactic
in, like,
conquest,
a
or
week.
even weaponizing the influence of e-girl streamers to absorb
A week
every
and 2
sentient
days.
race in the galaxy. Because
I
as
sent
we
him a
already
picture
know,
of my
the sentient
standees
brain is still capable
that I
of
got in the
falling
mail, and
victim
he
to
didn't
becoming
reply
a
to
simp.
it.
The path
But
to
then when he
victory
got
is
home
your
from
own
work that
free
day,
choice. The game
he
itself is
he immediately
very
went to my room and he was like,
customizable,
"Let me see
meaning
the."
there's
He was
no
like,
reason
"Let
to
me
pick
see
any
the
speed except
stands."
fast. Any
I was like,
galaxy
"Here,
decides
Dad."
ovoid, and if anyone dares pick a a custom race, we are all going to collectively form a non-aggression pact and hunt you down. Starting off, you only have a single planet. Your home system is very modest, and and you need to rapidly scale your operations if you hope to compete with the rest. To do so, you'll need to explore, expand, and colonize new systems.
I sent to my
Exploration
dad,
is
"Here's my
very
flight
simple.
info."
You send an
Damn,
exploration
okay.
vessel into the great unknown.
Shit, that means
and watch
I
as it
probably
dives to
should
pirates.
end
Before that
around
happens,
11,
you'll
which
want
you
to
guys
find as
is
many
in like fucking
uncolonized
15
systems as
minutes.
possible. On
Only
each planet,
because
there's a chance of finding
only
curiosity.
because
These
my
are the
dad is
slow,
going to have to
pulsing
come
rings
home
you
from
see on
work
display. To explore
and
curiosity,
immediately
you need to send a probe.
pick me up
It's
and drop me
quite
off at the
similar to
airport.
probe minigame from Mass Effect
If I don't
2.
want to miss
If
my flight.
successful, the game will let
Because
you know.
rush
together
hour.
with a
There's
small
rush
reward
hour
for
and there's
finding it
military
before
base.
anyone
There's
else.
military
These can be
base,
anything from
rush,
strategic or luxury resources,
rush hour on the
planetary
highway
anomalies, or even the start
earlier,
of a random
and then there's
quest
regular
line.
rush
The
hour
point of
right
curiosities
after.
is to try and guess which
Hope you
star
become bald like
systems
you
are
one day,
worth
dude. What is your
colonizing.
fucking
In general,
deal?
any system less than 4
What is
planets
up
is
your
garbage. Any
ass?
system with only cold planets is garbage.
What's up
In fact,
with you?
ask enough players and you'll find that every possible star system ever formed by the laws of physics
I love
is
you guys,
still
though.
garbage. Colonize them anyway, because I like the
You gotta
animation
stick
that
up your
plays
ass, though.
each
You
time
definitely
you
gotta
do
stick
so.
up your
There's
ass.
actually an animation for every type of planet.
9 hours
I
factoration
didn't
once you
know,
come back. Yeah, of
because
course.
Who the fuck colonizes a gas
Yeah,
giant
when I get
as
back
their
in
first
town, you know
choice of
what?
planet?
When I get
It's
back
like,
in town, I can
well,
probably knock
dropping
this
boys.
shit
Oh
out.
yeah, on the burning gas
I can probably
giant.
knock this
How
shit
are we
out
meant to
in
walk
one
on a
day.
gas
This
giant?
9 hour,
Very
this 9 hour timer
Anyway,
shit.
I'm
I can probably
losing
knock this
track.
out in
You
one
choose a
day.
star
I'll be
system,
really,
and you pick
brutally
a
honest
more
with you guys. I
reasonable
can
type
probably
of
do it in one
planet
day.
to be the base of your colony. Most factions can't settle a system immediately. They need to form an outpost, send colony support, and convince any other players contesting the system to cease their aggressive expansionism. You can do this through liberal policies, such as stealing their food supplies, or less liberal
It won't go
policies,
back up again?
also
No,
known
I
as
don't
an
think it will.
interplanetary
I'm not getting
blockade,
ready to
with
dip
the sole
right
purpose of
now,
starving
I
them to
just-
death. Typically, this is how you greet other players. Otherwise, you blast their ships out of orbit and you get sent a formal complaint, to which you respond accordingly. Diplomacy is an interesting concept.
We do have other things to take care of. These are diplomatic channels, not social media.
She's weird
Again?
looking.
Are you just lonely?
Because, unlike many games of a similar nature, diplomacy is a tangible resource. In fact, everything is a resource. If you want to condense down the Endless Space 2 experience, you're going to be spending hours of your life trying to increase the 5 colors: green, orange, yellow, blue, and purple. Respectively, these are food,
Auga!
industry, dust, science, and influence, or FIDSI for short. These are the combined economic outputs of your systems. At the beginning, you don't have very much. You can't do very much, so you need more. A lot more. You need
I
food
could
to
watch
grow
fucking.
population.
It's actually
Population
insane
contributes
how
to the economy
much I could
and
watch
gives you
fucking
different
Seth
bonuses
videos.
depending on the race of
This
that
stuff, like,
population.
I told
But
you guys,
the
half the
planet's
videos that we were
output
playing,
is
like, I've seen
pathetic,
them before,
so
but
you
this
need to build
stuff does
improvements.
not
To do
get
that,
old to
you
me.
need
I love
industry.
it,
More industry,
honestly.
more production. But you can't have industry without
The
research.
pacing
and
is-
you can't
I
have
don't know, the
research
pacing is so
without
nice.
science.
It's
Besides
really-
unique variations, every faction follows the same unified tech tree. Supporting
I don't know,
larger
man.
industry requires dust, a lot of
I don't know,
dust.
man. You
And
just-
if you're
yeah,
planning to go to
just-
war, exponentially
it just
more
works.
dust. To even make the
Not
formal
in the way a Bethesda
declaration
game
that
just
you're going
works.
to erase
Like,
someone off the
it
face of the
actually just
galaxy, you
works.
need influence. It is the most
It actually
precious resource
unironically
and
just works.
represents your combined political power. The bigger your influence, the bigger your sphere of influence. This game doesn't work on national
That's the
borders.
video.
It works
Never
on
gets-
raw
yeah,
intergalactic
I like
peer
it.
pressure.
Dude, his stuff
Have
is
enough
just so-
influence, and you'll absorb
It's just
everyone
fun to listen
without
to, you
even
know?
lifting a
It's
finger.
just fun to
Besides
listen
other
to.
players, there are also minor factions.
Did you know the Nigerians govern
Huh?
sector
There's
space
what?
occupied by several
There's
different
what?
humanoid species? If we say
I didn't
yes,
catch
will
that
you
word.
feed us?
There's what?
One of those species is the Benkarans. They occupy just 10% of Nigerian space, but take up nearly 80% of the space in Nigerian prisons.
Maybe they commit more crimes.
These are
Oh, you have about the
civilizations
miners? I
that
don't know
are
what you're talking
advanced,
about.
yet not
What?
advanced enough to avoid a simulation.
mean?
These are very diverse and can be anything from sentient
What is your
jellyfish,
deal?
reformed assassin droids looking for God, or even moving chunks of coral reef remotely piloted by a sentient supercomputer the size of a planet, which in itself was formed by random chance. Minor factions exist to be absorbed by other players. Why? Because you get a free system out of it and a unique racial trait. Never underestimate these, because a single good trait can win you the game. There's also pirates.
It's okay. Everybody finds
Wow! I like that one. He's kind of like me.
Pirates exist to occupy
He's
every
kinda like
system
me.
you
I
ever
like him.
and reduce the overall quality of your time and space. Luckily, pirates are business-oriented and will not trouble you as long as you pay. Also, I like putting pirate marks on all of my friends' colonies. Consider it an indirect way of saying, maybe you should move. Now you've got the basics down. What are you meant to do? You're meant to try, and you're meant to fail. Endless Space 2 gives you freedom. Freedom to fuck up and suffer the consequences. The tech tree is subdivided into 4 distinct categories: military, economy, science, and empire. Develop your military and you get bigger
Do we have
guns,
this?
but you don't get the ships to mount them. You need to develop your empire for that. Then you need a military-industrial complex to facilitate the production of your armada, which forces you to tech economy, not only for developing your systems, but for supplying a constant stream of dust, because bankruptcy is not an option. For
Now that
reference,
you play
one
Skyrim, would you be interested in
technology
playing some
unlock
of the
is
other
the difference between
Todian-
abject poverty
Todian
and having the
games?
largest intergalactic
Is that what you're
trade
calling them,
company
Todian
incorporated
games?
on your home system. Why stop there? Get access to the galactic commodities market as well,
I mean,
because it's a biological
you see-
requirement for me to speculate the stock market in every
I don't have
game I play.
time.
Do all
I
that
can't.
and
I
realize
can't. I
you
can't.
get
I
rocket
can't. I
science,
can't.
which is a
I
problem,
wouldn't have
because
time to
every
do
single
that. I
research
mean,
you
but-
ever research makes every following research more expensive to research. Endless Space 2 is a great galactic scale
But-
balancing act. Every action taken is counterbalanced by the opportunity cost of every action
thought
not
games, they just
taken.
work, yeah,
Here's
right.
an example. Let's say you found a
Alright,
nice
Allied,
system,
fuck this
but
shit.
you
I don't
can't
wanna
colonize it
end
because
at. I
each
don't wanna
type of
end at
planet
11.
requires the
I'll
respective
go
technology to touch
12 at the
ground
very
on their
latest.
surface. You might spend a bunch
To,
of turns
you know,
teching
make
towards
it to
that.
everything
As a
on
result,
time.
you get a new system. However, your lack
just
of
wanna
tech
I wanna
leaves
play
you
it. Well,
oblivious
not
to
even
the
play videos.
contents.
I wanna
You
watch these
later
videos.
find out that
Yeah, I wanna
ideal
try Oblivion
Mediterranean planet
and
you
Morrowind.
picked is
Yeah,
filled with
Oblivion and
dinosaurs.
Morrowind.
The water is made
But-
of mercury, and the atmosphere gives you cancer. If you pumped everything
Aren't-
into science and
aren't
exploration,
those
you
games,
would have
like,
found
super
a
glitchy?
much better
Don't
system
they get
nearby
kinda
because you
fucky-wucky?
explored the curiosities. You
Not
know there's
kinda
plenty of
fucky-wucky, don't they
strategic
get, like,
deposits
turbo
without the risk of
fucky-wucky?
melanoma. Even the worst colony has great potential. Given a development plan,
Turbo
systems can
fucky-wucky.
compensate for deficiency using
That's the
luxury.
point!
Low birth
It's
rate,
soul!
spike the
It's
water with red
soulful.
saying. No production? Use Jadonics. Do people still keep using the term
Wait for
war
Diego.
criminal in your
What the
presence,
fuck is
despite
that?
the fact you've clarified multiple
What is
times that enemy
that?
civilians are indeed active combatants? Bring out the hallucinogenic grapes. Given time, any problem can be solved. Given money, any problem can be solved instantaneously. I don't know exactly how we're going to
Oblivion is far
terraform a
smaller
planet
than
in
the
a
open
single
source
turn,
remake
but I
to
know the
do
next
work
time
on
I
Windows
look,
10.
there
What,
better
really?
be a fucking jungle instead. There's a
Legit,
lot of
really?
ships in this game, unique to each faction. They're all fully customizable, limited only by the type and number of modules available. Primarily, you're going to use them to intimidate your enemies into submission and to intimidate your friends into working a little harder on their friendship. Your only control over combat is the loadout, formation, and tactics used by your military. The rest is a simulation played out by the computer, where each time a ship explodes, you know the cinematic at the end of Diablo 2 where
No.
Tyrael throws his sword at the world stone and it explodes into a billion chunks of wood? Yeah, that's exactly how every ship explodes in this game. Combat is very simple. There's different weapons.
That looks
which have
fucking
different
PK. Wait, what was my
accuracies
phone? Okay.
Depending on the range of engagement.
My phone-
Flat
my phone
cannons
tracking
shred
is a
anything
little
up
bit
close,
slow, a little
including
bit
long-range ballistic missiles, but
slow, I
they
guess,
bounce
is the
off
best way
armor. Lasers cut ships in
I can
half at
explain it.
mid-range.
Just only
while
because
beam
my phone
weaponry
died
works at every
while I was
range,
plugged into my
unless they
computer
have
because it
shields.
doesn't
You can
charge on my
absolutely
computer
get
as
away
fast
with
as it does
filling
when
every
it's
slot with a flat
charging
cannon,
through the
choosing
wall.
default tactics
So I had to
part,
unplug it
and
from the
still
computer and plug it
win
into the
every
wall,
fight. Besides
and now I have to use the
interplanetary
Wi-Fi
combat,
tracking
you
since
can
it's not
also
actually directly
directly invade.
so-
This works on the same
Whenever my
principle,
Wi-Fi
which
craps
means
out,
I'm
my
still
tracking
going to
craps
use
out
the
too.
default tactics card, which just so happens to be preemptive orbital bombardment. Many civilians will die, but that is a sacrifice I'm willing to make. Your chance of success
Can't wait to
depends
sleep for 30 hours
entirely
this weekend?
on
What?
whether or not you have replaced your troops
Limo,
with
why would
a
you be sleeping
mobile
extra
suit
this weekend?
Gundam.
Wow, it's
If
a
you counter a system,
Gundam!
you can choose to either
Why would you
spare the
sleep extra this
population
weekend?
or
I
take
don't
a massive hit
understand.
to your public approval rating by re-educating and reintegrating the native population into the fucking soil, which is a good time and segue to talk about politics. In Endless Space 2, you have government, you have Senate, and you have an obligation to represent your people, which is why we have a dictatorship. Power to the masses is power to the upper classes, and any proletariat will see the wisdom of my words. Politics is all-encompassing
Good
in
night,
Endless
Sparkle
Space 2.
Carrot. Thank you for
Any
stopping
action
by.
you
Hope
take,
you have a
endorse, or
good rest of
sponsor
your
will
day, getting
shift
some
the
good
political
rest.
axis of your entire
appreciate you hanging
empire.
out with
As with
us.
real life, the opinions of your people people are difficult to manage, their motivations difficult to guess. There's a total of 6 different party ideologies you can choose to support, each two a pair of polar opposites: religious and scientific, militarist and pacifist, ecological and industrial. On top of that, you've got your government. This controls your party representation and how much corruption you can get away with. Democracy has the widest free party representation. It is also the most corrupt, because I have no control over my elections. Republics and federations are generally more progressive, offering less representation and more opportunities to correct the result of any rigged election. Dictatorship completely removes the need for underhanded tactics and ensures that all voices are heard and represented by the single party I choose. Every political party holding office has representatives. These are not your average man. These are heroes recruited from the academy. But what is the academy? You know how I said dust is currency, and dust is essentially a cloud computing nanite swarm? Now, imagine smoking it, because the academy does exactly that. You're hiring nanite augmented crackheads to rule your empire. These are very diverse in both race and specialization. They each have their own unique and interesting backstory.
If they don't even have like heads?
Scales is literally a giant bat that likes to eat zucchini. How is she qualified in any way to be my senator? I don't know. But the people love her. And who am I to say no to that smile? So, what's the point of political parties? I'll tell you. It's called legislation.
Scary. What do you mean she's cute?
Legislation controls the focus of your empire. You can pass laws respective to each party you have in office. The leading political party also enacts their own automatic policy. Scientists let you research high-tech without unlocking it. Religion gives you the moral high ground to escalate a Cold War without legal consequences. Industrialism uses the economy
Also, guys,
the economy by
I'm a little bit
expanding
worried
the
that when I
economy.
finish
How could
the subathon,
ecology
I'm gonna
possibly
have like
compete? Well, by
my
giving the public
normal streaming
announcement
schedule is
that
gonna
we
be
don't
impacted.
exactly know how to live on a volcano.
Like my streams
so
are gonna be like
let's
different
do it
length
anyway.
and like
Militarist
structured
rhetoric
differently now
not only
because
removes the political
I just
cost of
realized
war, but
today,
actively
like fucking
encourages you
today,
to go to war with absolutely everyone. And finally, the pacifists can, at any time, without your
today
consent,
I literally
force
did
you
stream for
into a
24
state of
hours
peace.
with no break.
Passing law costs influence, depending on the size of
No,
your
I did
empire.
take- I took
The
a break to
longer
shower.
a party stays in power, the more laws you have to choose from. For example,
I showered and
state-enforced eugenics and mandatory
that was the only break.
sterilization of other races
And
who
then I
aren't
streamed
your
for
own
17
is a
hours with
relatively
no
simple
break.
law to pass with
Unironically,
minimal political
17 hours with no
experience.
break.
Asking everyone to work overtime requires a level
And
of
it just feels
finesse and
normal.
eloquence
Like I would
only
keep, I
seen
would
in the
literally
most
keep going too. I would
Machiavellian
literally keep
of
going until the timer
politicians.
went out if I didn't have to go out of
Unlike
town.
many 4X games,
Oh, that
Endless
changed
Space
normal
2
streams because the
has
normal
quests.
streams might
Most of
be
these
the
are
normal streams
faction-specific
might
story
go
missions
longer
with
than
branching
usual
political
than they
options to
did
suit
before.
your
Yeah, the VOD's
empire.
gonna go up
They're
as
quite
soon as.
interesting. They give you something to do.
Oh yeah, I
and
bet
most of
Zincro
all,
fucking
they
wants
give
to
you
VOD for
permanent
this stream.
upgrades for the rest of the game. You also have
yeah, the
multiplayer.
VOD will
How
get
do you
processed
play
as soon as the stream
multiplayer?
goes
It's
down.
quite simple. You all connect to a game, you play for about 50 turns, you forget to make backups of your game, and then everyone collectively desynchronizes. Welcome to Endless Space 2 multiplayer. With all that covered, you've got a general idea of how to play
I don't
Endless
like the ones
Space
that have
2.
really
Now,
tall heads.
let's
They
get to
freak
the
me out
fun
a bit.
stuff. The factions.
They
There
look
are
scary.
currently 12 different races to choose. I'm gonna cover them all. The Sophons are a race of intellectuals. Despite this, they talk in a British accent. They're overdeveloped geckos that love science and hate personal health and safety. The less people know a technology, the faster Sophons can obtain it. If you want a fairly vanilla faction with an easy science victory, go play the Sophonity. Conversely,
Sorry, Link. I can't give credit. Come back when you're a little richer.
we have the Lumeris, whose entire ethos, motivation, and philosophy can be crystallized in one word: money. For the Lumeris, no problem is too great, as long as you throw piles of money at it. They also have my favorite faction leader,
Commerce, baby. The lifeblood of this and any other galaxy.
who is probably responsible for every single trade cartel in the known galaxy, and arguably runs more
Don't
of an
look at her
economic
boobs.
crime syndicate than a legitimate
Black Hammer, thank you for the
empire.
follow. I
But
really appreciate
don't
it.
care,
Everybody hanging out with
because
us. We're
Big
just doing
Titty
watching
Fish
some
Mommy
Seth
is going
videos
to
right
buy
now.
the galaxy, and I'm gonna help her. If you like making obscene amounts of cash, amphibious mommy milkers, or just winning the game by accident, play Lumeris. Imagine rampant over-industrialization and the fractured ecosystem that follows. Given such dire conditions, what do you think is the most reasonable course of action? You can A. Put all your resources into ecological initiatives and repair the sorry state of your planet, or B. Digitize yourself and become a gaming laptop. The Vodiani chose the second option. Even better, they made a gaming laptop. Belief is strength, worship is endless, and heretics are nothing but essence for the harvest. Unlike other races, the Vodiani don't colonize. They travel, they land, and then they harvest. Then we have Horatio.
Come to pry on the most stunning man in the galaxy.
His head just freaks me out.
Originally a wealthy trillionaire, Horatio set out to find his own star system. Along the way, he also found extremely advanced cloning technology. So he made 1 billion copies of the most beautiful and gorgeous person to ever exist, which was of course Horatio. And then Horatio thought to himself, what better than to fill the galaxy with beauty? What better than to fill the galaxy with Horatio? Horatio is concerned with pressing matters such as air conditioning. His government, accordingly, is an eco-fascist dictatorship.
Make Horatio great again.
Of course, there are other, less fortunate races than Horatio, but Horatio is not only handsome, he is also brilliant, and thus he finds ways to integrate minority populations by splicing their genetics with Horatio. Yes, many of your less symmetrical friends and family may simply disappear, but
he
know that
fucking
their memory
genocides
will live
them.
on inside Horatio. Horatio is a classic case of careful who you call ugly in high school, because he just might use the entire galaxy as a glorified eugenics program. The United Empire can be summarized in a single clip.
I'm doing my part. I'm doing my part.
I'm doing my part.
I'm doing my part too.
The United Empire is an imperialist, expansionist federation where the will of the emperor is absolute. Any construction, any technology, any luxury
I would like
he
him more
so
if he wasn't
desires,
bald.
the empire provides. For the emperor does
I don't
not
like that he's
ask,
bald.
he commands, and the raw influence of his voice can
I wanna
make
put
the
toilet puncher on
impossible
his head and
into reality. If you want to play not only
pretend I'm
the
trying
most
to unclog a
industrious
toilet.
faction, but also the one that generates the most influence,
I was
just
about
by
to like try to
being
imitate the
industrious,
noise, but I'm not
try
gonna
the
do that
United
because
Empire. Propaganda,
like it.
patriotism, and the greatest of military industrial complexes await you. Enlist today, service
I wanna put the
guarantees
toilet puncher
citizenship.
on his-
So far, everyone I covered at least
on his
have the
head, his
option
bald-ass
of
head.
diplomacy. But what if that's
Yeah,
just
my
not
dad's
in
the
your
only one that gets a
nature?
pass for being bald.
Sound like when you scream.
The Cravers are fucking terrifying. As a leftover bioweapon made by the Virtual Endless, they only have one purpose: consume everything. Any planet with
What the
Cravers
fuck?
on it has a fixed life expectancy, because the Cravers will rip it, strip it, and tear it apart. And then they move on. There is no long-term plan, there is no sustainability, there is no choice but to consume you as well.
We are coming.
Trees. Do you know how fast a tree moves? Not very fast. The Unfallen are a race of trees. They speak with a Scottish accent.
Why do you pester the heart with your petty needs?
Much like the Scottish, trees are rooted to the ground. They don't do much, and their only way of winning the game is to ask you politely, do you know how they colonize other planets? They need to slowly, delicately, without interruption, entwine them with celestial vines and hope or pray that they didn't start next to Cravers. If you enjoy pressing and turn and being a vegetable, you'll enjoy playing the Unfallen. Imagine being an ostrich. Now, imagine evolving to the point where you're used as arena blood sports for the entertainment of an advanced
Mordolph, I've been
decadent
watching Seth for, like-
civilization. Then that
shit, we've been watching
civilization
Seth for a
gets
few
wiped
hours
out.
now.
You get your
His
freedom
videos have
and
just been
form a
autoplaying, so
tribalistic
we've just been
society
chilling-
of
chilling
samurai
watching.
ostriches. Then you accidentally stab your katana through a giant ship, and suddenly you're a major faction. The Hisho were added with the Supremacy DLC, together with the main source of tears and salt on the Endless Space 2 forums, Behemoths. Behemoths are multi-purpose capital class ships. They can support the
I don't think he's
bureaucracy,
watching.
plutocracy, democracy or theocracy, accelerate genocide, accommodate homicide, extract resources in a remote situation, and even terraform planets for improved habitation.
I think after
they can
this,
do anything. That's why they're insanely expensive.
I think
and
after
you
this
get
video
very
ends,
few
though,
of
I
them.
will have
But
to
that's not
wrap-
why people
wrap
got
shit up,
upset.
though.
They got upset because the Behemoth
Because
is
I'm
a
trying to think. I
precursor
gotta
to
shower,
something a little more concerning.
get my
A
last
planet killer
toothbrush,
is morally dubious,
hairbrush,
leaves millions of grieving survivors,
backup
and
toothbrush and
generally
hairbrush.
causes public unrest. A system killer
weight
accelerates a
strips.
megaton nuclear payload directly at the sun, causing it to expand into a red supergiant as the core
Wow!
collapses and begins
Fucking
to fuse
murdered
hydrogen.
them!
In a single nanosecond, all life in that solar system is gonna need some SPF 70 sunscreen. The Obliterator is a system killer, which is
fucking
made by upgrading a
fucking
Behemoth. And
Obliterator,
prior
that's
to many
terrifying!
updates and patches had no effect on public relations. I found this
Obliterator.
incredibly entertaining. Because the missile
Very fun
actually
and
has to
exciting
travel to its
mechanic. It sounds
destination, it
scary as
often took
shit.
several turns for enemy players to see the ball of light quickly approaching their home system. At this point, you will notice something: the chat functionality, inside which you will see a stream of colorful messages calling you a number of racial slurs, after which the player will mysteriously disconnect and add you as a friend on Steam. Even after numerous nerfs, the Hisho stand tall. For the Hisho, combat isn't just about winning, it's about honor, which they call Kai because they're a race of weeaboo samurai chickens. The more honorable your actions, the more Kai you generate, the more obedient your empire. And if it ever falls too low, just remember, Aztec blood sacrifices are a great way of gaining popularity. Vaulters are the DLC race designed to completely invalidate the Sophons, because for Vaulters, location is no issue. We've got portals for that. Disconnected system with no clear star lane? Even better. The typical Vaulter player will usually fuck off to the four corners of a galaxy and quietly win a science victory before we can even find them. Also, their mothership, the Argosy, can be used as a two-way portal. I very much enjoy parking outside an enemy system, warping in my Obliterator, and cooking them instantaneously. The Riftborn are Tetris blocks from another universe, which is currently overrun with super aids. In a last act of desperation, the Riftborn entered our universe. To them, it's a dystopian reality filled with all manner of squirming, wriggling creatures that piss and shit everywhere. From their perspective, they just took a one-way ticket to hell. However, they don't judge. They just want to survive. Unlike us, Riftborn aren't born. They're made in the construction queue. Otherwise, they
They're
work
not
a lot
real.
like us. Except
They're not
in
real.
reverse. Terrestrial planet, I sleep. 1,000-degree lava planet with no trace of life? Real shit. Colonize immediately. Hey, it's a race of abstract geometric polygons. Give them a break. Luckily, they can also break reality by compressing or dilating the flow of time. And if you've ever been to a college fraternity, you'll have no problem pronouncing their names. The second last DLC, Penumbra, introduced a controversial mechanic: hacking. It's a nice way to grab intel, sabotage enemy systems, and of course, accidentally turn a Craver government into a pacifist dictatorship. With that, they also added the Umbral Choir. The Umbral Choir is an immaterial, intergalactic wraith with good intentions. Like a ghost in the machine, the Umbral Choir spreads by hacking absolutely everything. Every transmission is tapped, every system is compromised, and we have no trace of who did it, because the Umbral Choir doesn't want to be found. How do you fight something you can't see? How do you stop something that's already inside the wire? And if it's already inside the wire, then how do you know it isn't inside you already? Honestly, they're extremely fun to play, especially when your friends mouse over a system and ask why half of their GDP keeps disappearing into the Craver Pension Fund. Finally, it's a good time to talk about the last DLC, Awakening, which adds the Nakalim, a fairly interesting religious faction that I personally enjoyed, but also adds the Academy as a separate AI-controlled faction. Now, let me tell you why that's a problem, because the leader of the Academy, bear with me, I don't know how to pronounce his name, because Isandir takes territory which he doesn't need away from players. He can also enter your territory, destroy your fleets, and siege your planets. But Lord forbid you manage to sink one of Isandir's ships, which, by the way, are stronger than any other faction. That's an act of aggression, and he's going to ask you to pay reparations. Small side note, if you're getting harassed and abused by Isandir and you want him to stop, you can't. Until you discover the location of the academy, you can't even do diplomacy. Now, let's say you forgive all that. You're open-minded, and you're wondering, what's
Pacifism
the
is
point of a new
cringe.
academy?
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Every 10 turns, Isendir will ask for your most generous financial contribution to the academy. The highest contributions will get their preferred position within the academy. After another 10 turns,
I am once again asking for your financial support.
also, he's been expertly programmed to forget any positive relations you had before, which may surprise you, since he'll go back to neutral and start attacking you. Better pay up, because you can't contribute to the academy until you've paid reparations. If you try to take his home system, he'll demand you give it back and pay reparations. Who the fuck made this shit? Oh right, it's not even the same studio. They outsourced this.
I'm from Buenos
Aires, and
I say kill them all. Yeah!
All the other DLC up until Penumbra, fantastic. Love it. Awakening is about $13 you can spend to make the game worse. It's such garbage that even if I got it for free, I'd still ask
spending
for
money
a
to make the game
refund.
worse.
We could
I was
talk
spending more
hours
money to
about
play a worse
strategy,
form of a
metagame,
game.
and the eternal question
We
we
literally
always
watched the
return
fucking
to,
video about
is
this and
endless space
this
to
type of thing in
balance?
RuneScape.
No, it is not. There are many mods to try and fix this, but ultimately, part
It's
of what
newer
makes this
and
game
worse.
so interesting is the element of randomness, forcing you to adapt and overcome the circumstances to the best of your ability. There's many players out there who will constantly demand you remake the game, citing that they don't have an optimal 5-planet system adjacent to them and can't possibly compete. If you don't, they disconnect. The equivalent of this is being born on planet Earth to a
That's
middle-class
not- wait, that wasn't
family
Earth,
and
though. That
immediately
looked
committing
different.
suicide to try and re-roll for better RNG. Because if I can't be born as the son of a wealthy Middle Eastern sheikh, I may as well not be born. Endless Space 2 is a wonderfully designed and beautifully made game with such a level of pace and intrigue that I actually bought a legal copy. I've played it for 2 years and I still keep coming back. It satisfies every tick box I ever wanted for a civilization game in space. It's enjoyable and relaxing both in single player and in multiplayer. You're probably going to desynchronize before anyone actually gets
I know, I'm
angry.
surprised
I
he
like the
actually- he
music
actually
and
got
I
it,
enjoy
like, legit
amphibious
from
mommy
Steam.
milkers. I give Endless Space 2 an extremely high score. I am also issuing a public fatwa against anyone responsible for the Awakening DLC. This
if you
time
made that
there's
DLC, I'm
no
gonna kill
discount
you.
because my inside man had a talk with Sega. Their formal response: fuck off. So I recommend waiting for a sale, buying on discount, or using
This is
other
so fucking
legal
funny,
methods
man.
of purchase that I am not yet aware of.
Ekrnix,
As
thank you for the
always,
follow.
more
I really
content to
appreciate it.
come,
If you're
so
fun
stay
hanging out with
tuned.
us.
I'm sorry for all the delays.
Why is he
Streamers really
red?
Put me back. A warm thanks to the many members of the Merchants Guild, generously funding and
Let me put this a few
bankrolling
times.
these videos. You're all truly wonderful. Take care
That
and
was
have a
scary,
good
though.
one.
Yeah, he's got so many goddamn patrons. To do that, we can listen to it. I'm probably gonna have to fuck off soon after this video. What was I gonna say? So let me tell you guys exactly what's gonna happen, okay? Cause I do gotta like fuck off. Like I have to. So let me tell you what I'm gonna do. Yeah. Let me put cat ears on. I'm feeling the cat ears right now. Let me tell you. Well, I have to shower so I can catch my flight this afternoon, and so the subathon timer will pause at, once I find my pen, it'll pause at whatever number it is at right now. My paper. I'm gonna get my paper too. There it is. It'll pause at 8:52:19. So it'll pause here, and I'll let it run for whatever. But I'm gonna be out of town. It's Thursday. Alright, it's Thursday. I'm gonna be out of town Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. I will be home on Monday, and I will stream on Monday. Granted, it'll probably have to be an evening stream because I need to go to school on Monday. I do need to go to school on Monday. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna have to take an exam on Monday. And then I'll be out of town again on Tuesday, like Tuesday to the end of the weekend, because I have to see my family for Thanksgiving. I haven't seen them in a long time. And then, as soon as I come back from that, it's up to you guys if you want me to work on the subathon timer on Monday, but I think you guys said you didn't want to, just because there's a decent chance I might do the Warhammer collab on Monday with, you know, Cleo, Whiskey, and Lumi. So there's a good chance I might do that on Monday. School in 2023. I'm a college student. I'm 21 years old. I'm a full-time college student. But I'll still post on Twitter all the time, like every day. And I'm gonna try to see if my phone can do like a Twitter space maybe at some point, because somebody suggested that. But yeah, the glitch XP is gonna be done at the end of the day today. And I did want to take another separate thing to just say to you guys, holy fucking shit, like, thank you guys so much.
I was thinking about Seth's goddamn.
It's like really insane that we were able to get like
sissy monkey hypnosis the other day.
It's really insane that we were able to get like that far. I don't know, in something like this. I signed up for TwitchCon and tweeted one time, but that's because I was with streamers the whole time. This I'm just gonna be with normies, so I can just sit on my phone. Here, let me go back. Let me go to YouTube home. See, make sure it's not all. Okay, there we go. We got some music. What else is here? Okay. Yeah, we get some music for while I talk. But what is I going to say? Zizzle Phoenix, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. It'll be fun hanging out with us. Well, yeah, holy shit, I'm so grateful, you guys. If you are curious what we were able to achieve through the Twitch hype program, we got to a $10 Amazon gift card, $20 Steam gift card, $40 DoorDash gift card, a Twitch themed backpack and power bank, a little light setup, an XLR microphone, and Bose noise canceling headphones. Like, holy shit, guys. What the fucking fuck? What the fuck? That's not something I could have ever imagined. I'm very, very grateful. Thank you guys very much. But yeah, the timer will resume. On I get home Monday, so Tuesday. Oh yeah, and well yeah, yeah. Those are like physical things that they're gonna send me. But aside from like physical things, I also got, allegedly at some point, I'll be on the front page of Twitch, and then I also got a $500 airline voucher. Isn't that awesome? But I'll take pictures and stuff because I'm gonna say this in the nicest possible way. TwitchCon wasn't really the place for pictures. Not only because most of the people I was with at all times were very, very OPSEC focused. It also just didn't have a lot of shit to take pictures of in the venue. It was kind of, I don't know. But I should have a lot of things to take pictures of here, and I'm very excited to share that stuff with you as soon as I get back home on Monday. I get back home on Sunday, but I like to show you guys on Monday. So yeah, next time you will see me live on Twitch is going to be Monday the 20th. Okay, let's go find somebody to raid. But you know, my streams will maybe be a little bit longer now that I'm used to this 24/7 fucking subathon schedule. I'm not sure, man. Let's see. We can see who is live for us to raid. It's gonna be really weird not streaming. I'm probably gonna get like super anxious not streaming. Okay, let's see. This is a really weird hour for me to end a stream at. So all of these people are new. Let's see who's live. Wolf Lumi is live. Let's see who what names do I recognize? Mother V3 is live. Really, really good model. Really, really good rigging. OB Katy Cat is live. Oh, that's fucking me. I'm like trying to scroll down. I'm like, oh, that's me. Kuro. I don't know who Kuro is. K9 Kuro. That's a V Shoujo boy. Does Mother V3 count as an exception for your no dude rates? Yes, because the model is a girl, the AI voice is a girl. Girl. Does that clarify? That's like saying I wouldn't raid into Neuro-sama because Vidal is a dude. Raid Mount Toy Miia, she's doing a subathon? No fucking way, is she? That's so cool. I want to support her. Girl enough. Literally. That's how I feel. Girl enough. Why doesn't Miia raid guys? Cause I like girls more. Is a loser? What? Let's see what's going on. What about GX Aura? I don't know her. Mother's been in my chat before though, so. Let's see. Let's just rate, but not gauge. Yeah, gauge. You guys, okay, guys. You guys are gonna like this. I promise you guys are gonna like this. I promise you guys are gonna like this. This is like baby sensory videos. Okay, this is gonna be like watching fucking baby sensory videos. Okay. It's like, I don't know how to explain it. It's kind of like Neuro-sama, but emotes a lot more and cusses. Like cusses a lot, like a lot. Does that make sense? Like Neuro-sama, but instead of saying heart, it says fuck. Does that make sense? It's like baby sensory videos. That sounds good. That sounds entertaining, right? That sounds entertaining, right? I pinky promise. It's like, it's very fun to watch. You just kind of tab out. Not like tab out physically, but like mentally, like you tab out. Mother's not actually AI. Isn't it like a voice filter? Isn't it like a voice filter or whatever? Yeah. It's really good though. Like, it's really good. But it's like baby sensory videos. I fucking love it. Don't call me autistic. It's like baby sensory videos. I like it. I just think it's a really cool concept. Model's really cool. I like it. Anyways, the next time you will see me on Twitch is going to be Monday, the 20th. Okay, I'll see you guys on Twitch then. But you can still find me on Twitter and Discord. Okay, bye!